Chapter 115. Dang! The sword energy stopped in midair as it was caught by the palm energy. What? Song Pingsheng's expression changed. Song Pingsheng pulled the sword with all his might. However, the manifested sword did not move at all, as if it was fixed in place. Slowly, a man in white monk robes walked out of the tear in space. This was Venerable Lun Yen. What a heavy killing chi. If not for the delay, it would have pierced into my body by now, right? Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. Crack. Venerable Lun Yen exerted force in his hand. Bang! The astral sword exploded and a large number of cracks appeared on the sword in Song Pingsheng's hand. Lun Yen. Song Pingsheng raised his palm. A huge palm aura was formed and struck out with a loud bang. It was as if a storm had swept up in the void. Humph! Venerable Lun Yen snorted coldly. Then, he extended his right index finger and jabbed forward. A manifested finger materialized in the air. Boom! The manifested palm exploded. However, the manifested finger did not lose any momentum, instantly arriving before Song Pingsheng. Oh no! Song Pingsheng's expression changed as he quickly used his elbow to block. Boom! Song Pingsheng was sent flying with a loud bang. Blarg! Song Pingsheng vomited a mouthful of blood in midair, showing a horrified expression. Song Pingsheng had guessed that Venerable Lun Yen was ferocious, but he had not expected him to be this ferocious. Could it be that he could not resist at all? Let's go! Song Pingsheng shouted. Whoosh! Song Pingsheng turned around and flew down the mountain, charging at Li Qinghe. Bang! Song Pingsheng grabbed Li Qinghe and flew into the distance. Sect Master ran. Sect Master is not a match for him. It's over. Let's go. The spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately turned around and fled amid startled cries. You want to leave? Humph! Venerable Lun Yen snorted coldly as he extended his left hand. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on Venerable Lun Yen's left hand as he waved it at the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, many illusory images appeared on the Buddhist prayer beads. It looked like countless Buddhist prayer beads instantly flew out, encasing everyone in the surroundings. Arg! 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 Suddenly, the spirit-assimilated cultivators were bound by the Buddhist prayer beads. They seemed to be bound to their spots, unable to move. Release me! Release me! The spirit-assimilated cultivators exclaimed. In the distance, several strings of Buddhist prayer beads suddenly rushed towards the fleeing Song Pingsheng and Li Qinghe. Song Pingsheng's expression changed, and he struck out with a palm. Boom! All of a sudden, he smashed through a group of Buddhist bead phantoms and fled even faster. However, Venerable Lun Yen frowned as he looked around. There were 3,000 stone statues beside him. Not far away, Gu Hai lay on the ground, surrounded by black qi. Clearly, he was severely injured. There was a pile of bones on the ground, and the Clear River sect was in a mess. Given Venerable Lun Yen's perception, he discovered that some of the Clear River sect disciples' corpses were cut open, their hearts and livers gone. The spirit-assimilated cultivators bound by the Buddhist prayer beads all showed ferocious expressions and gave off a fishy stench. The snake heads on their heads looked incredibly evil. What happened? Where's the Hall Master? Venerable Lun Yen looked at Gu Hai. Quick, chase them back. The Hall Master is imprisoned. Quick, don't let them escape. Gu Hai shouted as he pointed in Song Pingsheng's direction. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Before he could say anything, he took a step forward and gave chase. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Venerable Lun Yen arrived at the horizon. Cough! 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 Gu Hai vomited a mouthful of blood as he stood up with much difficulty. There were 200 to 300 withered bones on the ground. 500-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators were bound by the Buddhist prayer beads. Gu Hai showed a cold gaze as he hobbled over to a spirit-assimilated cultivator. "What are you doing?" that spirit-assimilated cultivator demanded in shock and anger. Crack! 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 The snake heads bared their fangs and roared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai wiped the blood off his lips and revealed a sinister smile. Shing! Then, he stabbed his saber into the spirit-assimilated cultivator's body. Whoosh! The black energy suddenly entered, and the rolling skulls quickly tore at that spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh. Arg! That spirit-assimilated cultivator screamed in pain. By the time Gu Hai pulled out the life-ender saber, only a pile of withered bones remained of that spirit-assimilated cultivator. Pa! The Buddhist prayer bead image scattered, and the bones scattered. What? Senior brother and the others were eaten by Gu Hai's saber? Eaten? No. No. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to. Gu Hai, spare me. Spare me. I am innocent. I was just following orders. The spirit-assimilated cultivators pleaded in horror. Gu Hai revealed a sinister smile as he said, "If you were humans, I could not bear to kill you. However, are you still humans? You are man-eating demons. The people you ate begged for mercy, but did you let them off? Are the hearts and livers of humans tasty? Are they tasty? From the moment you decided to turn into demons, you already stood against humans. Enemies of humans. Kill. SSS. 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 Arg. Arg. I won't eat humans anymore. Don't kill me." Gu Hai's life-ender saber swallowed up the spirit-assimilated cultivators one after another. Gu Hai would not show mercy to these demonic cultivators. If he did not kill them, they would eat even more humans. Kill. 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 Crack. Crack. Gu Hai killed all the spirit-assimilated cultivators. As the life-ender saber swallowed up the energy of their flesh, the life-ender saber refined 1,000th of their energy and infused it into Gu Hai's body. This was the energy that Gu Hai needed the most. Xiao Chen's earlier injuries quickly healed. A large amount of energy rampaged in his body, rushing to his dantian. Boom! A strong wind surged out of Gu Hai's body, scattering the surrounding withered bones. The innate realm's 8th layer. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. After consuming 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators, Xiao Chen actually used this opportunity to break through to the next layer. As Gu Hai looked coldly at the withered bones on the ground, he said coldly, "Those who eat humans deserve to die. You are not much better off, right?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head to look. Venerable Lun Yen had already returned. At this moment, he looked at the withered bones on the ground and stared coldly at Gu Hai. Although Venerable Lun Yen did not know how Gu Hai did it, the withered bones on the ground already explained everything. Gu Hai also had some kind of evil secret technique. Venerable Lun Yen questioned Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not fear Venerable Lun Yen. As he held the life-ender saber, he kept his guard up against Venerable Lun Yen as he asked coldly, "What's wrong?" Venerable Lun Yen thinks that these human-eating demons should not be killed. Venerable Lun Yen stared coldly at Gu Hai and said, "They should be killed. They should not be killed in such a manner." Should be killed? Your killing technique is just different from mine. Even though our paths are different, you still want to eliminate an outsider? Gu Hai retorted coldly. Venerable Lun Yen stared coldly at Gu Hai, remaining silent for a while. Gu Hai, the hall master and I still think highly of you. Don't make a mistake. Venerable Lun Yen said seriously. Ha! Make a mistake. There is no need for Venerable Lun Yen to worry about my matters. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Venerable Lun Yen stared at Gu Hai silently for a while. It seemed like he still wanted to reprimand him, but he held himself back. You caught up to them? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. Song Pingsheng has a dragon fixing hoop. He used it to escape. Dragon fixing hoop. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. What's going on? Can you tell me what happened? Where's the hall master? Venerable Lun Yen asked with a frown. Gu Hai sighed softly and described everything he knew to Venerable Lun Yen. I only left for a while. Song Pingsheng. Good. 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 You are really bold. Venerable Lun Yen said with a ferocious expression. Right now, the most important thing is the hall master's safety. Gu Hai said with a frown. The hall master's safety should not be in danger for now, Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. I know about that flood dragon. Fu Shui. He knows the hall master's identity. Capturing the hall master is already his limit. He would not dare to hurt the hall master. Unless he is tired of living, even if he obtains the dragon vein, he will have nowhere to run, Venerable Lun Yen said with certainty. Even so, there might be accidents. We need to save the hall master, Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. That's right. Venerable Lun Yen, my 3,000 subordinates came with me this time. They turned into stone statues because of you. Do you have a way to help them recover? Gu Hai looked at the stone statues worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen looked at the 3,000 stone statues and frowned. Then, he sighed softly and said, there is only one way to undo the curse on them. Oh. Kill Li Qinghe. When Li Qinghe dies, the curse on them will automatically be removed, Venerable Lun Yen said NLY. Gu Hai nodded and said, many thanks, Venerable. There's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. This time, if not for you, who knows when I could return. This 9-5 island is no longer peaceful. Even if something happens to the hall master, I will not be able to escape the blame. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. Did you find her in the netherworld realm? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and said, we went to the nearby ghost city, but no, we did not find her. However, we found some clues. We found the earthly soul of a servant of the hall master's mother. He was killed together with the hall master's mother. I was in a rush to return, so the unborn man continued to investigate. Gu Hai frowned slightly, but he did not continue asking. After all, there were still extremely thorny matters in the netherworld realm. Venerable Lun Yen, I cannot leave my 3,000 subordinates to the wind and rain. Can you help me bring them to the Gu residence? Gu Hai asked. All right. Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand, and a huge flying ship flew out of his sleeve. Boom! The flying ship was extremely large. Venerable Lun Yen waved his hand, and white clouds suddenly appeared under the feet of the stone statues. Then, the white clouds slowly lifted the stone statues up and landed on the flying ship. Gu Hai went to the surrounding palaces to search. At the same time, while avoiding Venerable Lun Yen's gaze, he turned the Life Ender's saber back into a rib and hid it in his body. Division Master Gu, what are you looking for? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, because of you, I owe a lot of debts. I need to find spirit stones to repay them. Oh. Venerable Lun Yen immediately recalled Gu Hai's earlier description. There's no need to search. We are pressed for time. I will repay your debts. After all, I am the cause, Venerable Lun Yen said. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen in surprise. Walala. Venerable Lun Yen flipped his hand, and a large number of superior-grade spirit stones appeared out of nowhere. Clearly, Venerable Lun Yen had a small space. Gu Hai did not stand on ceremony, putting away the spirit stones. Venerable Lun Yen was extremely generous. These spirit stones were actually 10 times more than what Gu Hai had borrowed. What a tycoon! Let's go. Venerable Lun Yen said. Gu Hai nodded and boarded the flying ship with Venerable Lun Yen. Then, they quickly headed for the Gu residence. Chapter 116. On the flying ship, Gu Hai described the situation in detail to Venerable Lun Yen. When Venerable Lun Yen heard this, he frowned heavily. Crack! 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 Suddenly, cracking sounds came from the 3,000 stone statues on the flying ship. Huh! The two turned their heads to look. They saw one of the stone statues trembling, slowly recovering from its gray state. Shengguanhen. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Black energy came out of the stone statue, and it suddenly trembled. Whoosh! After a long breath, Shengguanhen recovered. Shengguanhen, you are fine? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Milord, I'm fine. Where are we? Shengguanhen nodded. We have already left the Clear River sect. This is Venerable Lun Yen. Gu Hai pointed to Venerable Lun Yen. Greetings, Venerable Lun Yen. However, Venerable Lun Yen stared at Shengguanhen with a deep frown. How did you break this curse? How did you do it? Shengguanhen frowned but did not explain. At the side, Gu Hai asked, Shengguanhen, do you have a way to help the others break the curse? Shengguanhen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Milord, I had a special reason. With my current strength, I can't do it for the others. All right. It's good that you can recover. From now on, you will be in charge of guarding them. Don't let anything unexpected happen, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Shengguanhen answered. Venerable Lun Yen showed a curious expression. However, Gu Hai did not press Shengguanhen for the reason, so Venerable Lun Yen could only feel helpless. Whoosh! The flying ship moved very quickly, arriving at the Gu residence in 2 hours. A large number of cultivators were currently fighting around the Gu residence. You bunch of trash. Why are you blocking us? The century lifespan immortality peach is right there. If you don't want it, don't block me. Scram. If you eat the century lifespan immortality peach, what will happen to my spirit stones? I borrowed a high-rank spirit stone. If you eat it, why would I want it? I'll give you 2 high-grade spirit stones. Get lost. Don't even think about it. You want to eat the century lifespan immortality peach with just 2 superior grade spirit stones? Dream on, chaos ensued below. They started fighting among themselves. Venerable Lun Yen frowned. It should be a conflict between those who lent me spirit stones and those who didn't. Conflicts of interest have always been like this. Gu Hai said indifferently. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly descended from the sky and landed where the century lifespan immortality peach was. Who? Gu Hai. All the Xiuzhe looked surprised. However, they saw Gu Hai reach out and close the century lifespan immortality peach box. Then, with a flip of his hand, he put it away. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Many cultivators rebuked angrily. Everyone, many thanks for lending me your spirit stones. Take your receipts. Someone will come out soon to return your spirit stones. Gu Hai shouted. We can return the spirit stones now. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge flying ship in the sky slowly descended into the Gu residence's cloudy ritual array. That is a flying ship. Elite Hall's flying ship. Fortunately, they did not mess around. Elite Hall's people entered the Gu residence. Many people rejoiced. Soon, the Gu residence's old shopkeepers set up the counter again and started giving out spirit stones. You borrowed one superior grade spirit stone. Here are two. Keep the principal and interest. Please sign your name. The old shopkeeper handed over two superior grade spirit stones. Good. Good. There really are two. Ha 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 ha. Outside the Gu residence, laughter rang out. Those who did not borrow money showed envy in their eyes when they saw others earn money. Those who borrowed money showed regret. If they had known, they would have borrowed more. How many days had it been? It had already doubled. All of them looked at the Gu residence, anticipating Gu Hai to lend again. Inside the Gu residence, Gu Hai stood at the top of the soaring pagoda, looking at the Gu residence servants quickly burying spirit stones. Master, it's done. Master, I'm done as well. Master, I'm done as well. The voices of the Gu residence servants rang out in the surroundings. Rise! Gu Hai shouted as he reached out and grabbed the spirit stone go board at the side. Boom! Roiling fog suddenly surged in the surroundings. Guqin, feel it. Gu Hai looked at Guqin. At this moment, Guqin was holding a spirit stone-shaped go stone. Adoptive father, is this the 28-line pair world ritual array? I feel that. I feel that I can use a vast amount of energy, Guqin said with wide eyes. It's good that you can control it. Venerable Lun Yen and I will be leaving soon. You guard the residence. If there is anything, you can ask Shengguan Hen, Gu Hai said. Yes. Guqin answered. Shengguan Hen, while I'm not around, take care of these stone statues, Gu Hai said solemnly as he looked at Shengguan Hen. Yes, milord. Shengguan Hen answered. After giving instructions, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The flying ship hovered in the air. Gu Hai pushed off the ground. Boom! Gu Hai immediately jumped onto the flying ship. Venerable Lun Yen looked at the foggy ritual array before him. Division Master Gu, what an incredible ritual array. Venerable Lun Yen sighed. Venerable, we had better leave quickly. We have to rescue the Hall Master and find Li Qinghe as soon as possible. Then, we have to rescue my subordinates. Gu Hai said solemnly. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Then, he waved his hand. Boom! The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the First Song sect. 4 hours later, the flying ship arrived outside the First Song sect. This is the First Song sect. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The First Song sect before Gu Hai's eyes was different from the one he saw half a month ago. The surroundings were no longer filled with mountains and ridges. Instead, it looked like a vast body of water. The many valleys were now shrouded in water. This is... How many large rivers did Fu Shui open? Did he draw the water over? Gu Hai said in shock. These are not large rivers but the sea. This place is low-lying, not far from the sea. Fu Shui opened a river channel and drew in seawater, Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Seawater? Why? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. As long as there is water, he can stir up trouble. He lured the seawater here for this purpose. This vast seawater is his strength, his weapon. When he swings his tail, 10,000 waves surged over. How long can your ritual array last? Venerable Lun Yen asked with a frown. Venerable Lun Yen frowned. Venerable, can you still capture it? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. I don't know. If not for this vast body of seawater, I could capture it. However, I do not know how much its strength has increased by now, Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Hey! It looks like Song Pingsheng and Li Qinghe have not returned yet. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Venerable Lun Yen followed Gu Hai's gaze and looked over. He saw that the First Song sect's gold armor water crystal ritual array was surrounded by water. There was a sealed valley at the entrance to prevent the water from pouring in. At this moment, close to 20,000 ordinary people were bound in the valley, crying out in horror. Great Immortal, spare us! Spare us! Demons! Demons! You bunch of man-eating demons! Save us! Save us! The ordinary people shouted in horror, as about 20 spirit-assimilated cultivators were currently drinking wine and eating hearts and livers on the other side. Ha 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 ha! Who was the one who scolded me earlier? It's you! This great me is going to eat you! Ha 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 ha! A somewhat drunk spirit-assimilated cultivator guffawed as he pointed at the ordinary person who scolded him. That ordinary person's expression changed dramatically, appearing scared silly. Boom! Suddenly, a group of snake heads extended and tore open that person's chest. Then, they opened their mouths and ate that person's heart and livers. Arg! That person screamed miserably. No! No! The surrounding ordinary people shouted in horror. The spirit-assimilated cultivators leisurely ate the ordinary people's hearts and livers, not showing any urgency. Clearly, Song Pingsheng had not returned yet. Demons dancing wildly. Eating people. Humph. Venerable Lun Yen glared. Venerable, calm down. Gu Hai immediately stepped in front of Venerable Lun Yen. Huh. Venerable Lun Yen frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. I can deal with these 20 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Venerable, gather some fog at the side and make them think that I am here with 3,000 subordinates. Don't expose yourself. Lure Fu Shui out first. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. I'll send you off. As Gu Hai nodded, a light energy encased Gu Hai and sent him to the distant valley. Venerable Lun Yen put away the flying ship with a flip of his hand. Then, he gathered a large fog around a small mountain above the sea. Who was the one who scolded me earlier? Was it you? That spirit-assimilated cultivator asked with a sinister smile. It wasn't me. I didn't. That bound man said in horror. Then, it's you. Caw. 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 The snake heads suddenly elongated and bit at that man. Ah! Save me. That man screamed in horror. No one can save you. Ha ha ha. Just as that person laughed loudly, Gu Hai descended from the sky and punched at that person's head. Boom! The spirit-assimilated cultivator's head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Shing! Gu Hai instantly pulled out the sword at that spirit-assimilated cultivator's waist. Then, he looked coldly at the remaining 19 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Gu Hai. Suddenly, one of the spirit-assimilated cultivators goggled. Shing! Gu Hai suddenly swung his sword at another drunken spirit-assimilated cultivator. When Xiao Chen swung his sword, a huge sword chi shot out and instantly chopped off that spirit-assimilated cultivator's head. At this moment, the spirit-assimilated cultivators reacted. Gu Hai is here. Gu Hai is here. Quickly, inform the primogenitor. Gu Hai is here. Are the 3,000 evil men here as well? No. Don't kill me. More than half of the 18 spirit-assimilated cultivators turned around and ran back to the sect. The remaining 5 charged over. However, Gu Hai was already an 8th layer innate realm cultivator. With his external cultivation, he could bring out the might of a golden core realm cultivator. Even if he did not use the bone saber, he would not be a match for these spirit-assimilated cultivators. Boom! After one clash, Gu Hai chopped up the spirit-assimilated cultivator and his sword. The remaining spirit-assimilated cultivators could only flee in horror. Save us! Gu Hai! Save us! The bound commoners in the surroundings shouted. Not all of the 20,000 bound people were ordinary people. Some were cultivators. Too many cultivators came to 9-5 Island to try their luck. Hence, there were cultivators in many cities and towns. The hearts and livers of cultivators were even more delicious. How could the spirit-assimilated cultivators let them off? Naturally, the spirit-assimilated cultivators captured all that they could. Chapter 117. First Song Sect. Inside the sect at this moment, more than 100,000 corpses were piled up in a huge valley. The many corpses had died extremely miserably. Their stomachs had been cut open, and their hearts and livers had been eaten. Horror and grief appeared on their faces. 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators stood above the valley. At this moment, all their snake heads were out, roaring ferociously. The flood dragon Fu Shui stood at the front of the 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Primogenitor, there are 129,600 corpses here. Before they died, their hearts and livers were eaten. If that is not enough, there are 20,000 living people outside who can fill in at any time, a spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. 129,600? That's enough. This is a boundless accumulation of resentment. It is enough to refine a ghost treasure. Fu Shui sneered. Ghost treasure? That spirit-assimilated cultivator asked, feeling confused. Ghost treasures are treasures used to capture dragon veins, refined using their human souls that contain fear and resentment. Continue scaring them. I am going to start. Fu Shui said coldly. Scaring them? Aren't they dead? They are dead, but their human souls are still here. You cannot see them, but they can see you. They died at your mouths. Their human souls remember the fear of dying at your hands. Quickly, reveal your most ferocious sides. Make their human souls feel even more fear and resentment. Fu Shui said coldly. Crack. 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 The 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators revealed their ferocious sides. The countless snake heads on their heads stretched out continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yin energy seemed to gather around the valley. Fu Shui waved his hand, and a crystal ball suddenly flew out. Ha! Fu Shui spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas that surrounded the crystal ball. The poisonous gas immediately stuck to the crystal ball and extended many tentacles. Whoosh! 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 Waves of sinister wind surged towards the crystal ball in the valley. Gradually, the sinister wind grew stronger and more numerous, even accumulating into a pitch-black color. It looked like strands of black energy were pouring into the crystal ball from the mountain of corpses. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball turned pitch-black. The crystal ball turned increasingly dark. What is this? It is not enough grief and resentment. Continue scaring them. Fu Shui said coldly. Roar! 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 The spirit-assimilated cultivators roared even more ferociously. Rumble! Billowing black gas surged into the sphere. Around the sphere, there was a burst of cold air. Not bad, a good ghost treasure. Unfortunately, it's not enough. It's not enough to capture the dragon vein. Fu Shui said coldly. Roar! The demons danced wildly. The black gas exploded once again and was sucked into the ghost treasure. However, after a huge eruption, it became much weaker. It's not enough. All of you, go down and eat. Fu Shui said coldly. Ah. Eat? Primogenitor, didn't we already eat their hearts and livers? A spirit-assimilated cultivator asked in confusion. Apart from the heart and liver, let me eat the other parts as well. Continue eating. Fu Shui said coldly. Ah. Eat slowly, don't destroy their souls. I still need them to produce an endless amount of grief and resentment. Fu Shui said coldly. Yes. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately jumped into the valley. Facing the mountain valley full of corpses, the snake head quickly rushed out and slowly tore apart the corpses, swallowing them piece by piece. Rumble. More black gas surged into the ghost treasure, several times more than before. The ghost treasure's surroundings turned increasingly cold, radiating an evil aura. Buzz. The ghost treasure trembled slightly. Sob. 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 It sounded like thousands of ghosts crying out from the ghost treasure, sounding increasingly horrifying. It's alive. The ghost treasure is alive. Not bad. 1 yuan is indeed a wondrous number. Continue. Continue eating. I want it to become even stronger. Fu Shui shouted while glaring. Crack. 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 The snake head continued to wreak havoc. Some of the corpses in the valley slowly revealed their bones. The scene looked incredibly bloody, like hell on earth. Just looking at it made one's heart turn cold. Fu Shui stared at the ghost treasure floating in the air and the spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley. Then, he revealed a satisfied cold smile. Oh no. Primogenitor. Primogenitor. Oh no. Gu Hai is here again. He is here again. Horrified cries suddenly came from the distance. A few spirit-assimilated cultivators ran over from outside the ritual array. Huh? The spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley felt slightly stunned as they turned their heads to look. Continue eating. Don't stop. Fu Shui said coldly. Crack. 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 The spirit-assimilated cultivators continued eating the corpses. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivator who came to report changed his expression, feeling a chill in his heart. What's going on? Fu Shui turned his head to look. Primogenitor, Gu Hai is here. His ritual array is here as well. His ritual array, that spirit-assimilated cultivator said anxiously. Gu Hai. He still dares to come. Humph. Fu Shui revealed a cold smile. Fu Shui looked up at the increasingly evil ghost treasure. Then, he revealed a cold smile and said, continue eating. I'll go and capture Gu Hai and get his human soul to contribute some grief and resentment to the ghost treasure. Ha 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 ha. As Fu Shui spoke, he pushed off the ground and rushed to the ritual array's exit. Outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array, after scaring away the spirit-assimilated cultivators, Gu Hai immediately cut the ropes binding an ordinary person. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor, that person called out gratefully. Quickly save me. Quickly save me. Me too. Quick. Quick. The surrounding people called out anxiously. Benefactor. Cut the crap. Continue saving the others. Quickly. Gu Hai called out. As Gu Hai spoke, he quickly cut the ropes binding another person. As for the rescued person, he quickly untied the ropes binding the others. Soon, more and more ropes were untied. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary people started saving themselves. The ropes were untied very quickly. Soon, nearly everyone was untied. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Countless ordinary people looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Many people even knelt and continuously kowtowed to Gu Hai. Buzz. Suddenly, it felt like a cool breeze blew at Gu Hai. A comfortable feeling came out of nowhere, filling Gu Hai's entire body. It felt like all the pores on his body opened. Xiao Chen's cultivation did not increase. However, there was an extremely wondrous feeling. This is... Gu Hai revealed a shocked expression. This is providence. Suddenly, a voice rang out by Gu Hai's ear. Providence? Gu Hai looked at the foggy land not far away in confusion. It was Venerable Lu Nian sending a voice projection to Gu Hai. That's right. Providence. Everyone's sincere gratitude to you is a portion of beneficence. There are 20,000 people here, so that is 20,000 portions of beneficence. That is, 20,000 portions of beneficence and providence. 129,600 portions is 1 yuan. Providence is measured in yuan. You have not even reached 1 yuan yet, but there are already 20,000 portions. When one portion appears, you will not feel it. However, when 20,000 portions appear at once, you can finally feel it, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Providence? What is it for? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. What is it for? You can establish a sect or a dynasty. You can live forever and become an immortal. As long as your providence runs out, you will not die. When your providence runs out, you will die, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Oh. Could it be that the Clear River sect and the First Song sect ruled the mortal nations and rear mortals to increase their providence? No, it should be to harvest providence. Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the fog. You will understand in the future. 129,600 portions of beneficence is 1 yuan of providence. How much did you obtain? In the future, you will understand how profound this providence is. Venerable Lu Nian's voice rang out again. Boom! Just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew at the exit of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Gu Hai! A cold shout came from the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Ah! The demons are here again. They are here again, the 20,000 ordinary people immediately cried out in horror. The people who were thanking Gu Hai earlier immediately fled in horror. Many people instantly jumped into the surrounding water. Fu Shui led a few spirit-assimilated cultivators out of the ritual array and saw Gu Hai from afar. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he looked at Fu Shui. Fu Shui looked up and saw the churning fog around Gu Hai. Ha! It's the 28-line pair world ritual array again. Fu Shui sneered. Primogenitor, that group of ordinary people is about to run, a spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. Run? None of them can run. Fu Shui snorted coldly. Boom! All of a sudden, a red poisonous fog rolled out from his sleeves and spread in all directions in an instant. It was like a large encirclement, encircling everyone in it. Don't touch that poisonous fog. If you touch it, you will die. Ah! That poisonous fog that killed our entire town. No! Save us! The ordinary people screamed in horror. Fu Shui extended his right hand. Suddenly, a strong suction seemed to pull Gu Hai over. Buzz! A golden manifested finger appeared from the fog at the side and charged at Fu Shui. Rumble! The strong aura made even Fu Shui's expression change. He turned his hand and countered with a palm strike. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Fu Shui's figure paused. The fog suddenly moved, instantly moving in front of Gu Hai and blocking him. Boom! Boom! Fu Shui showed a ferocious expression as he waved his hand. The ritual array can move. Humph! Are you the only one who knows how to use ritual arrays? 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea, heavenly river breaking. Boom! The surrounding water suddenly soared into the sky, surging in the direction of Gu Hai and the ritual array. In that instant, it was as if a huge tsunami was surging over, wanting to crush the cloudy ritual array in an instant. Amateus! Venerable Lu Nian shouted coldly. Boom! A golden palm appeared. This manifested palm instantly dyed the sky golden. A strong aura spread out as it grabbed at Fu Shui amid loud sounds. That's not right. This is not the 28-line pair world ritual array. Fu Shui's expression changed. Fu Shui waved his hand, and the surrounding water crashed into the cloudy ritual array. Boom! The fog scattered, revealing Venerable Lun Yen in moon-white monk robes. Venerable Lun Yen's golden manifested palm arrived. Fu Shui rushed forward to receive it. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a storm blew in the surroundings. The storm knocked Fu Shui back, turning him into a flood dragon. Roar! The flood dragon roared, and the surrounding water soared into the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it look like the end of the world. Chapter 118. First Song Sect, inside the gold armor water crystal ritual array, boom. The sound of battle came from outside the ritual array. The 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators paused slightly. Don't stop. The primogenitor can deal with Gu Hai. Let's continue eating and increase the power of the ghost treasure, a spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. Yes. Outside, Venerable Lun Yen stepped out of the white fog. Before him was the flood dragon, Fu Shui, who was stirring up trouble. Roar! As the flood dragon reared its head and roared, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a storm blew. It looked like the end of the world. Lun Yen. The flood dragon goggled. You still know me? Ha! Fu Shui, you are really bold. You even dare to kidnap a hall master. You must be tired of living. Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. Humph. Old Baldy, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you want to save Long Wanqing, that will depend on whether you are capable of doing so or not. Roar, the flood dragon roared. Boom. Suddenly, boundless seawater soared into the sky, surrounding the surroundings and surging towards Venerable Lun Yen. The flood dragon swung its body, sending heavenly lightning in the dark clouds with its tail. Diamond body, Buddhist light illuminating the world. Venerable Lun Yen pressed his palms together. Buzz! A golden manifested body appeared around Venerable Lun Yen, forming an energy wall that blocked the boundless seawater. Then, two manifested palms appeared in front of Venerable Lun Yen, crashing into the flood dragon's lightning tail. Boom! A huge tremor shook the earth and mountains in all directions. A storm raged and seawater exploded in all directions. The entire place turned chaotic. Heavy rain and seawater filled the sky, covering the center of the battlefield. The battle between Venerable Lun Yen and Fu Shui intensified. Gu Hai and the others could no longer see the center of the battle. Splash! Splash! Ah! Second brother! Second brother got swept away by the water. Quick! Quickly hide here. Ah! The strong battle forced the 20,000 ordinary people to hide from the shock waves. There was only one safe place, the entrance to the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Gu Hai hopped over. Gu Hai is here. Run! Run! The two spirit-assimilated cultivators who had followed Fu Shui cried out in alarm. Xing! With one sword strike, Gu Hai killed a spirit-assimilated cultivator. Just as the other spirit-assimilated cultivator was about to flee, dozens of cultivators among the ordinary people surrounded him. Don't come over. I'll eat you all. The spirit-assimilated cultivator roared with a ferocious expression. The dozens of Xiuzhe shrank back in fear. However, in this short moment, Gu Hai caught up with him. There are dozens of you, can't you catch him? He is only at the Xiantian stage, and an early stage Xiantian stage at that. Gu Hai said angrily. Xing! Ah! Gu Hai shouted to the dozens of cultivators after killing that spirit-assimilated cultivator with one sword strike. The expressions of the cultivators turned ugly, but they did not know what to say. That was right. That spirit-assimilated cultivator was only at the early stage Xiantian realm. Even if his strength increased fivefold, he would not be a match for them. There were dozens of them. Why were they afraid of him? Gu Hai released a long breath. Benefactor, this flood is getting increasingly horrifying. We can't get out. What should we do? An ordinary person asked anxiously. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the gold armor water crystal ritual array. There is no flood in here. Whoosh! The 20,000 ordinary people took a step back in horror. Benefactor, let's block this entrance. There are demons in there. Many, many demons. An ordinary person shouted. Yes. Block it. Block it, the 20,000 ordinary people shouted in horror. As the ordinary people spoke, they went to carry all sorts of rocks, preparing to bet on this 30-meter-tall entrance. Gu Hai frowned slightly. It looked like these 20,000 people were scared out of their wits. Now that they were scared out of their wits, there was no point in saying anything to them. Gu Hai stepped forward and turned his head to enter the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Ah! Benefactor, don't, the ordinary people exclaimed. For a moment, the people who were moving the stones stopped. They didn't know what to do. Should they block it? Their benefactor was in there. Not block it. There were many demons in there. After Gu Hai entered, he immediately jumped to the peak of the nearest mountain. Then, he quickly looked around the first Song sect. The few spirit-assimilated cultivators that had fled earlier were fleeing in one direction. The entire ritual array was silent. It was like the spirit-assimilated cultivators were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Gu Hai's eyes widened. This was because Gu Hai saw a valley. A black sphere hovered in the air, absorbing the surging black energy coming out of the valley. 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators looked like evil spirits. Many snake heads appeared, wreaking havoc on the corpses in the valley. Those snake heads ferociously tore and ate human flesh. These were no longer hearts and livers but human flesh. These snake heads wildly ate human flesh. It was like a scene from Azura Hell. Eating humans? You even eat the flesh of corpses. Can you really eat them? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. As Gu Hai looked at the bloody scene in the distance, his eyes turned increasingly cold. Then, a murderous intent surged out. Bang! Gu Hai jumped down the mountain and returned to the entrance of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Benefactor, you are almost out, the ordinary people outside said anxiously. Listen up. Now, block this entrance. No one is to go out unless I say so. Gu Hai shouted to the 20,000-odd ordinary people. Ah, the ordinary people and hundreds of cultivators said in confusion. Then, Gu Hai turned his head and returned to the valley. Then, he took out 2 coffins containing explosives with a flip of his hand. He buried them at the foot of the mountain near the entrance. After setting up the fuse, Gu Hai took out a flint. Ta! Ta! A flame appeared, and Gu Hai quickly lit the fuse. TSS. 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 After lighting the fuse, Gu Hai quickly jumped into the distance. At the ghost treasure, the spirit-assimilated cultivators continued eating human flesh. The spirit-assimilated cultivators ignored the noise outside. Oh no! Elder, oh no! A spirit-assimilated cultivator finally ran over. Huh! The spirit-assimilated cultivators turned their heads to look. That old monk, Lun Yen, is holding the primogenitor back. What? Venerable Lun Yen? Everyone's expression changed. Where's Gu Hai? His 3,000 evil men are here as well. No, it's just Gu Hai alone. He killed several of our senior brothers, that spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. Just Gu Hai alone. What are you afraid of? Everyone immediately glared. That's not it. That Gu Hai. That spirit-assimilated cultivator said worriedly. Alright, The ordinary people and cultivators outside are already frightened out of their wits. Go and capture Gu Hai. That would be the best. However, we cannot stop here. Send 100 people to capture Gu Hai, that elder ordered coldly. He pointed, and the 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately nodded. The 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly leaped out of the valley. They headed for the valley. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the distance as two mountains collapsed. The 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. Is that the exit? Quickly, let's go and take a look. Everyone anxiously rushed to the location of the explosion. However, they saw that the two mountains at the exit had already collapsed, completely blocking the ritual array's exit. Smoke and dust surged into the air. The place was in ruins. The entrance is blocked, a spirit-assimilated cultivator said, his expression changing. What's going on? Is Gu Hai worried that we will go out and capture him? That must be it. Gu Hai is alone. He is afraid. The spirit-assimilated cultivators said with ferocious expressions. Look! There's someone there. A spirit-assimilated cultivator suddenly exclaimed. A man slowly walked out of the smoke and dust at the edge of the two collapsed mountains. Black energy surrounded this man as he held a slender, black bone saber in his hand. The black saber gave off a strange aura. Even from afar, one could sense an evil aura. Shing! The spirit-assimilated cultivators picked up their weapons and goggled at the sound. Gu Hai! That is Gu Hai. Suddenly, the expression of one of the spirit-assimilated cultivators changed. Is he alone? Is he really alone? He blocked the entrance. He can't run. What is he doing? Is he here to die? Who cares if he is here to die? I have been wanting to eat Gu Hai's heart and liver for a long time now. Half a month ago, he killed my senior brothers and junior brothers. Not only will I eat Gu Hai's heart and liver, but I will also eat the hearts and livers of his children, his parents, and his entire family. The spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly surrounded Xiao Chen with ferocious expressions. Not only did Gu Hai not show any fear, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. As Xiao Chen looked at these spirit-assimilated cultivators, his eyes filled with indifference as if they were not humans. In the mundane world, I only learned military saber techniques. Military saber techniques are not flashy. They only seek to kill, a saber technique that kills for the sake of killing. They seek to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. Immortals? Ha! No, fiendish demons. Back then, I begged to enter the first song sect but failed. Today, I no longer care about it. You bunch of fiendish demons, I will kill all of your first song sect today to prevent you from wreaking havoc everywhere. Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiao Chen spoke, he burst forth with full power while dragging the Life Ender saber, charging at the 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators. What? He is charging over. You are seeking death. How bold! Crack! 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 The spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged ferociously at Gu Hai, their serpentine heads bursting forth. Before Xiao Chen arrived, a huge saber chi shot out of the Life Ender saber. Shing! As the saber chi shot over, it tore through the air, startling the spirit-assimilated cultivators. What? How can his saber chi be so ferocious? Didn't he just advance to the innate realm? This saber chi is sharper than a golden core realm elder's saber chi. No, this is an illusion. I don't believe it. The spirit-assimilated cultivator's expressions changed. The spirit-assimilated cultivator at the very front swung his sword. However, the speed of his sword was too slow. Before his sword could strike, the saber chi instantly slashed in front of him, and he was instantly split into two halves vertically. Boom! Gu Hai instantly charged into the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Oh no! Gu Hai is a golden core realm cultivator. That's impossible. Arg. My sword shattered. No. Arg. Black energy. Black energy. There are skulls in the black energy. Junior brother. Junior brother got eaten. Quick, attack together. Kill Gu Hai. Chaotic shouts rang out in the crowd. Gu Hai moved extremely quickly swinging the saber in his hand. Various manifested saber chi clashed with the spirit-assimilated cultivators' sabers and swords. The black energy in the surroundings suddenly soared. All the spirit-assimilated cultivators that the Life Ender saber cut were immediately swallowed up by the skulls. Rumble. A huge battle started. Arg. Arg. No. Arg. The spirit-assimilated cultivators screamed miserably. The threat of the Life Ender saber was too despairing. Chapter 119. After a short while, Gu Hai killed or injured 20 spirit-assimilated cultivators. As long as there was a wound, the Life Ender saber's black energy would enter and consume the spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, only 20 withered skeletons remained. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators showed horrified expressions. Some even wanted to flee out of fear. Shing! Suddenly, a sword slashed open a bloody wound on Gu Hai's back, causing blood to spill out. I injured Gu Hai. Everyone, attack together. Quick, a spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted excitedly. Shing! With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai chopped off that spirit-assimilated cultivator's right hand. Ah! Attack! The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators shouted. Gu Hai clenched his teeth as he charged at the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators with the Life Ender saber in his hand. This time, he killed as he ran, gaining the upper hand in the blink of an eye. No! Gu Hai, if you are capable, don't run. Ah! Surround him. Surround him. Don't get left behind. Ah! Gu Hai is running that way. Attack together. Ah! As the spirit-assimilated cultivators anxiously surrounded Gu Hai killed them, causing them to scream miserably. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 corpses were piled up. The spirit-assimilated cultivators, who had been united earlier, immediately turned horrified, thinking of retreating. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators weakened, Gu Hai's chances of success soared again. Like harvesting wheat, he killed the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Ah! No! Don't! Ah! Miserable cries rang out endlessly. Outside, 20,000 ordinary people and hundreds of cultivators blocked the ritual array's entrance while worrying about Gu Hai's safety. Suddenly, the spirit-assimilated cultivators' miserable cries came from inside. Benefactor is fighting with the demons? Those are the demons' miserable cries. Those demons' miserable cries. Benefactor is killing the demons? The ordinary people cheered. The hundreds of Shouja who had been rescued widened their eyes at this moment. Earlier, everyone was already shocked and Gu Hai killed a few spirit-assimilated cultivators. However, what about now? Gu Hai just blew up the mountain inside the array and blocked the exit. Is he going to fight all the demons alone? No way. Wasn't Gu Hai only at the Xiantian realm? And it was only half a year ago. There should be 5,000 or 6,000 demons inside, right? Gu Hai is alone. How could he possibly deal with 5,000 or 6,000 fiendish demons? But, there are indeed sounds of fighting and screams coming from inside. That's right. Those screams are from the demons. Is Gu Hai really only at the Xiantian stage? Hundreds of Shouja revealed shocked expressions. On the other side, the battle between Venerable Lun Yan and the flood dragon Fu Shui no longer attracted the attention of the hundreds of cultivators. All their attention was focused on the gold armor water crystal ritual array. His mind seemed to follow Gu Hai to face all the demons. One person against 5 or 6,000 fiendish demons? How can that be? Previously, the Great Feng Mafia family managed to kill 20,000 challengers because of the ritual array. However, now, only Gu Hai alone was there. There was no ritual array. Arg! Arg! Demon! You demon! Don't kill me! Arg! A series of miserable cries filled the cultivators' eyes, making them even more confused. What happened in there? At the same time, the 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators also heard the screams. All of them perked up their ears to listen. Elder, save us! Elder, Arg! Gu Hai, don't come over! Don't come over! Arg! Gu Hai is charging over! Quickly run! Quickly run! Arg! No! Don't! Arg! Chaotic shouts rang out, followed by a final scream of despair. Then, there was silence. Was this the despair of being killed? 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators fled miserably after being chased by Gu Hai. The expressions of the elders in the valley changed. Did something happen? The elders' expressions sank. A portion of the spirit-assimilated cultivators leaped out of the valley and landed on a mountain peak at the side, looking into the distance. Indeed, Gu Hai was chasing 3 spirit-assimilated cultivators in the distance. There are only 3 left. It's Gu Hai. Don't let him escape. Capture him. The elders immediately shouted while glaring. Rumble. About 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged over like a flood. Arg! 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 Gu Hai chopped down the 3 fleeing spirit-assimilated cultivators and swallowed them up by the life-ender saber. 2 wounds appeared on Gu Hai's body. However, they healed very quickly. After the life-ender saber swallowed the flesh, it sent back 1,000th of its energy to Gu Hai, helping to heal Gu Hai's injuries. The depleted energy was replenished in the blink of an eye. Kill. Capture Gu Hai. There is something wrong with Gu Hai's saber. Be careful. The 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators charged over like a flood. When Gu Hai looked around, all he saw were fiendish demons. Gu Hai's face sank. He did not feel fear. Only in battle could he become better at fighting. Earlier, when Gu Hai fought 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators, he gained a lot of experience. Run. Xiao Qin had an external cultivation technique. After his veritable energy supported his body's strength, the speed and strength he could erupt with were astonishing. In a group battle, he could not fight blindly. He had to use his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He had to find the weak first. When the strong approached, he could dodge and run. He could not get caught in a stalemate, which would be disadvantageous to him. Running was his greatest advantage. Xiao Qin would kill the weak and leave the strong behind, slowly dealing with them one by one. Kill! Gu Hai shouted as he charged at the 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Oh! To think that Gu Hai dares to charge at him. How can Gu Hai's explosive power be so strong? This is the explosive power of a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Did he kill all 100 sect disciples? Be careful of Gu Hai. The group of elders analyzed Gu Hai's strength. Boom! The closest clash started. When Gu Hai swung his saber, the other party's sword broke. When the saber moved, that spirit-assimilated cultivator was immediately cleaved in half. What a powerful divine weapon! A spirit-assimilated cultivator exclaimed. Before this bone saber, his saber and sword seemed to be useless. He could not even last one move against the bone saber. Kill! As Gu Hai ran, he slashed 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators. That was 5 times more than before. Hence, it was 5 times more dangerous. Gu Hai, eat my sword strike. Suddenly, a huge manifested sword chopped down, and a strong aura charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's pupils constricted as he quickly dodged. Golden Core Realm? Humph. I'll kill you later. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then, he turned and charged in another direction. Don't run. Stand still. That Golden Core Realm cultivator shouted. However, there were too many spirit-assimilated cultivators around. That Golden Core Realm cultivator felt somewhat restrained. Shing. Arg. My arm. Arg. Demon. Gu Hai, I will not let you off. Arg. Arg. Amid the crowd, Gu Hai slaughtered his way through. Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. Some were from Gu Hai killing them, and some were from the Life Ender Saber swallowing them up. In just a short while, more than a dozen skeletons had appeared. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw the withered bones on the ground, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Hold him back. Gu Hai won't last long. With how frequently he swings his saber manifests and saber chi, he won't last long. A spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. That's right. He won't last long. Arg. He won't last long. Kill. Arg. However, what the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not know was that Gu Hai did not worry about running out of energy. As he killed, the Life Ender Saber replenished his energy. A few more wounds appeared on Gu Hai's body. However, Gu Hai still did not care, continuing to kill with all his might. The more he killed, the fiercer he became. At this moment, the group of fiendish demons turned into sheep, while Gu Hai turned into a demon. Roar. As Gu Hai roared, he continued charging and killing. The Life Ender Saber in his hand repeatedly clashed with the other party. After 3 more wounds appeared on Gu Hai's body, he nailed that Golden Core Realm cultivator to death with one saber strike. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. I already said that I would kill you later. After saying that ferociously, Gu Hai pulled out his saber and immediately charged in another direction. The Golden Core Realm cultivator that was nailed to death earlier only had a pile of withered bones scattered on the ground. Surging black energy accompanied Gu Hai as he charged at the others. Outside, the 20,000 ordinary people and hundreds of cultivators heard the miserable cries from within. The ordinary people cheered. The hundreds of cultivators looked at each other in dismay, revealing horrified expressions. There are already 350 miserable cries. Did Gu Hai kill so many fiendish demons? Isn't he an innate realm cultivator? Back when we came to 9-5 Island, we seemed to be dreaming of snatching Gu Hai's century lifespan immortality peach. The miserable cries from within the ritual array made the cultivators' hearts skip a beat, causing them to gulp continuously. At this moment, the cultivators outside felt terrified. As for the spirit-assimilated cultivators inside, they felt even more terrified. Gu Hai had already killed more than half of the 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Although Gu Hai had many wounds on his body, Gu Hai did not seem tired at all. No, the more he killed, the braver he became. The more Gu Hai killed, the more ferocious he became. Stop eating. Stop eating the flesh of these dead people. Quick, come out together. Come out together. Kill Gu Hai. Quick, quick. The group of elders shouted at the group of devils in the valley. 4,000 or 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators stopped eating and quickly leaped out of the valley, looking into the distance. One person. Just Gu Hai alone, chasing down 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators felt their eyelids twitch. Kill Gu Hai. Be careful of his saber. Be careful of his saber. Attack. Roar. The 4,000 or 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators roared as they charged at Gu Hai at the foot of the mountain. The spirit-assimilated cultivators surged over like a flood. Even though Gu Hai had been prepared for this, his heart still skipped a beat at this scene. However, Gu Hai did not shrink back. Instead, he showed a ferocious expression as he charged forward. Boom! He swung his saber, and a ferocious aura spread out. Ah! The saber immediately chopped down another spirit-assimilated cultivator. Gu Hai charged into the crowd even more ferociously. Demon! 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 Kill! 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 Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai's sinister laughter came from the crowd of demons. CI. CI. Although Gu Hai's wounds tore open, sending boundless pain to his brain, Gu Hai did not seem to fear pain. Perhaps it was because his strong will supported his current goal. No matter how great the pain was, it was nothing. As he ran, he killed. Shao Qin avoided the Golden Core Realm cultivators and ran through the innate realm fiendish demons. Demon! Demon! Kill! 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 Gu Hai's hair was disheveled, looking like a powerful demon. He reaped the lives of ordinary fiendish demons. Chapter 120. Ah! Quickly, kill him! Quickly, kill him! He is running that way. Quick, block him! Ah! 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 Miserable cries reached outside the ritual array. The 20,000 ordinary people clenched their fists and cheered. At this moment, Gu Hai had already become the strongest hero in their hearts. Everyone cheered for Gu Hai. The hundreds of cultivators sucked in cold breaths at this moment. It has only been half a year, and Gu Hai just advanced to the innate realm. There have been close to 2,000 miserable cries already. Did Gu Hai kill them all by himself? That group of fiendish demons' strength increased fivefold. By himself? When the cultivators heard the miserable cries coming from the ritual array, they understood how intense the battle was. If not for Gu Hai alone, the crowd would not have been able to guess the situation inside. However, how could the cultivators not figure it out now? How monstrous was this Gu Hai? 2 hours later, the sounds in the gold armor water crystal ritual array suddenly stopped. It was like the battle had stopped. On a small hill, Gu Hai's body was covered in sword wounds. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. Surging black energy surrounded him as he held the life-ender saber. He showed a ferocious expression, looking like a powerful demon as he stepped on piles of dried bones. Gu Hai looked around coldly as he stood on the ground covered in dried bones. The spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounding Gu Hai suddenly stopped, horror appearing on their faces. Just a moment ago, the group of demons was united. However, they seemed to have reached a critical point. When they discovered that Gu Hai could not be defeated, all the spirit-assimilated cultivators' mentality changed. Half. Gu Hai had already killed half of the spirit-assimilated cultivators. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators looked at the white bones around them, the ferocity in their hearts vanished. All the murderous intent in their hearts crumbled. All of his hopes were dashed in an instant. He cannot be killed. He cannot be killed. His veritable energy is endless. His manifested saber is becoming increasingly ferocious. We cannot stop at all. We are just sending ourselves to our deaths. The spirit-assimilated cultivators looked at Gu Hai in horror. Sometimes, morale was just that mysterious. When morale was high, one's combat strength would soar. When morale was low, one's combat strength would plummet. From this moment on, Gu Hai had overcome the most difficult moment. The most difficult process of fighting to the death was over. Next, it was time to reap the harvest. Run! Help! Boom! The 2,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately scattered. None of them wanted to continue fighting. There was no result at all. No, there was a result. The result was to send themselves to their deaths. When not being afraid of death became being afraid of death. They were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. Even when they were united, they couldn't do anything to Gu Hai. How could they be a match for Gu Hai now? You still want to run? You bunch of demons. Gu Hai glared and charged forward with a ferocious expression. Ah! Don't kill me, ah! Help! Ah! Don't chase me, ah! As the spirit-assimilated cultivators fled, they felt endless horror. At this moment, it was no longer everyone chasing after Gu Hai alone. Instead, it was Gu Hai alone chasing after all the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Ci. A series of saber chi slashed out, and it was like harvesting wheat. Gu Hai kept killing them, and more skeletons were born. More skeletons appeared, and more spirit-assimilated cultivators were killed. The atmosphere of fear intensified. The more panicked the spirit-assimilated cultivators became, the less courage they had to face Gu Hai. He could only flee. Run. The exit is blocked? No, why is it blocked? Quick, open the exit. Oh no, Gu Hai is here, Gu Hai is here, ah! With Gu Hai chasing after them, the spirit-assimilated cultivators could not break through the blocked exit in time. They could only flee in all directions while being slaughtered. The more Gu Hai fought, the braver he became. Now, the pure slaughter was much easier than before. All he had to do was run around the first song sex ritual array. It's over. Quickly, undo the ritual array. How do we undo the ritual array? Only the sect master can undo the ritual array. We can't. Forcefully break it. Let's try. Boom. Boom. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators anxiously attacked the gold armor water crystal ritual array. However, no one could break it. The gold armor water crystal ritual array was the pride of the first song sect in the past. It was the strongest ritual array of the 5 large sects of 9-5 Island. However, today, it was like everyone's grave. They could not break it. Unable to flee, Gu Hai captured them like turtles in a jar. Kill. 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 Gu Hai showed no mercy, killing all the way. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to have forgotten everything, becoming just a killing machine. Kill. 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 More spirit-assimilated cultivators died. Gu Hai did not seem tired at all. Everywhere he went, withered bones littered the ground. After 2 hours, less than 1,000 remained of the 2,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators dwindled, they felt increasingly terrified. No. Don't kill me. What should I do? Sect Master, save me. Primogenitor, save me. The spirit-assimilated cultivators were already frightened out of their wits. They could not flee and could only get continuously slaughtered by Gu Hai. No. Let's gather. Gather again. Ah! Some spirit-assimilated cultivators cried out in horror. Perhaps having more people could bolster their courage. The spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered again. However, Gu Hai had not been afraid when they had the most people and were united as one. How could he be afraid of this cowardly group? It's better if you gather. That saves me the trouble of running around. Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly and charged forward. Boom. After charging into the spirit-assimilated cultivators, Gu Hai immediately started slaughtering them. The black energy grew thicker as more spirit-assimilated cultivators were knocked into the air by Gu Hai's saber. As they fell, they turned into piles of withered bones and fell to the ground. Bam! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out as bones fell. This was the sound of death's bell ringing again and again, filling the spirit-assimilated cultivators with despair. Don't kill me. I won't eat people anymore. I won't eat people anymore. I won't eat people's hearts anymore. I won't eat people's hearts anymore. I won't eat people's flesh anymore. Let me go. I won't eat people anymore. The spirit-assimilated cultivators kept begging for mercy, accompanied by miserable shrieks. The hundreds of cultivators outside showed confused expressions when they heard this. The 20,000 ordinary people did not know what was going on, not knowing Gu Hai's strength. However, the hundreds of cultivators did. From the start of the group of demons chasing after Gu Hai to the group of demons begging for mercy, the cultivators could not take it all in. What happened in there? How did Gu Hai do it? Immediately, no one paid attention to the battle between Venerable Lun Yen and the flood dragon Fu Shui, even though their battle was more ferocious and destructive. However, everyone only paid attention to the ritual array. The miserable shrieks appeared densely packed. Soon, the screams became more and more frequent. Soon, the screams became less and less, less and less. In the end, the formation suddenly fell silent. There were no more miserable shrieks. There was no sound at all. Countless cultivators stuck close to the ritual array, trying to listen in. However, there was no sound from inside. What happened? What's going on inside? The group of cultivators showed anxious expressions. Inside, Gu Hai propped the Life Ender saber on the ground as he panted heavily. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw that the first song sect was in a mess. Withered bones littered the place, making it look like hell in a ghost city. There was also a small mountain of withered bones under Xiao Chen's feet. Ha! First song sect. Gu Hai showed a complicated smile. Not long ago, Gu Hai had never imagined that he would massacre the entire First Song sect one day. Back when he was in the acquired realm, he went around begging for immortal sections. When he faced a major faction like the First Song sect, he found it unreachable. Now, this huge mountain crumbled for him. He massacred all the disciples. Hundreds of wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The most serious wound nearly ripped open his stomach. Fortunately, he had the Life Ender saber. Energy surged into his body, nourishing it and healing his injuries quickly. However, even after consuming so many spirit-assimilated cultivators, his cultivation did not break through. It was not that he did not have enough energy. Instead, he seemed to have reached a critical point. This energy gathered in his body, preventing him from breaking through. As Gu Hai frowned, he stumbled down the dry bone mountain and slowly made his way to the valley from earlier. A pitch-black sphere above the valley absorbed the black energy coming out of the ordinary people's corpses below. What a cruel evil technique! Gu Hai said with a frown. Then, he swung his saber at that black sphere. Dang! The ghost treasure trembled as if a hole appeared in it. Crack! 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 The Life Ender saber's black energy suddenly wrapped around the black sphere. Then, the billions of small skulls wildly consumed the black sphere. It seemed like they enjoyed the strange energy in the black sphere. Crack! 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 The ghost treasure seemed to struggle and even counterattack. However, it had nowhere to run before the Life Ender saber. It could only get surrounded and continuously gnawed away. Rumble. Surging energy surged into Gu Hai's body. Suddenly, Gu Hai felt an unbearable swelling sensation. The energy gathered, but he could not break through. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Crack. Suddenly, the ghost treasure let out a startled cry. The Life Ender saber consumed all its grief and resentment. Then, a crystal ball appeared. Then, it suddenly crumbled into dust and scattered in the wind. Outside the ritual array, the flood dragon's expression suddenly changed. Something happened to the ghost treasure. Roar! The flood dragon roared, kicking up even more berserk waves that surged towards Venerable Lun Yen. Inside the ritual array, Gu Hai felt an unbearable swelling sensation in his body. His face flushed red, and cracks even appeared on some of his scabbed wounds. Blood leaked out. The Life Ender Saber is not perfect. There is too much energy. If I cannot absorb it all, it will be a burden to me, Gu Hai said bitterly, his face flushed red. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to leave, he turned his head to look at the corpses in the valley. Then, he took out a few coffins filled with gunpowder from the compressed space in his authority token and buried them halfway up the mountain. He lit them up. Boom! The two surrounding mountains collapsed, burying all the ordinary people's corpses in the valley. This formed a super grave. Ha! You are all undeserved calamities, eaten by the demons. However, I already helped you kill all the demons. All the demons died under my saber. I'll set up a grave for you. You can rest in peace now. Gu Hai sighed softly. Gu Hai casually did as he was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, it felt like a cool breeze blew towards Gu Hai. Who? That wondrous feeling came again. Gu Hai's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the huge grave. Gu Hai could not see it, but at this moment, 129,600 human souls stood in the huge grave. As they looked at Gu Hai, they all knelt in gratitude. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Gu Hai could not see the human souls at all. However, this vast sensation kept pouring into him. 129,600 portions of beneficence were equivalent to one essence of providence. One essence of providence flowed into Gu Hai's body. That wondrous feeling suddenly stimulated Gu Hai's dantian. Boom! A loud sound rang out around Gu Hai, and a shock wave surged out. The ninth layer of the innate realm? I broke through. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. The swelling sensation from before disappeared. It was inexplicably turned into true essence, helping Gu Hai break through one layer. Gu Hai did not leave. Instead, he looked around in amazement. Although he could not see anything, he could deduce the reason. Providence? Is it providence? I helped these vengeful souls kill the demons, helped them bury their bodies, and received their gratitude. Every gratitude is a portion of beneficence. Am I accumulating beneficence? Accumulating beneficence? It turned out that beneficence was also a part of beneficence. Beneficence could not only be obtained from the living, but also from the dead. Providence? Providence actually has such a wondrous use. Gu Hai sighed. Looking at the huge grave in front of him, Gu Hai bowed slightly to the huge peak. Chapter 121. Providence. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Hai looked at the huge grave for a while more before slowly leaving. Although he still did not understand much, Gu Hai already understood the mysteries of providence. One thought of a person turned into one portion of beneficence. 129,600 portions of beneficence turned into one portion of providence. If I were the emperor and had hundreds of millions of citizens, would my citizens continuously produce providence when they feel grateful to me? Venerable Lun Yen said that providence can establish a sect, a nation, and longevity. As long as my providence is not used up, can I not die? This time, I have to get to the bottom of this. Gu Hai slowly walked to a cave. This was the place that Gao Xianji said locked up Long Wanqing's servants. Boom! With one saber strike, Gu Hai chopped open the door to the cave. Then, he slowly walked in. The night pearls illuminated the cave, so Gu Hai quickly reached the end, which was a huge space. 3 Long Wanqing servants were locked up by a ritual array. Gu Hai. The 3 servants showed complicated expressions. The 3 servants had listened very carefully to the screams from the outside world, and their hearts had been pounding with fear. Having been by Long Wanqing's side, they naturally understood Gu Hai. Not long ago, they had seen him break through to the innate realm. However, now, boom! Boom! Gu Hai struck the ritual array with the Life Ender saber in his hand. The Life Ender saber was incredibly sharp, breaking the ritual array in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, a clear aura came from the three, and the ritual array's energy chains scattered. Ah! The three's figures swayed, and they fell to the ground. Are you alright? Are you all alright? Gu Hai asked. I'm fine. I just don't have the strength. I'll be fine later. The three servants said bitterly. That's good as well. Get up slowly, then. I'll go look for the hall master, Gu Hai said. The three servants nodded. Gu Hai left. The three of them looked at Gu Hai's back with complicated expressions. Gu Hai searched the outside for a moment, and his eyes suddenly narrowed as he cast his gaze toward the exit of the gold armor water crystal array. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and walked over. At this moment, the three servants were much better. They supported each other and slowly walked out of the cave. Slowly, the three servants walked to the entrance of the cave. As they supported each other, they all widened their eyes and gasped. This is... a servant said in shock. Instead, he saw skeletons scattered all over the mountain peaks. Countless skeletons were strewn about, covering the mountains and plains. It was like a sea of bones from hell, looking incomparably terrifying. Hiss! The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air and did not regain their senses for a long time. Outside the gold armor water crystal array, 20,000 people and hundreds of Shouja stared at the formation, but there was no sound from inside the formation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. An explosion. Earlier, the mountain peak collapsed and blocked the exit. That was the explosion. What happened inside? Many Shouja showed puzzled expressions. Flood waters surged everywhere, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The flood dragon and venerable Lun Yen were still fighting. Roar! Old Baldy, you are really hard to deal with, the flood dragon roared furiously. However, venerable Lun Yen pressed his palms together and said coldly, Fu Shui, let me ask you again. What did you do to the hall master? Is she in the first song sect? As venerable Lun Yen spoke, he glanced at the nearby ritual array. He had seen Gu Hai enter. However, he did not know how Gu Hai was doing. Venerable Lun Yen turned his head to look at the flood dragon again. While Venerable Lun Yen and the flood dragon were in a deadlock, a beam of golden light shot over from the south. Song Pingsheng had finally returned with Li Qinghe. The two stood on a golden circle. At this moment, Li Qinghe sat cross-legged with his snake head exposed. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. After all, it had only been a little more than a day. Li Qinghe had not recovered from his injuries yet. As Song Pingsheng stood on the golden circle, his eyelids suddenly raised. Something happened to the first Song sect. Song Pingsheng's expression changed. Li Qinghe immediately opened his eyes. Cough! 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 As Li Qinghe coughed, he stared into the distance. Venerable Lun Yen. So fast. How did he get here so quickly? A flying ship. Venerable Lun Yen has a flying ship, so he is faster than us. Song Pingsheng said seriously. Venerable Lun Yen and Fu Shui. Li Qinghe frowned. It seems like Gu Hai did not come. It does not matter whether he comes or not. He no longer has the 3,000 evil men subordinates and the 28-line pair world ritual array. He is just an innate realm cultivator, Song Pingsheng said coldly. Only Fu Shui and Venerable Lun Yen. Li Qinghe's eyes lit up. We need to keep Venerable Lun Yen here. Since Fu Shui can fight to a deadlock with him, if we make a move. A ruthless look flashed in Song Pingsheng's eyes. Where are the others? Where are your first Song sect disciples? Li Qinghe asked, feeling confused. When he looked around, he did not see any first Song sect disciples coming to help. Where were they? The 20,000-odd ordinary people stared at the exit of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. The exit was blocked, and it was silent. Why are there so many ordinary people? Li Qinghe wondered. Whoosh! However, Song Pingsheng stepped on the golden hoop and quickly flew over with Li Qinghe. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the exit. A strong wind blew, and the 20,000-odd ordinary people fell to the ground in a mess. Song Pingsheng, the first Song sect master. Someone immediately recognized him. Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe turned into a snake-headed demon as well. Ah! The group of cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. When an ordinary innate realm or golden core realm cultivator turned into a snake-headed demon, they could not deal with it. Li Qinghe was from the Yuanying state. Plop! A large number of cultivators jumped into the nearby water in horror, wanting to flee. However, Song Pingsheng showed an anxious expression. He did not care about the cultivators fleeing, as the situation inside the gold armor water crystal ritual array was too strange. Bastard! Are they all dead? Song Pingsheng scolded angrily. As Song Pingsheng shouted, he waved his hand, and a strong suction force rushed to the entrance of the ritual array. Rumble! The suction force quickly sucked in shattered rocks. Dust and smoke immediately rose. Rumbles rang out endlessly. On the other side, Venerable Lun Yen and the Flood Dragon also discovered this scene. Ha 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 ha! Old Baldy Lun Yen, Song Pingsheng is back. Li Qinghe is back as well. Can you still subdue demons? The Flood Dragon roared. Venerable Lun Yen's eyes turned cold. Then, he pinched the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand and flicked them at the sky. Suddenly, a Buddhist prayer bead flew out of the string of Buddhist prayer beads and soared into the sky. It turned into a gigantic sphere the size of a star, growing increasingly larger as it charged into the churning dark clouds. Boom! The Buddhist beads collided with the dark clouds. With a loud boom, the sky was filled with lightning, and the dark clouds were blown away. Huh! The Flood Dragon's expression changed. You did not use your full power earlier. Venerable Lun Yen revealed a cold smile. Fu Shui, I gave you a chance. Now, tell me, what happened to the Hall Master? Rumble. In the distance, Song Pingsheng sucked in countless shattered rocks, sending dust and smoke everywhere. It didn't take long for the exit to be cleared. Where are they? Are they all dead? Song Pingsheng scolded while glaring. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Gu Hai stepped out, everyone stared at him. Even Venerable Lun Yen, who was fighting in the distance, looked over curiously. At this moment, Gu Hai's clothes were in tatters. Hundreds of wounds covered his body, making him look extremely ferocious. He held a slender bone saber in his hand as he looked coldly at the sky. Gu Hai. Li Qinghe's expression changed. Where are my first Song sect disciples? Song Pingsheng asked while glaring. How can it be Gu Hai? How did he come out? They are all dead. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. What? Song Pingsheng goggled. Gu Hai turned his head and looked in Venerable Lun Yen's direction. Then, he demanded sternly, Venerable Lun Yen, are you trying to test my strength, or do you want something else? Right now, the Hall Master's fate is unknown. Instead of searching for her, you are competing with me, a division master who just entered the hall. What is the meaning of this? Before the Hall Master's mother died, she asked you to protect her. Is this how you protect her? The Hall Master is in trouble all because of your sudden lapse in defense. Do you still have the energy to deal with the Flood Dragon? Huh? Nearly everyone's expression changed. Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yen had an internal conflict. Song Pingsheng and Li Qinghe looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The Flood Dragon's face sank. Venerable Lun Yen also raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen coldly and said, Venerable Lun Yen, there is no need to look at me like that. Am I wrong? Aren't you the one who neglected your duty? You keep mentioning the Hall Master's maternal grandfather. I don't know who he is, but I believe that he let her go because he knew that you were by her side. You guessed that they would not target her. However, what if something happened to her? How are you going to account to the Hall Master's maternal grandfather? Venerable Lun Yen's expression turned uncertain. There is no need to probe me. I killed all 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. Now, it is up to you. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Li Qinghe exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Song Pingsheng exclaimed. How could Gu Hai kill so many spirit-assimilated cultivators alone? He no longer had 3,000 subordinates. With every incense stick's worth of time, the Hall Master will be in more danger. With every breath, the chances of her dying will increase. Venerable Lun Yen. Gu Hai said coldly. Venerable Lun Yen's expression turned unsightly. Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen suddenly shot out the remaining 17 Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Boom! The 17 Buddhist prayer beads scattered, surging towards the flood dragon, Song Pingsheng, and Li Qinghe. Oh no! Song Pingsheng's expression changed, as 10 Buddhist prayer beads flew in his direction. When the Buddhist prayer beads flew out, they suddenly enlarged, looking like 10 meteors shooting over. Subduing dragon. Song Pingsheng extended his hand and sent out the golden hoop under his feet. Buzz! The golden hoop released a dazzling golden light as it immediately charged over. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and an overwhelming storm appeared in the air, sweeping through the surroundings. The seawater soared into the air and turned into a tsunami. Blarg! Song Pingsheng vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately moved back. The golden hoop also got knocked back. Li Qinghe also received a Buddhist prayer bead. It smashed over like a falling star. Break! Li Qinghe struck with both palms. Boom! Li Qinghe's hands exploded. The Buddhist prayer bead's force did not diminish as it continued to charge at Li Qinghe. No! Li Qinghe cried out in alarm. Boom! Li Qinghe's body exploded with a loud bang. Gu Hai's face twitched. Although he had long guessed that Venerable Lun Yen's Buddhist prayer beads were incredible, he did not expect them to be so exaggerated. Even if Li Qinghe was severely injured, he was still from the Yuanying state. To think that the Buddhist prayer beads could match the impact of Gu Hai's ritual erase halberd. 1 prayer bead for 1 Yuanying state. Li Qinghe died? No. What Gu Hai saw was a beam of golden light shooting out from where Li Qinghe's body exploded, heading straight for his still intact head. Li Qinghe's body exploded, but his head remained intact. He showed a horrified expression. Li Qinghe's head fell to the ground. Then, he stuck close to the ground and quickly fled. Playing dead? Fleeing? The surrounding Buddhist prayer beads surged towards Song Pingsheng and the flood dragon again. It seemed like they did not notice Li Qinghe's head fleeing. Where do you think you are going? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he quickly gave chase. Li Qinghe's head did not dare to fly high, fearing that Venerable Lun Yen would discover it. So, he could only stick close to the ground. Plop! The snake-haired head dove into the water. Plop! Gu Hai jumped into the water and gave chase. Chapter 122. Plop! Gu Hai jumped into the water and chased after Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. On the other side, Venerable Lun Yen seemed to have been angered by Gu Hai. He stopped fooling around and turned serious. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads circled Venerable Lun Yen like 18 stars. The dragon fixing hoop. Ha ha ha! Song Pingsheng, you are really scheming, the flood dragon roared while glaring at Song Pingsheng. Dang! 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 Song Pingsheng used the golden hoop in his hand to block the attacks of the Buddhist prayer beads. Fu Shui, now is not the time to argue. Let's take down that old baldy first. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. Humph. Song Pingsheng, I was wondering why you were so generous, letting me refine the first Song sect disciples. I was wondering why you were so generous. So, this is what you were waiting for. You were waiting for me to grab the dragon vein before using this dragon fixing hoop to deal with me, the flood dragon roared. It's not what you think. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. It's not what I think. The dragon fixing hoop. It comes from the innate puzzle world. It is one of the treasures that old man Guanqi refined in the past. It is specifically used to suppress us quasi-dragons, specifically targeting us. Good. 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 Song Pingsheng, you are really shrewd, the flood dragon said anxiously. What is there to argue about whether I am targeting you or not? Let's take down this old baldy first. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Song Pingsheng roared anxiously. Humph. The flood dragon snorted coldly as it turned its head to look at Venerable Lun Yen again. Boundless sea, surging 10,000 rivers, the flood dragon shouted. Boom. All the water soared into the sky, crashing towards Venerable Lun Yen. 9-star pearl alignment. Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand and pressed down. Rumble. Suddenly, 9 Buddhist prayer beads descended from the sky like 9 stars, pressing down on the flood dragon. When the water crashed into the 9 Buddhist prayer beads, it exploded. What? The flood dragon's expression changed. Rumble. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads pressed down on the flood dragon. Roar. Under the immense pressure, the flood dragon instantly immobilized. Old Baldy, what kind of treasure is this? What are you doing? The flood dragon roared in shock. At this moment, the flood dragon was being pressed down by the Buddhist beads. It was as if it would be crushed by the Buddhist beads as soon as it gave in. Even it could not withstand such a powerful force for a while. When the flood dragon's expression changed drastically, Venerable Lun Yen ignored it. Instead, he controlled the remaining Buddhist prayer beads to press down on the dragon fixing hoop. Boom! The dragon fixing hoop released a shield that was like a huge shield and blocked the Buddhist prayer beads. However, Song Pingsheng, who was controlling the dragon fixing hoop from behind, was pale. She looked like she could not hold on any longer. The dragon fixing hoop truly lives up to being a treasure that old man Guanqi refined. Unfortunately, you still cannot completely refine it. This gold armor water crystal ritual array came from the dragon fixing hoop, right? Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. How did you know? Song Pingsheng asked in surprise. How would I know? In the past, there were records of old man Guanqi using this dragon fixing hoop to create a golden armor ritual array with extraordinary might. It is very similar to your golden armor water ritual array. However, it seems like you cannot use it, Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. As he spoke, he pressed down with his hand. Pooh! Song Pingsheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Venerable Lun Yen, when possible, one should be lenient. This was all Fu Shui's doing. Song Pingsheng cried out in pain. Where is the hall master? Did you hurt the hall master? Venerable Lun Yen asked coldly. No, how would we dare? We wouldn't dare. Hall master's grandfather should know that even if we obtained 10 dragon veins, we would only be courting death. We wouldn't dare to harm hall master at all. We really didn't. Not a single hair was harmed. Song Pingsheng immediately cried out. Humph! I believe that you would not dare to hurt the hall master. However, even so, you are very bold. Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. 20 years ago, the old hall master had already found the dragon vein, and seemed to have obtained something. We asked Long Wanqing, but Long Wanqing didn't say anything. We didn't dare to deal with him, we only dealt with her servants, and those servants didn't die, no, really. Song Pingsheng cried out anxiously. Just at this moment, 3 figures slowly staggered out of the gold armor water crystal ritual array's entrance. They were Long Wanqing's 3 servants. Look! Look! They are still alive. They are still alive. Song Pingsheng cried out anxiously. Venerable, you finally returned. The 3 servants bowed to Venerable Lu Yen from a distance. Where is the Hall Master? I don't know. She does not seem to be in the first Song sect, the 3 servants replied anxiously. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Yen turned his head to look at Song Pingsheng with a cold expression. Where is the Hall Master? Venerable Lu Yen asked coldly. Venerable Lu Yen, we really did not dare to harm the Hall Master. We handed the Hall Master over to Division Master Ding. We handed her over to Division Master Ding. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. Elite Hall's Division Master Ding Rui? Venerable Lu Yen raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, we'll hand it over to Ding Rui. This way, it will be Class 1 Hall's internal problem, and it will have nothing to do with us. We didn't hurt the Hall Master. At most, we'll just capture these 3 servants. At most, the Hall Master's grandfather won't pursue the matter because of these 3 servants. He definitely won't. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. Ha 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 ha. Song Pingsheng, you are really scheming. Do you think that no one will come looking for you just because of this? Humph. Venerable Lu Yen snorted coldly. Ding Rui also knows. She knows what we want to do. She did not object. We listened to Ding Rui. Song Pingsheng shouted anxiously. Ding Rui? Venerable Lu Yen's expression changed. Ding Rui? Is she going against her superiors? Is she rebelling? The 3 servants in the distance exclaimed in shock. Venerable Lu Yen's expression turned cold as he turned his head. Song Pingsheng, where is Ding Rui now? I. Song Pingsheng seemed to know that he had gotten himself into big trouble. He said anxiously, Venerable, if I tell you, will it be considered redeeming myself? Speak. Venerable Lu Yen shouted while glaring. At this moment, Venerable Lu Yen confirmed that the situation was already out of his control. It was as Gu Hai said. There was a what if. If the Flood Dragon and Song Pingsheng had captured Ding Rui, Venerable Lu Yen would not have been so worried. After all, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather was too terrifying. However, now, it was Ding Rui. Was there an internal problem in Elite Hall? Ding Rui knew a lot about Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather. Even so, she still dared to make a move on Long Wanqing. There had to be a huge whirlpool behind this, a whirlpool that Ding Rui could not care less about. Perhaps this whirlpool was the one that caused Long Wanqing's mother's death back then. Long Wanqing is in danger. Speak. Where is Ding Rui? Venerable Lu Yen shouted while glaring. I'll speak. She's. Song Pingsheng was about to speak while trembling in fear. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came from afar. Suddenly, a golden rainbow rushed over from afar, and arrived in front of them in an instant. Huh! Venerable Lu Yen's expression changed as he turned his head to look. That was a golden arrow. Even though it was very far away, it arrived before Venerable Lu Yen in an instant. No! Venerable Lu Yen's expression changed drastically as he tried to stop the arrow. However, the golden arrow was too fast. It instantly passed by Venerable Lu Yen and headed for Song Pingsheng. The golden arrow pierced through the range of the 9 Buddhist prayer beads and headed for the dragon fixing hoop. The dragon fixing hoop's radiating golden light barrier could not block the golden arrow at all. The golden arrow instantly broke through the barrier and entered the dragon fixing hoop center. No! Song Pingsheng cried out in alarm. Boom! The golden arrow blasted Song Pingsheng away. His body shattered, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. The golden arrow crashed into the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Boom! Countless cracks instantly appeared in the gold armor water crystal ritual array, looking like it would shatter at any moment. When the golden arrow stabbed into the ritual array, it gave off a soft buzzing sound as it trembled. Boom! The 9 Buddhist prayer beads fell into the water. Roar! On the other side, the flood dragon roared. Then, it seemed to use all its strength to knock away the other 9 Buddhist prayer beads. Boom! The flood dragon shot off in another direction. Evil beast! Stop right there! Venerable Lun Yen shouted in shock and anger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying ship in the distance quickly approached. It was the Shinji Battalion's ship. The Shinji Battalion's commander, Li Haoran, stood at the bow of the flying ship, holding a bow. Clearly, he was the one who shot Song Pingsheng earlier. Venerable Lun Yen, I just came from the Clear River sect. The Clear River sect was razed to the ground. Did something happen? Where is Long Wanqing? Li Haoran frowned. Clack! Venerable Lun Yen grabbed the dragon fixing hoop with his right hand. Then, he turned his head and looked coldly at Li Haoran. Li Haoran, you, humph! Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen grabbed the shrunken 18 Buddhist prayer beads with his left hand and quickly chased after the flood dragon. Long Wanqing was missing. Venerable Lun Yen needed to know where Ding Rui was. Li Haoran. Did he do that on purpose earlier? Boom! In the blink of an eye, Venerable Lun Yen arrived at the horizon. As he chased after the flood dragon, he summoned a flying ship with a flip of his hand. Then, he boarded the flying ship and moved even faster. As the flood dragon entered the river, Venerable Lun Yen grew increasingly nervous. As Li Haoran watched Venerable Lun Yen chase after the flood dragon, he revealed a cold smile. Battalion Commander, Ding Rui's news is really timely. We were so close, a subordinate at the side whispered. Li Haoran nodded. Gu Hai chased after Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. After passing through the water, the snake-haired head quickly entered the forest. Where do you think you are going? Gu Hai gave chase. Crack! 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 The countless snake-haired heads suddenly elongated and spat out streams of venom. Chop! The Life Ender saber chopped down, and surging black energy accompanied it. Boom! The small skulls in the black energy swallowed up the surging venom in the blink of an eye. The expression of Li Qinghe's snake-haired head suddenly changed. Bang! The snake-haired head turned around, no longer dealing with Gu Hai. Instead, it continued fleeing into the forest. Gu Hai, you are not done yet. If not for me, would you be where you are today? The snake-haired head roared as it flew in front. I am where I am today because of Long Wanqing. However, you contributed in the end. Originally, even if you turned into this demonic body, I would not target you. However, you wanted to kill me in the Clear River sect. Isn't that so? If not for the ritual array protecting me, I would have died long ago. Furthermore, as long as you are alive, my 3,000 subordinates will remain as rocks, Gu Hai snorted coldly as he continued the chase. At this moment, Li Qinghe no longer had a body. It seemed like he did not have much energy left. Hence, he could not fly very fast or high. Gu Hai could barely catch up with him at full power. One head and one human, one in front and one behind, rushed through the forest. Chapter 123. Outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array, as Venerable Lun Yen chased after the flood dragon, Li Haoran stood at the bow of the flying ship and looked coldly at the vast sea below. Greetings, Shinji Battalion Commander. The three servants of Long Wanqing in the distance bowed slightly. When Li Haoran saw the three, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What happened here earlier?" The three servants exchanged glances but did not explain. At this moment, the 20,000 ordinary people looked at this flying ship in shock. Some of the cultivators who had just jumped into the water climbed ashore and looked at the Shinji battalion's flying ship. "Go and ask." Li Haoran ordered indifferently. "Yes." Whoosh! A group of Shinji battalion disciples immediately jumped off the flying ship and captured a few cultivators in the blink of an eye. Then, they started interrogating them on the flying ship. Li Haoran looked around and waited quietly. Soon, he gathered all the information from earlier. "Huh! It's Gu Hai again," Li Haoran said with a sullen expression. Since the innate puzzle world, Li Haoran had heard of Gu Hai's name. Innate realm? He had stirred up trouble time and time again. First, it was the innate puzzle world, where he suppressed 100,000 cultivators with his innate realm cultivation. Although Li Haoran had killed the 9th young master of that time with one arrow, he felt like he had picked up someone else's ideas. Then, it was the Great Feng Mafia family. Li Haoran's arrow determined the situation, killing the East Sea Pirate King, Luo Tiange. However, before that, Gu Hai had killed 20,000 cultivators and defeated Luo Tiange. Gu Hai was even more ferocious than Li Haoran. After learning the result, Li Haoran felt like he had picked up someone else's ideas. How unpleasant. Although Li Haoran killed Song Pingsheng here, why did he feel like he had picked up someone else's ideas? "Find Gu Hai for me," Li Haoran ordered coldly. "Yes." The group of Shinji battalion disciples quickly jumped off the flying ship and searched the surroundings. On the other side, 2 Shinji battalion disciples arrived at the edge of the gold armor water crystal ritual array and pulled out the golden arrows. Crack! 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 As the arrows were pulled out, more cracks appeared on the gold armor water crystal ritual array. This ritual array, which was said to be able to block 100 Yuanying state, actually shattered by one arrow. Bang! The long arrow was pulled out with a loud bang. Boom! The gold armor water crystal ritual array suddenly shattered, shattering into countless shards and revealing the interior of the first Song sect. Walala! The surrounding water was pouring into some of the valleys. Ah! Skeleton! Skeleton! This is... No corpses, only skeletons. Countless people cried out in alarm. The crowd of Xiuzhe was also horrified. There were skeletons everywhere. Were these spirit-assimilated cultivators? Where's the meat? Where is their flesh and blood? It was all Gu Hai's doing. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. A great sense of horror rushed into everyone's mind. What happened before? Didn't Gu Hai kill all the first Song sect disciples? How did they turn into bones? The commoners were horrified. When the spectating cultivators recalled that they were preparing to snatch Gu Hai's immortality peach, they were also horrified. The faces of the Shinji battalion disciples all changed. Even Li Haoran's face twitched at the sight of the skeletons that covered the entire mountain range. Li Haoran had killed countless people. However, he had never left behind such a horrifying scene. Gu Hai. This is the work of the fiendish demons. Li Haoran said coldly. Battalion Commander Li, please be careful with your words. You did not personally see what happened. After all, Gu Hai killed all the fiendish demons and saved all of us, a Long Wanqing servant nearby said. Although Li Haoran felt shocked earlier, he had to thank Gu Hai for his great kindness. If not for Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yen would not have returned. If not for Gu Hai, Li Haoran would not have been saved either. Hence, when Li Haoran slandered Gu Hai, that servant immediately spoke up for Gu Hai. Humph! Li Haoran snorted coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Venerable Lun Yen flew back on his flying ship. Venerable Lun Yan, did you catch that flood dragon? Li Haoran turned his head and asked. Li Haoran, why did you kill Song Pingsheng? Venerable Lun Yan demanded while glaring. Venerable, what is the meaning of this? I saw that you were fighting 1 against 2, so I was just helping you, Li Haoran said sullenly. Venerable Lun Yan stared at Li Haoran, his eyes turning increasingly sullen. However, given Venerable Lun Yan's shrewdness, he did not pursue this matter. Humph. Venerable Lun Yan snorted coldly and ignored Li Haoran. Then, he flew to the 3 servants. In a valley, look at my eyes. Li Qinghe's head suddenly shouted. Buzz. Li Qinghe's eyes suddenly released a large amount of red light at Gu Hai. Gu Hai immediately turned his head and swung his saber. Boom. Surging black energy surged towards Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe's head quickly flew off. Gu Hai, you don't even dare to look at me. If you don't dare to look at me, how are you going to catch me? Li Qinghe shouted. It is already the 5th day. Although I have not been able to catch you, your strength is diminishing. You are also slowing down. You can't even fly high. How much longer can you flee? Gu Hai said coldly with his back to Li Qinghe. CI. CI. The Life-Ender saber quickly danced behind Gu Hai, sending out strands of saber chi in all directions. You don't even dare to look at me, and you still want to kill me? Gu Hai, let's see who dies today, you or me. Li Qinghe said coldly. Ka. 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 Suddenly, a large number of snake heads shot out, forming a large net that enveloped Gu Hai. At the same time, the snake heads guarded against the Life-Ender saber. More accurately, all the snake heads stared at the Life-Ender saber. A red light shot out of Li Qinghe's eyes, blocking Gu Hai's gaze. Boom! The thousands of snake heads charged over, all of them guarding against the Life-Ender saber. They opened their mouths to bite Gu Hai. However, this time, the Life-Ender saber did not attack randomly. It seemed like it had stopped moving. Gu Hai, die! Li Qinghe roared. Xing! Suddenly, a sword chi pierced through Li Qinghe's head. Ka! 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 The thousands of snake heads suddenly paused and looked at Gu Hai in horror. The Life-Ender saber did not attack. How could a sword chi pierce through my head? All the snake heads were staring at the Life-Ender saber in my right hand. Did you not notice that a sword suddenly appeared in my left hand? Gu Hai said coldly with his back to Li Qinghe. How did you know where I was? Li Qinghe's eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, a beam of light shot over. Li Qinghe saw that aside from the Life-Ender saber, Gu Hai was also holding a mirror in his right hand. The mirror reflected the image of Li Qinghe's head. Mirror? No. No. Li Qinghe closed his eyes in despair. At the same time, in the Gu residence, Shangguan Hen was guarding the 3,000 stone statues. Suddenly, the 3,000 stone statues trembled. Buzz! The 3,000 stone statues quickly faded. Slowly, they turned from gray to their original state. Huff! 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 The 3,000 evil men recovered. As they did so, everyone panted heavily. Clearly, being stone statues was not a good experience. What's wrong with me? Where are we? What happened? Eyes. Right, Li Qinghe's eyes. The evil men immediately started making a racket. It's done. Shangguan Hen shouted. Legate Shangguan. What happened? Where are we? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. This is Milord's residence. Since everyone can recover, it means that Milord has already killed Li Qinghe. Shangguan Hen smiled. Oh. Everyone felt shocked. Back in the valley, Gu Hai put away his sword. Li Qinghe's head looked the same as before. However, there was a bloody hole in his forehead. Gu Hai waited for a long time before picking up Li Qinghe's snake-haired head in the mirror. Buzz! A golden light slowly came out of Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. This was the golden light that entered Li Qinghe's head when his body exploded earlier. The golden light was not a random object. However, it looked like a golden baby. It should be Li Qinghe's childhood appearance. You are still alive. Gu Hai glared as he picked up the life-ender saber. Only a faint film of light remained of that golden baby. When it turned its head to look at Gu Hai, it showed a bitter expression. This is my Yuanying, a part of my physical soul. However, it is useless. My 3 spiritual souls have already scattered. My physical soul has nowhere to hide and is about to scatter. The golden baby said bitterly. Yuanying. The Yuanying state. You are a Yuanying. Gu Hai glared at the baby. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 spiritual souls are heaven, earth, and man. The physical soul is actually the physical body. The stronger one is, the stronger the physical soul. When we reach the Yuanying state, we will be able to form a physical body. This is my current appearance, the Yuanying. The golden baby said bitterly. You are Li Qinghe? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The Yuanying showed a hint of bitterness. Yes, the physical soul is the source of power. Previously, my head was still there and my 3 spiritual souls were still there. The physical soul entered my head and provided me with an endless amount of power. That was why I was able to escape so far. However, you kept chasing after me. After 5 days, the physical soul was almost at its limit. When you scattered my 3 spiritual souls, I also scattered. This is good, this is good. The human soul was eaten by Fu Shui, the heavenly soul returned to heaven, and the earthly soul can go to the netherworld to be reincarnated. As it spoke, the Yuanying became fainter and fainter, as if it was about to disappear. Gu Hai, thank you. The Yuanying suddenly smiled bitterly. You don't have to thank me. Gu Hai said with a frown. I didn't want to become like this. I didn't want to, but there was no turning back. Sigh, this is good, the Yuanying said bitterly. Buzz. All of a sudden, the nascent soul dispersed into a golden mist and disappeared into thin air. Gu Hai was silent for a long time. 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The physical soul is the physical body. When we reach the Yuanying state, the Yuanying will be the physical form of the physical soul. Is it the source of power? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. In the Dantian, the vital core was condensed. The vital core was one's own power. In the future, the vital core would condense into the physical form of the Yuanying. Li Qinghe had died. At least he had come to his senses in the end. With a slight sigh, Gu Hai grabbed Li Qinghe's head. Suddenly, Gu Hai's expression changed. Slowly, he used his hand to activate the snake-haired head. Immediately, the blood vessels and meridians in the snake-haired head were sealed. Gu Hai looked into the distance and saw a poisonous snake slithering over. Gu Hai poured his vital core into the snake-haired head. Buzz! The snake-haired head's eyes trembled under the activation of the vital core, and a red light emerged from its eyes. Hiss, 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 hiss. When the poisonous snake saw the red light, it suddenly trembled and turned into a stone statue. Is it really working? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He tested it with his vital core. There seemed to be a strange energy in the snake-haired head, which was the key to releasing the red light. Just now, he had used up a quarter of it. This snake-haired head can be used 3 times. Petrified? He reached out and carefully put the snake-haired head into the small space of the token. Perhaps it would be of great use in the future. Chapter 124. After chasing for 5 days and 5 nights, Shaoqin killed Li Qinghe. Gu Hai stabbed the life-ender saber into his skin, turning it into a rib. Then, he found a small stream to wash his body and change his clothes. Then, he started looking around. Shaoqin did not know where he was. After another day, Gu Hai found a city. This is the Jin nation. It is in the same mundane world as my Gu residence. This is in the southwest. Gu Hai frowned as he entered the city. Back then, Gu Hai was the richest man in the 6 nations. This Jin nation was one of the 6 nations. Gu Hai quickly found his shop. Master! Master, you have become younger. When this insignificant one followed Master in the past, Master looked like this, an old shopkeeper said excitedly as he bowed to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the old shopkeeper and sighed softly. Don't worry. You will become younger as well. Yes, yes. Thank you, Master. As long as I can follow Master, this insignificant one is willing to do anything. However, this insignificant one has been in charge of the Jin nation for the past few years and has not seen Master for a long time, the old shopkeeper said happily. Right. By the way, Master, many immortals came some time ago. They wanted to find Master's location like crazy. However, things are much better now. They seem to have stopped looking for Master. However, recently, they said that they are going to the dragon pinning sect. I wonder what they are going to do, the old shopkeeper said. Oh. The dragon pinning sect. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The dragon pinning sect was one of the 5 great sects of 9-5 Island. However, what Gu Hai remembered the most was not the dragon pinning sect but Montez's memories. Back then, when Gu Hai watched the imprisoned Montez's memories with Ding Rui and Song Pingsheng, he mentioned that Long Wanqing's mother and Montez had discovered a dragon vein in the dragon pinning sect 20 years ago. After that, Ding Rui left the Great Feng Mafia family in a hurry. She probably went to the dragon pinning sect. Dragon pinning sect. Master, our Jin nation seems to be a vassal of the dragon pinning sect. The old shopkeeper reported. Dragon pinning sect. Dragon vein. Ding Rui. Gu Hai frowned and fell into deep thought. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. The old shopkeeper stood respectfully at the side, waiting quietly. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai said seriously, since all the cultivators are heading to the dragon pinning sect, I will go and take a look as well. I'm not going back for the time being. Ah. Yes. The old shopkeeper nodded. Prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I want to write a letter to all the 5 nations' shopkeepers. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The old shopkeeper's expression changed as he replied. All the great shopkeepers of the 5 nations? Gu Hai was the richest man in the 6 nations. After the Great Song nation was destroyed, only 5 nations remained. Each of these managers was the person with the greatest authority in the Gu residence's affairs in their nation. It was just like how Gu Han was in charge of the Great Song nation in the past. Although the old shopkeeper in front of him was highly respected and was in charge of the Jin kingdom, he was not the biggest shopkeeper in the Jin kingdom. Since he had written a letter to the managers of the 5 nations at the same time, he naturally had a huge matter to discuss. Not daring to delay, the old shopkeeper personally ground the inkstone for Gu Hai. Gu Hai pondered for a moment and began to write letters one by one. You can read them, but remember to keep them a secret. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. The old shopkeeper said respectfully. As Gu Hai wrote a letter, the old shopkeeper tilted his head to read the letter while grinding the inkstone. When the old shopkeeper saw the words on the letter, his eyelids twitched wildly. Then, he became so excited that his face flushed red. Master! Master, you want to rule the world, the old shopkeeper said excitedly, feeling somewhat stifled. Huh? Gu Hai frowned and looked over. The old shopkeeper immediately suppressed his excitement. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "Yes, this lowly one did not see anything." "I did not see anything." "Work properly. Not only do you have to rule the mundane world with me, but you also have to rule the cultivation world together." "So what if they are immortals?" "In the future, immortals will just be minor officials under you," Gu Hai said with confidence flashing in his eyes. "Yes," the old shopkeeper answered. "Send these letters to the various shopkeepers according to my Gu residence's method of communication. Send my words. Don't worry about spending money. As long as you do this well, it will be fine even if you spend all your money," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes," the old shopkeeper answered. "Send these letters to my Gu residence. You have to hand them to Guqin. This matter is of utmost importance. You cannot make any mistakes," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes, Master, don't worry. I will get my eldest son to personally deliver first young master's letters to him. If there is a mistake, he will bring his head to me," the old shopkeeper said with a solemn expression. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai rested for a day in the Jin nation and bought a large number of items. Then, he set off for the dragon pinning sect. 8 days later, Gu residence, Hulao Pass, news from the First Song sect arrived. Gu Hai massacred the entire First Song sect alone. When the countless cultivators heard this, they felt a chill in their hearts. "Alone? Senior brother, are you joking? Who's joking with you? I was there at that time. That was too savage." Gu Hai. Then, why are we still here? Are we still going to snatch the immortality peaches?" Scram! The Gu residence was in an uproar as countless cultivators discussed the First Song sect battle. Many of the cultivators who had not seen the scene of withered bones mustered their courage to head to the First Song sect to take a look. However, no one who returned from the First Song sect wanted to return. It was too horrifying. Inside the 28-line pair world ritual array, Guqin gathered the 4 legates in a large hall. A middle-aged man stood before them. "First young master, this is the letter my father asked me to send. I left in a hurry, so the old master did not say anything to me," the middle-aged man said respectfully. Guqin nodded and waved his hand, dismissing the middle-aged man. Now, only Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shen Guanhen remained in the large hall. "Legates, these are the letters my father sent to you. Of course, there is also my letter. Take a look first," Guqin said seriously. The 4 legates received the letters with doubts. After reading them carefully, they raised their eyebrows. "Milord, are you trying to unify the mundane world?" Scar asked, feeling confused. 9-5 Island is one of the 5 large sections. Now, the Great Feng Mafia family, the Clear River sect, and the First Song sect have all been removed. Indeed, it is time for a reshuffle. However, Chen Tianshan said with a frown. "However what?" Guqin looked at Chen Tianshan. "So what if we unify 9-5 Island? How can we compare to Elite Hall?" Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. "Legate Chen, there is no need to question my father's thoughts. I believe that my father is not thinking as much as Legate Chen," Guqin said seriously. Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned before nodding. "What we need to do now is carry out my father's words in his letter," Guqin said seriously. The 4 legates nodded. "Legate Chen, my father said in his letter that he will leave the Chen nation to you to persuade. My father has promised that Chen Liangyi's title of Baron will be hereditary. Quickly complete the handover of the Chen nation to my Gu clan. Do you have a problem with that?" Guqin said solemnly. Chen Tianshan nodded and said, "Of course, there is no problem. Without the Clear River sect's support, the Chen nation will be subdued by other sects in the future even if it does not submit to the Gu residence today. I'll go and persuade Chen Liangyi." Gu Qin nodded. Legate Chen, your mission is more important. Aside from persuading Chen Liangyi, your Earth Division is also in charge of recruiting cultivators from all over. Join my Gu residence. Gu Qin said solemnly. Recruiting cultivators from all over? I know that it will be difficult. However, my father said that many of the Thousand Islands Sea's loose cultivators have gathered on 9-5 Island. You can give it a try. It would be best if you could recruit them. Even if you could not, it would be fine, Gu Qin said solemnly. All right. Chen Tianshan nodded. Legate Gao, my father said in his letter that he wants you to be the Gu Residence's great general and lead the troops from all over to prepare for war against the four nations. Gu Qin said solemnly. All right. Gao Xianji answered without hesitation. Don't worry. My Gu residence has deep roots in the 5 nations. However, my father has always been unwilling to fight for supremacy. Now, with my father's order, my Gu residence's strength will definitely surpass your imagination. It should not be difficult to suppress the 4 nations. Gu Qin said with a smile. Gao Xianji nodded with a complicated expression. How ignorant was the great Song nation back then? To think that they dared to clash with the Gu residence. My father said in his letter that the main purpose of unifying this region is to train soldiers. Lord Gao, we need to do our best to unearth some talents. Gu Qin said solemnly. All right. Gao Xianji nodded. My father has been stockpiling talents since a long time ago. Some of the shopkeepers in the 4 directions, as well as some of the talents that we have gathered, will slowly be handed over to the various city managers. Department Head Dao Ba, my father wants you to be in charge of the safety of these people during the handover. Protect them carefully. Don't worry about that. Scar nodded. Legate Shangguan, my father's instructions for you are to lead the Yellow Legion to receive my father. Gu Qin said solemnly. We will set off immediately. Shangguan Hen nodded. Legate Shangguan, there is no rush. I will immediately prepare the customs clearance documents for you. Furthermore, I will send letters everywhere. As long as it's someone from the Gu residence's businesses, they will do their best to assist you. Gu Qin said solemnly. All right. Shangguan Hen nodded. The short meeting ended. The 3,000 evil men and the Gu residence's businesses started bustling. Many of the Gu residence's old managers were shrewd people. When Gu Qin gave out the orders, they suddenly smelled something unusual. They seemed to have guessed something, and all of them became excited. They started making all the arrangements with great enthusiasm. 3 days later, at the Chen Royal Palace, Chen Liangyi sat before Chen Tianshan. Great-grandfather, this is Gu Hai's intention. Chen Liangyi's expression changed. Chen Liangyi, don't make a mistake at this moment. Without the Gu residence's support, the Qin nation's destruction is imminent. Milord already promised to give you a hereditary title of Baron. Are you still unaware? Chen Tianshan said seriously. No, that is not what I am worried about. This Qin nation was founded by Gu Hai, no, milord. Back then, the nation was on the verge of destruction. Although I am somewhat reluctant, I understand the situation. However, I am worried that some people will not be willing. Chen Liangyi smiled bitterly. Oh. My Qin nation also has a group of deeply rooted aristocrats. I am worried that they will retaliate. Chen Liangyi explained. There is nothing to worry about. Just be in charge of the handover. As for those aristocrats who retaliate, my Earth tribe has plenty of people to deal with them. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble. Chen Tianshan said with a glare. Yes. Chen Liangyi's expression changed, but he eventually nodded. Liangyi, don't think that the title of Baron is small. Perhaps this is also your opportunity to follow us into the cultivation world. Your path will no longer be a short lifespan of 100 years, Chen Tianshan explained. Chen Liangyi's expression changed as he asked, cultivators can establish nations? Chen Tianshan smiled coldly and said, that is natural. There are countless cultivator nations in the divine continent. The strongest among them, the heavenly dynasty, is something you cannot imagine. The long live, there is the true long live. It is not like you, which is just a slogan. Long live? Can the heavenly dynasty's emperor really live to 10,000 years? Chen Liangyi goggled. Alright, let's not talk about such unrealistic things. Gather your most trusted people and start the handover, Chen Tianshan said seriously. Ah. Yes. Chen Liangyi answered. Chapter 125. Dragon Pinning Sect. Long Wanqing wore plain clothes as she sat before a Go board in a large hall, playing Go by herself. An old woman with a walking stick stood at the side. This was Elite Hall's Fire Division Master, Ding Rui. Ding Rui frowned slightly as she stared at Long Wanqing. Hall Master, we are already at this stage. You had better tell me where the dragon luring jade is, Ding Rui said coldly. Long Wanqing's hand paused for a moment. Then, she turned her head and revealed a cold smile. Ding Rui, have you thought of the consequences for offending your superiors? I already found the dragon vein. As long as I solve the outer 29 pairs of Go puzzles, I can obtain it. However, I need your dragon luring jade. Hall Master, I have offended you. When I obtain the dragon vein, I will apologize to you. Ding Rui said seriously. How do you know that the dragon luring jade is with me? Long Wanqing asked as she stared at Ding Rui. When your mother died, she did not have the dragon luring jade on her. She must have given it to you or your younger sister. Your younger sister was young and inexperienced, so it was with you most of the time. Song Pingsheng and the others might not understand, but this old woman knows. Ding Rui said coldly. When my mother died? Long Wanqing suddenly narrowed her eyes. Long Wanqing stared at Ding Rui and said seriously, do you know how my mother died? Or rather, did you cause my mother's death? Ding Rui raised her eyebrows. Hall Master, I did not kill your mother. However, I do know some things. Hand over the dragon luring jade. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. You know some things. Why did you not say anything? For the dragon luring jade? Long Wanqing asked coldly. Ding Rui remained silent for a while. Tell me how my mother died, and I will give you the dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing said seriously. Ding Rui suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, Hall Master, did you purposely let me capture you? Huh? Did you purposely let me capture you? You want to risk your life to find out how your mother died? Ding Rui's expression changed. Long Wanqing sneered and said, Ding Rui, everyone says that you are an old fox. You are indeed alert, but so what? At the very least, I discovered you, Class 1 Hall's traitor, right? Traitor? I'm not a traitor. It's just that you don't deserve to be the hall leader. Long Wanqing, you're really too smart for your own good. In order to investigate the cause of your mother's death, you risked your life, but your cultivation was sealed by Flood Dragon Fu Shui. Now that you are like a mortal, what ability do you have to investigate? The dragon luring jade is with you. Take it out yourself, or don't blame me for making a move. Ding Rui said coldly. Long Wanqing revealed a cold smile and said, if you don't say it, why would I give it to you? Stubborn. Ding Rui snorted coldly. He reached out to grab Long Wanqing. Buzz. Suddenly, a red light screen appeared around Long Wanqing. Boom. Ding Rui's right palm crashed into the light screen. A huge shock jolted her back. This is, the dragon luring jade? Ding Rui said, her expression changing. Long Wanqing slowly turned her head and said coldly, since I can come here, I can protect myself. Even with my cultivation sealed, I still have the dragon luring jade. Ding Rui, the dragon-luring jade is not essential to me. I just want to know the cause of my mother's death. Tell me, and I can give you the dragon-luring jade. Ding Rui stared at Long Wanqing with an uncertain expression. Humph. Long Wanqing, so what if you have the dragon-luring jade protecting you? Right now, your cultivation is sealed. You can't run anywhere. You can only stay here. Ding Rui shouted coldly. Ding Rui, stop making mistakes. Today, it is just me. In the future, if my maternal grandfather knew about this, do you think he would talk to you so much? Long Wanqing retorted coldly. At the mention of Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather, Ding Rui's eyelids twitched. Fluster flashed in her eyes. However, in the next moment, she seemed to recall something and slowly calmed down. Humph. Ding Rui turned her head and left the hall. Creak. Ding Rui flung her sleeve and closed the doors to the hall. Guard this properly. No one is to enter or leave. Ding Rui shouted to the guards at the entrance. Yes. The group of guards responded. Not far away, a white-haired old man saw Ding Rui step out of the hall. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes as he quickly walked over. Aunt, the white-haired old man said respectfully. Ding dong. Ding Rui frowned. Aunt, you captured this elite hall master. Our dragon pinning sect is in trouble. What if? Ding Dong said with an unsightly expression. Ding Dong did not want to offend Long Wanqing at all. Although he was the dragon pinning sect master, he was nothing compared to Long Wanqing's status. In the past, Ding Dong was not even qualified to meet Long Wanqing. Now, he imprisoned such a major character here. Just thinking about it made Ding Dong tremble in fear. Ding Rui glanced at Ding Dong and said, Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. But Long Wanqing, she... Ding Dong said worriedly. You are afraid of her, but are you not afraid of me? Ding Rui said coldly. Ding Dong's expression turned unsightly. In the end, he could only smile bitterly and say, All right, then. Don't worry. You will not be implicated. Furthermore, have you forgotten about our major mission? Ding Rui said seriously. Ding Dong remained silent for a while before finally nodding. All right, then. This is a forbidden area. Tell your dragon pinning sect disciples not to approach. I gave the order long ago. Also, how are the puzzles outside? Ding Rui asked, feeling confused. We have solved 100 Go puzzles. However, these Go puzzles are too difficult and are not that easy to solve. Under the bounty, one can obtain one superior grade spirit stone for solving one Go puzzle. More and more people are participating, Ding Dong explained. That is not enough. Increase the bounty tenfold. Ah. 10 superior grade spirit stones for solving one Go puzzle. So much. Were those Shouja crazy? My dragon pinning sect disciples will definitely rush to solve the Go puzzles. Ding Dong exclaimed in shock. Of the 3,000 Go puzzles, only 100 have been solved. There are still 2,900 to go. How long do I have to wait? Let them solve them. Quickly, do your best. What are spirit stones? I have plenty of them. Ding Rui said coldly. All right. Ding Dong nodded. Gu Hai headed south, heading for the dragon pinning sect. As Xiao Chen approached the dragon pinning sect, he encountered more cultivators. Similarly, more cultivators recognized Gu Hai. Gu Hai. He is Gu Hai. Someone suddenly shouted. He killed 20,000 cultivators in the Great Feng Mafia family. However, he has the century lifespan immortality peach. At this moment, the group of cultivators gave Gu Hai strange looks. They wanted to charge over, but they were afraid of Gu Hai's reputation. After all, the Great Feng Mafia family was too ferocious. Did the 3,000 evil men follow? Many cultivators followed Gu Hai. When they reached a small valley, these cultivators could no longer wait. They slowly surrounded Gu Hai. Gu Hai stood in the center of the valley, looking coldly at the 50 cultivators surrounding him. The 50 cultivators all held up their weapons as they stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, where is the century lifespan immortality peach? The leading red-clad man asked coldly. The century lifespan immortality peach? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. That's right. You should not have eaten it, right? Give it to us, and we will let you go. Otherwise. The leading red-clad man said coldly. Hand over the century lifespan immortality peach, the group of cultivators shouted. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, you guessed right. The century lifespan immortality peach is still with me. The group's eyes lit up. Hand it over. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile and said, you are not qualified yet. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. The red-clad man said coldly. The group of cultivators immediately showed ferocious expressions as they raised their weapons, wanting to charge forward. Gu Hai's expression slowly turned cold as murderous intent leaked out. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. The cultivators in the valley, preparing to attack, immediately paused and turned their heads to look. They saw a green-clad man jumping over from the distance. First senior brother. The group exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai looked coldly at this green-clad man. However, that green-clad man was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat as he did his best to get closer. Bang! The green-clad man landed before the group. First senior brother, we found Gu Hai. We searched the surroundings and did not find the 3,000 evil men. Indeed. First senior brother, he is alone. Now that he is alone, he cannot escape. The century lifespan immortality peach is ours. Using the century lifespan immortality peach as a birthday gift is the best. Senior brother, let's take down Gu Hai together. The 50 cultivators shouted excitedly. Shut up! The green-clad first senior brother shouted. Huh? The 50 cultivators showed confused expressions. Mr. Good, you are a magnanimous person. My junior brothers are not sensible. Please forgive them. I apologize to Mr. Good on behalf of my junior brothers. The green-clad first senior brother immediately bowed to Gu Hai. Huh? First senior brother, what are you doing? First senior brother, why are you? Shut up, you bastard, the first senior brother immediately shouted. The group of junior brothers showed confused expressions. What is the first senior brother doing? Gu Hai stared coldly at the first senior brother. Sweat poured out continuously on the first senior brother's face, appearing incredibly nervous. Never mind. Gu Hai nodded. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The first senior brother immediately said joyfully. The dragon pinning sect is in front? Gu Hai asked seriously. Yes. The dragon pinning sect is about 10 kilometers past this mountain. The first senior brother immediately said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded and started walking into the distance. First senior brother. The group of junior brothers said anxiously. Shut up, the first senior brother shouted. The group of junior brothers felt incredibly stifled. Fortunately, the first senior brother was very dignified, so they suppressed the frustration in their hearts. When Gu Hai was far away, they could no longer hold back. First senior brother, why did you let him go? Indeed. First senior brother, there are 50 of us, and he is alone. What are you afraid of? Back then, didn't we come to 9-5 Island to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? Gu Hai is alone. This is such a good opportunity. There are 50 of us, and he is alone. Why should we let him go? He cannot defeat us. Everyone looked anxiously at the first senior brother. The first senior brother watched as Gu Hai left. Then, he released a long breath and turned his head to look at his junior brothers. 50. He is alone. The first senior brother said with some disdain. Indeed. There are 50 of us. Can't we defeat him alone? One of the junior brothers said, feeling unconvinced. About half a month ago, Gu Hai killed 5,000 first song sect disciples alone. Do you know that? The first senior brother said coldly. Ah. That's impossible. Everyone exclaimed, their expressions suddenly changing. I, your first senior brother, was there at that time. Would I lie to you? The first senior brother retorted coldly. Naturally, everyone understood that the first senior brother would not lie. However, he killed 5,000 first song sect disciples alone. Everyone suddenly felt their scalps go numb. As the first senior brother watched Gu Hai leave, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Think about it. Gu Hai did not disguise himself along the way. What a coincidence. The others did not seek trouble for Gu Hai but ran into you instead, the first senior brother said coldly. That's right. Why? My guess is that he either knows about the first song sect like me or is blind enough to charge over. In the end. The first senior brother said with a frown. Everyone. At this moment, some cultivators stealthily followed the first senior brother. Did you see Gu Hai? The leader of the group called out. To think that this group of blind people stopped from seeking trouble for Gu Hai. They are really lucky. Come, let's follow them. Let's see what Gu Hai is going to do at the dragon pinning sect, another cultivator shouted. The group of cultivators quickly headed for the dragon pinning sect. The first senior brother, who had doubted earlier, now looked at the first senior brother with gratitude. Chapter 126. Along the way, more people followed Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not care. He did not hide his tracks, nor did he need to. On the contrary, it was safer to be out in the open. He was Elite Hall's Water Division Master. At the very least, the factions on the surface would not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, with his ferocious reputation, the factions in the dark would consider him. Soon, Gu Hai stopped, as he had already reached the dragon pinning sect. Countless cultivators had already gathered before him. At this moment, the dragon pinning sect was shrouded in fog. Xiaoqin could vaguely see a huge island floating in the air. The huge island was cone-shaped, flat at the top and pointed at the bottom. It looked very wondrous. Square-shaped clouds floated around the floating island. Strangely, there were many Go puzzles above the clouds. The cloud Go puzzles spread out, slowly moving in all directions around the dragon pinning sect. A cultivator sat in the distance with a cloud Go board in front of him. Then, he slowly placed a Go stone. A cultivator at the side stretched out his hand and grabbed. The cloud chessboard actually split into two. No, it should be a duplicate of the endgame that fell in front of him. That person also looked at the endgame on the cloud chessboard at the same time. A Go board? Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Division Master Gu, this is the Go puzzle ritual that the dragon pinning sect laid out. They promise to reward you with 10 superior grade spirit stones for every Go puzzle you solve, a cultivator at the side said. Oh. Gu Hai revealed some surprise. These Go puzzles are incredible. There are 3,000 Go puzzles, and we have already solved 500. Originally, we only solved 100 Go puzzles in 1 month. Only when the 3 great Go masters of the Thousand Island Sea appeared did we manage to solve them so quickly, that cultivator explained. Buzz! A Go puzzle in the distance seemed to be solved. Suddenly, that cloud Go board scattered, turning into a large cloud that rushed to the floating island in the sky. The floating island immediately turned blurry. A Go board with a similar Go puzzle at the side vanished as well. It was like there was no point in it existing once it was solved. At this moment, a yellow-robed man quickly walked over from the fog-shrouded ritual array. Division Master Gu, look. That is a dragon pinning sect disciple, the person at the side explained. Then, that dragon pinning sect disciple took out 10 superior-grade spirit stones and respectfully handed them to the person who solved the Go puzzle. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators turned red with envy. 10 superior-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. It was a huge sum. What's the point of solving this Go game? Gu Hai frowned. I don't know. It started 1.5 months ago. Those with strong Go skills were invited to the dragon pinning sect. Perhaps they would know, the man at the side said, shaking his head. Oh. The 3 Go masters you mentioned earlier also went in? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. That's right. The 3 Go masters are all experts from the Yuanying state of the Thousand Islands Sea. Their Go skills are formidable and formidable. If you want to join the sect, you have to break the games. The more games you break, the more welcome you will be, that person explained. Division Master Gu, your Go skills are overwhelming in the innate puzzle world. Why don't you give it a try? At the very least, if you win 1 round, you'll get 10 high-grade spirit stones. That person said expectantly. That's right. Mr. Good, you can give it a try. We have been studying these Go puzzles for a long time, but we still can't solve them. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Then, that person suddenly leaped up and jumped to the Go board circling the dragon pinning sect in the air. Then, he reached out and grabbed. Whoosh! That cloud Go board split into 2. One of the Go boards was still moving in the air while the other copy was pulled down, arriving before Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Mr. Good. Do you want to give it a try? That person said respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the Go board and then at the dragon pinning sect, showing a complicated expression. Gu Hai guessed that Ding Rui should be in there. This should not be an ordinary bounty mission. It was filled with danger. However, as Gu Hai grew stronger, he became somewhat curious about 9-5 Islands Dragon Vein. One had to act according to one's ability. When one was too weak, one did not have a chance to participate. Now, one could try to understand it. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he sat down and started playing Go stones. There was a special bowl on the cloud Go board. Xiao Chen picked up a Go stone and placed it on the bowl. Clack! Gu Hai placed his Go stone. The Go puzzles started moving as well. Countless cultivators stared at Gu Hai as he placed his Go stone. Inside the dragon pinning sect, Ding Rui and Long Wanqing faced each other again. The dragon luring Jade's barrier protected Long Wanqing, so Ding Rui could not do anything to her. Humph! Long Wanqing, stop being so stubborn. I just don't want to kill you. Otherwise, this dragon luring Jade would not be able to save you. Ding Rui said coldly. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rui coldly. Ding Rui, you don't want to kill me? What's the difference between imprisoning me and killing me? Ding Rui stared coldly at Long Wanqing. You are worried about my maternal grandfather, right? If I do not die, my maternal grandfather will not pursue the matter. If I die, my maternal grandfather will definitely pursue the matter. Ha ha ha. In the end, you are still afraid of my maternal grandfather. Long Wanqing sneered. Long Wanqing, I have to obtain this dragon vein. I'll give you some more time. If you continue to be so stubborn, humph. Didn't your maternal grandfather not find out how your mother died? He is not omnipotent. I can let you die the same way as your mother. Ding Rui said coldly. Huh? Long Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted as she stared at Ding Rui coldly. Ding Rui's pupils constricted. Long Wanqing could tell that Ding Rui was not faking it. Aunt! Aunt! Ding Dong's voice came from outside the hall. Soon, Ding Dong entered the hall and looked at Long Wanqing with a complicated expression. "Greetings, Elite Hall Master," Ding Dong said respectfully. "Humph." Long Wanqing snorted coldly, ignoring Ding Dong. "Why are you here?" Ding Rui asked coldly. "Gu Hai. Gu Hai is here." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "What?" Ding Rui's face sank. "Gu Hai." Long Wanqing also revealed some shock. "That's right. I did not expect that old demon to come. He brought disaster to the Great Feng Mafia family and the First Song sect. Now, he is here in my dragon pinning sect. And, what should we do? This Gu Hai is a ruthless person. A disciple just reported that Gu Hai killed all the First Song sect disciples by himself. He killed them all by himself." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "Alone? He killed all the First Song sect disciples. That's impossible." Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. "How could that be possible? More than half a year ago, Gu Hai had just reached the innate realm under her supervision. Just reaching the innate realm, he killed all the First Song sect disciples. That was 5,000 or 6,000 people, right?" Ding Dong smiled bitterly at Long Wanqing, indicating that this was the truth. Long Wanqing's eyelids twitched wildly. At this moment, Long Wanqing felt that while she had overestimated Gu Hai's abilities, she had still underestimated him. Back in the innate puzzle world, Xiao Chen had thought that it was because of his Go skills. Now, it looked like it was not because of Go skills but because of Xiao Chen's abilities. Gu Hai. Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Suddenly, Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. Gu Hai is here. Could he? Ding Rui turned her head to look at Long Wanqing. Then, she revealed a cold smile and said, "Long Wanqing, are you counting on Gu Hai to save you?" "Huh? Don't count on it. I'll immediately capture him and imprison him before you." "How about that?" Ding Rui said with a cold smile. "Ding Rui?" Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rui coldly. Aunt, perhaps we can't capture him yet." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "Huh?" The two looked at Ding Dong in confusion. "This Gu Hai is solving the Go puzzles." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "What's wrong with solving the Go puzzles?" Ding Rui asked, feeling confused. "This Gu Hai's Go skills are astonishing. He solved 100 Go puzzles in a short time." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. 100 Go puzzles? Are you joking? How long did he take? Ding Rui exclaimed in shock. 8 hours. Ding Dong said. That's impossible. How could he solve 100 Go puzzles in 8 hours? Ding Rui exclaimed. It's true. Gu Hai played 5 Go puzzles at once, moving as smoothly as flowing water. He solved the 5 Go puzzles very quickly. Then, he continued playing the 5 Go puzzles. How was that a Go puzzle? It was like a beginner. That. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. 5 Go puzzles at once? What do you mean? Ding Rui exclaimed. He played 5 Go puzzles at once. Ding Rui. Long Wanqing also revealed shock. This Gu Hai's Go skills are extraordinary. And, are we still going to capture him? He solved 100 Go puzzles in the past 8 hours, and he is still continuing. This speed is even more incredible than the 3 Go masters we invited into the sect. Ding Dong exclaimed. Ding Rui's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Capture Gu Hai. However, Ding Rui wanted to solve the 3,000 Go puzzles as soon as possible. Alright, let him solve them, Ding Rui said coldly. Long Wanqing revealed a faint smile. At this moment, she finally understood Venerable Lun Yan's words. A useful person's ability was the best protection. Long Wanqing, think about it carefully. You don't have much time left. Ding Rui said coldly as she turned and walked out. Ding Rui, you want to silence me without leaving any traces. Does that mean that you want to silence everyone who knows? You want to destroy the entire dragon pinning sect? Leave no one alive. Only the dead do not speak. Long Wanqing sneered. Long Wanqing spoke to Ding Rui's back, but her eyes were fixed on the nearby Ding Dong. Ding Dong's entire body trembled as he turned his head to look at Ding Rui. However, he did not say anything as he slowly followed Ding Rui out. Creak. The doors to the hall closed once more. However, Long Wanqing revealed a cold smile. In a small courtyard in the dragon pinning sect, a red-clad old man played Go. Hundreds of cultivators stood around him, whispering to each other. Master's game of chess is very smooth. Be softer. Master is competing in speed with the Southern Sea Go Master. Don't disturb Master. Yes. Senior brother, Master is the Northern Sea Go Master. Although he is not on good terms with the Southern Sea Go Master, why is he not playing to decide the victor? Why use such a method? Indeed. 1 win and 10 superior grade spirit stones. That might be precious to others, but it is nothing to Master. It is the same for the Southern Sea Go Master. He came all the way to 9-5 Island to play the dragon pinning sect's Go game. How strange. Perhaps it has something to do with the people in that room? As the group chatted, they looked at a pavilion not far away. The Northern Sea Go Master had instructed that pavilion not to be disturbed, even though the pavilion followed his group into the dragon pinning sect. That group could move about as they pleased. It was the same for going to the Southern Sea Go Master's pavilion. No one was to disturb him. A white-clad man leaned against the window in the pavilion, drinking wine as he looked at the Northern Sea Go Master's Go board with narrowed eyes. This pavilion had a very good view. Not only could one see a large group of people surrounding a Go board, but one could also see the Southern Sea Go Master's Go board. Southern Sea Go Master, Northern Sea Go Master. If you want to be my substitute and obtain my inheritance, you can use your own means. However, your Go skills, barely passable, the white-clad man sneered as he drank a mouthful of wine. Just at this moment, a grey-clad subordinate ran over and whispered, the 9th young master, Gu Hai, is here as well. Oh. The 9th young master narrowed his eyes. He is solving the Go puzzles outside. He is also very fast. Gu Hai. He is here. That's good. That's good. The 9th young master's eyes lit up. Chapter 127. Outside the dragon pinning sect, more and more shouja came over and pointed at them from a long distance away. Several cultivators jumped up and down at the center, moving Go puzzles for Gu Hai. 5 Go boards were placed before Gu Hai. Nearly 1,000 superior grade spirit stones were stacked at the side. Pa! 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 Gu Hai waved his hand, and 5 superior grade spirit stones flew out to the 5 cultivators who moved the Go boards for Gu Hai earlier. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The 5 cultivators caught the spirit stones. Gu Hai actually gave them a superior grade spirit stone for just a small help. Naturally, the 5 cultivators felt very happy. Hurry up. Dragon pinning sect disciples. Mr. Good solved another 5 Go puzzles. Why are you still not giving him 50 superior grade spirit stones? Indeed. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Hurry up. Another 10 shouja immediately started to shout. It was like they had won. The dragon pinning sect disciples looked at each other. Then, they could only hand over a pile of spirit stones. Clack. 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 Gu Hai waved his hand, and another 10 superior grade spirit stones flew out. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Everyone immediately said happily. The many surrounding cultivators also felt eager to give it a try. This Gu Hai was ferocious, but it seemed that the first Song sect had captured an elite hall master. As long as they did not offend him, he would be rather generous. Those were superior grade spirit stones, the equivalent of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. To think that Gu Hai kept giving them away without blinking. If only our sect master was as generous as him. Although the crowd was intimidated by Gu Hai's identity and reputation, as Gu Hai spent more generously, they found Gu Hai increasingly pleasing to the eye. As Qin Changsheng placed his ghost stones, he occasionally glanced at the expressions of the surrounding cultivators and revealed a faint smile. This was the effect that Gu Hai wanted. It would definitely be difficult to get Qin Tianshan to recruit cultivators. However, everything started with Gu Hai's performance. Buying a horse's bones with 1,000 taels of gold. Take your time. 1 against 5. We couldn't solve even one of these Go puzzles, but Mr. Good solved 5 of them at the same time. What amazing Go skills! Everyone exclaimed. In the innate puzzle world, the cloud beast is determined by one's Go skills. Back then, Mr. Good suppressed 100,000 cultivators by himself. This shows how powerful his Go skills are. That's right. I don't think the 3 Go masters are a match for Mr. Good. Not necessarily. The 3 Go masters are also very strong. While the crowd was discussing, Gu Hai focused on the 5 chessboards in front of him. It's so familiar. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the 5 endgames. It was not just these 5 Go puzzles. Gu Hai found the other 100-odd Go puzzles familiar as if he had seen them somewhere before. But there was no such endgame in his memory. Why did they give him such a familiar feeling? As Gu Hai placed his Go stones, he recalled the Go puzzles he had seen before. Gradually, Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai recalled why these Go puzzles were so familiar. He had seen them before. However, they were not in this form at that time. The 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Gu Hai's expression sank. The perfect ritual array that Gu Hai grasped was the 28-line pair world ritual array. The one before him was 29. In the Great Feng Mafia family, that was the Go puzzle that sealed the Dragon Vein's dragon tail. Back then, Gu Hai played for a while but did not complete the puzzle. Although Qin Tianshan later reported that the Go puzzle was dangerous and that one would die if one lost, Gu Hai had already sensed a threat during the game. It was a threat that shook one's soul. Hence, Gu Hai only won 1 Go stone before stopping. However, Gu Hai remembered that Go game in his heart. Every time a Go piece was placed, there would be thousands of changes. These Go puzzles seemed to be derived from the many changes in that Go puzzle. Although Gu Hai was solving the Go puzzles, it seemed like he was playing the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Did old man Guanqi leave it again? Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the distant floating island. However, this is good as well. The 29-line pair world Go puzzle changes unpredictably. I can use this to slowly study it. Gu Hai thought to himself. Gu Hai kept placing Go stones in his hand. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over from a short distance away. The dragon pinning sect master. Ding dong. Someone recognized him. A group of dragon pinning sect disciples followed behind Ding dong. Soon, these people arrived and quietly watched Gu Hai place Go stones. Gu Hai ignored them, slowly looking at the Go board before him as he placed his Go stones. Clack! A Go board suddenly trembled. It's alive. Mr. Good solved another Go puzzle. Clack! It's alive again. Mr. Good solved another Go puzzle. At the final moment, Gu Hai solved 1 Go puzzle after another. Soon, Gu Hai solved another 5 Go puzzles. Division Master Gu. Ding dong suddenly said. Huh? Gu Hai looked up. The surrounding cultivators also fell silent. Sect Master Ding. Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is me. Division Master Gu is very good at Go. Ding Dong smiled. Sect Master Ding is too polite. I was just lucky. Gu Hai smiled. Division Master Gu, you can only come into contact with 1,000 Go puzzles outside the sect. Why don't you come into the sect with me? You can choose from 3,000 Go puzzles in the sect. Division Master Gu, don't worry. Like before, you will get 10 superior grade spirit stones for solving one Go puzzle. Furthermore, there is a courtyard in the sect specifically for Division Master Gu to rest in the middle, Ding Dong said with a smile. Oh. I heard that 3 Go masters entered before. Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. The 3 Go masters have already entered Leisure Valley. They solve Go puzzles every day and exchange pointers. Division Master Gu, why don't you stay there as well? Ding Dong smiled. They brought people in. Gu Hai asked as he looked at Ding Dong. That is natural. Family, friends, disciples, and followers can all be brought in. Ding Dong smiled. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then, Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Everyone, thank you for watching this Gu Play Go. You are all people who understand Go. If you do not mind, you can follow me into the dragon pinning sect and help me witness the Go puzzles that follow. What? Ding Dong felt slightly stunned. The eyes of the cultivator who received Gu Hai's spirit stones lit up. Mr. Good, I'll go in with you. I'll go in with Mr. Good as well. The dragon pinning sect is very mysterious. I wonder what's going on in there. I'll go in and take a look as well. No matter what, they did not let me in earlier. I'll go in with Mr. Good and take a look. Immediately, countless cultivators began to shout. Originally, many cultivators had been suspicious of the dragon pinning sect's sudden Go puzzle solving session. Although there was a reward, this was too strange. Spending spirit stones to solve the Go puzzles for no reason. There had to be a reason. However, aside from the 3 Go Masters people, everyone else was blocked outside the sect. They could only pace around the periphery, feeling depressed. This situation was like Gu Hai's college entrance exam back on Earth. When he arrived at the exam venue, he said that those who did not have a pass were not allowed to enter. Was this not unbearable? Gu Hai's invitation was equivalent to giving everyone a pass. Immediately, everyone felt comfortable when they looked at Gu Hai. Sect Master Ding, these are my friends. It's fine if they go in with me, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Gu Hai guessed that Ding Rui was in there. However, he still kept his guard up against her. Although he did not know what Ding Rui was up to, Gu Hai did not want to barge in alone. Bringing everyone along would be like stirring up the situation. As Ding Dong looked at the eager cultivators around him, his expression turned unsightly. Previously, when the 3 Go Masters entered the ritual array, they each brought 100 or 200 people with them. If you want to bring in at least 1,000 people, you will bring in at least 100. Just as Ding Dong felt troubled, a voice suddenly entered his ears. Let them in. Ding Rui sent him a voice projection. Ding Dong's expression turned serious as he nodded. That's fine. In that case, Division Master Gu, please. Oh. That's fine too. Gu Hai nodded with a frown. Originally, Gu Hai wanted to stir up the situation. Unexpectedly, Ding Dong answered so straightforwardly. This made Gu Hai even more cautious. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The surrounding cultivators said gratefully. Gu Hai stepped in front, and the 1,500-odd cultivators followed close behind as they slowly entered the ritual array. Clouds and fog surrounded a mountain peak inside the ritual array with some palaces on it. Ding Rui stood in front of the palace and watched as Gu Hai led a large group of cultivators into the ritual array in the distance. Division Master, that Gu Hai is leading a group of people in. A subordinate said, feeling confused. His cleverness backfired on him. So what if he brought people in? Do you think I care about them? Ding Rui said coldly. Division Master is just using Gu Hai. When Gu Hai solves the Go puzzles, all these people will accompany Gu Hai in death. Ding Rui said coldly. Yes. Keep a constant watch on Gu Hai. Ding Rui said seriously. Yes. Gu Hai led 1,000-odd people into the dragon pinning sect and soon arrived at Leisure Valley. There were many buildings in Leisure Valley. They formed a circle. In the center, 3 small groups surrounded 3 people who would solve the Go puzzles. One group was red, one was blue, and one was black. Division Master Gu, of those 3 people playing Go, the red-clad one is the Northern Sea Go Master. The blue-clad one is the Southern Sea Go Master, and the black-clad one is the Life Slaughterer Go Master. The surrounding people are their disciples and servants. Gu Hai looked over. The red-clad old man and the blue-clad old man looked rather normal, just wearing special clothes. However, the black-clad life-slaughtering Go Master strangely wore a black robe that covered his head, obscuring his face. The life-slaughtering Go Master's disciples and servants were all wrapped in black robes, obscuring their appearances. Huh? Gu Hai looked at this group of people in shock. The 3 Go Master's disciples also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai had brought in 10 times as many people as they did. Everyone, stay here with Mr. Good for now. However, this is my dragon pinning sect, after all. Please do not wander around. Ding Dong instructed. Sect Master Ding, rest assured, the cultivators immediately smiled. Everyone looked up at the sky. Indeed, there were more than twice as many Go puzzles in the sky. Mr. Good, I'll help you get the Go puzzles. A cultivator immediately volunteered and leaped into the air to retrieve the Go puzzles. Gu Hai looked around and found an area to sit down. At the same time, he curiously looked at the 3 Go Masters. The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master seemed extremely anxious, continuously placing Go stones. However, the life-slaughtering Go Master placed his Go stones slowly. Occasionally, he looked up and sized up Gu Hai. In a nearby pavilion, the 9th young master smiled coldly at Gu Hai. They are here. It's good that they are here. Go and inform the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master to stop playing blindly. I did not promise them anything. However, I can promise them now that I will agree to whoever is better than Gu Hai in Go, the 9th young master said. Ah. The 9th young master only needs to defeat Gu Hai, a subordinate at the side asked, feeling curious. The 9th young master revealed a cold smile as he said, that's all. Do you think that Gu Hai's Go skills are weak since he can comprehend the 28-line pair world ritual array? If not for the fact that his cultivation was too weak, his chess skills would have been more than enough to be my substitute. However, based on the news we received, Gu Hai's potential is immense. Go and tell them that they can work together to deal with Gu Hai. This is a good opportunity to test Gu Hai's potential. Ah. Yes. Chapter 128. The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master were working hard on solving the Go puzzles before them. Suddenly, a voice projection reached their ears. The two's expressions changed as they looked up. Master, what's wrong? Master, do you need anything? The group of disciples asked out of curiosity. However, the 2 Go Masters ignored them. Instead, they turned their heads to look at Gu Hai. Earlier, the 2 had been very focused on playing Go. They had not even bothered to look at Gu Hai's arrival. Now that they heard the 9th young master's voice projection, they immediately abandoned what they were doing. 5 more Go puzzles appeared before Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was not in a rush to solve them. Instead, he carefully examined each Go puzzle and slowly placed a Go stone. Slowly, the 2 Go Masters of the Northern Sea and the Southern Sea walked over to Gu Hai. The group of disciples and servants felt curious. However, the two Go masters ignored them. Before the 1,000-odd cultivators that Gu Hai brought, the two walked over to Gu Hai's Go puzzles. Everyone looked at the two Go masters strangely. Gu Hai also looked up at the two. Mr. Good. The Southern Sea Go master greeted solemnly. Greetings, Mr. Good. The Northern Sea Go master also greeted solemnly. The two were from the Yuanying state, while Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. Their politeness confused the surrounding cultivators. Is Gu Hai already so famous? Indeed, he knows the 28-line pair world ritual array and killed countless First Song sect disciples. However, he is still weaker than the Yuanying state. The two were not respectful to Gu Hai because of his reputation but because the 9th young master valued Gu Hai. Naturally, the two could tell that the 9th young master valued Gu Hai more than them. Oh. Southern Sea Go master, Northern Sea Go master. May I know what advice the two of you have? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I'm just interested in playing Go with Mr. Good. The South Sea Go master solemnly said. Solemnly, the Northern Sea Go master also said, same here. Please enlighten me, Mr. Good. Huh? Southern Sea Chess Master, Northern Sea Chess Master, are you challenging Mr. Good? That can't be. The two Go masters have been famous for a long time. Challenging Gu Hai. The surrounding shoujo revealed surprised expressions. Not far away, Ding Dong, who had not gone far, also revealed a trace of surprise. The Southern Sea Chess Master and the Northern Sea Chess Master had appeared strangely, and now, they were challenging Gu Hai for no apparent reason. Should he report this to his aunt? Ding Dong didn't go far. Instead, he looked around. Not far away, the Life Slaughterer Go master also stopped playing. He sat in the distance and looked over curiously. A black-robed man sat beside the Life Slaughterer Go master. This person seemed to be a woman. She hugged the Life Slaughterer Go master's arm, appearing fearful. The Life Slaughterer Go master comforted the black-robed woman before continuing to look in Gu Hai's direction. Gu Hai stared at the two Go masters, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He tried to figure out the two's intentions. The two of them looked at him, their eyes filled with a monstrous battle intent, mixed with a trace of anxiety. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, Gentlemen, how about this? We are both solving the Go puzzles here. I solved 100-odd Go puzzles earlier and discovered that the difficulty of each Go puzzle is about the same. How about we compete with this Go puzzle? All right. Please. The two Go masters said in satisfaction. Gu Hai nodded and ignored them. He placed the 5 Go puzzles before him and continued solving them. When the two Go masters saw Gu Hai's performance, they imitated him and got their disciples to place 5 Go puzzles before them. They did not look at the Go puzzles, waiting for Gu Hai to finish. Clack. 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 Soon, Gu Hai solved his 5 Go puzzles. Some cultivators quickly went to help Gu Hai retrieve the 5 Go puzzles. Mr. Good, do you need to rest? The Southern Sea Go master asked. There's no need. Let's begin. Gu Hai smiled faintly. All right, the Northern Sea Go master and the Southern Sea Go master answered. They immediately looked at the 5 Go puzzles. Gu Hai was not disturbed. He continued at the same speed as before, figuring out the state of the Go puzzles. He was not doing this purely to solve the Go puzzles. The speed at which he solved the Go puzzles was very uniform. Clack. 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 However, the Southern Sea Chess Master and Northern Sea Chess Master were extremely anxious. One after another, they solved 5 Go puzzles at the same time. It was indeed much more difficult than playing one game at a time. However, if the two of them wanted to win, they were more anxious in placing their Go pieces. The earlier Go pieces were placed more quickly, and the later Go pieces required more brain power. The two placed their Go puzzles anxiously. Many of the surrounding cultivators watched anxiously. This is a good thing. Ding Dong smiled from afar. 5 minutes later, clack. The Southern Sea Go Master solved a Go puzzle. Clack. The Northern Sea Go Master solved a Go puzzle. Gu Hai continued unhurriedly placing Go puzzles. The two Go Masters each solved a Go puzzle. They felt incredibly excited as they continued to look at the other 4 Go puzzles, continuously placing Go puzzles. As the two Go Masters placed their Go puzzles, sweat appeared on their foreheads. After all, the more they played, the more difficult the Go puzzles became. In the end, playing in a hurry had its effects. However, after solving 4 Go puzzles and 1 Go puzzle remained, Gu Hai still had not solved a Go puzzle. Continue. The two Go Masters did their best to solve the final Go puzzle. Pa. 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 Gu Hai slowly placed 5 Go puzzles. Mr. Good solved all 5 Go puzzles at the same time, someone exclaimed. Clack. Clack. The two Go Masters placed their Go puzzles one after another. The Southern Sea Go Master solved his Go puzzles. The Northern Sea Go Master also solved his Go puzzles. The 3 solved 5 Go puzzles at nearly the same time. The dragon pinning sect disciples handed over spirit stones, and the other cultivators quickly handed over 5 Go puzzles to the 3 competing Go puzzles. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master immersed themselves in the Go puzzles again. However, Gu Hai looked at the two, finding this situation increasingly strange. Why are these two competing with me? They are covered in sweat. Shaking his head, Gu Hai continued looking at the 5 Go puzzles before him. Which of the 3 do you think will win? The Southern Sea Go Master. His attacks are the fiercest. I think the Northern Sea Go Master will solve the Go puzzles the most thoroughly. No, I think it will be Mr. Good. He is the calmest. In a small pavilion not far away, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Young master, can the Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master win? A subordinate asked out of curiosity. Those two have already lost. The 9th young master sighed and shook his head. Ah. This is just the beginning. Yes, it's just the beginning. But look at the expressions of the 3 of them. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master are working so hard, sweating profusely. Look at Gu Hai. From start to end, his expression has not changed at all, the 9th young master said indifferently. But, the Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master are only looking at the form and not the meaning. Gu Hai's earlier words already showed that the difficulty of these Go puzzles is not high. This shows that he has already seen the Go intent. The 9th young master said indifferently. Go intent? In the end, the 3,000 Go puzzles are just a Go puzzle. The two Go masters have yet to comprehend the Go puzzles and are working hard for nothing. That Gu Hai is at ease. Although he is solving the Go puzzles, his focus is on comprehending this Go puzzle. What strong comprehension ability, the 9th young master said. All of his subordinates were at a loss. Just watch. Gu Hai will continue solving the Go puzzles. As for the Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Gu Hai remained calm and composed. However, the two Go masters found it increasingly difficult and painful to play. It would be fine if they played slowly. However, this was a competition. They could not slow down. They could only play faster. Clack. 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 Gu Hai played and solved 5 Go puzzles at the same time. The two Go masters placed their Go stones and finally solved 5 Go puzzles later than Gu Hai. Continue, the Northern Sea Go Master said anxiously. They immediately continued solving the Go puzzles. Everyone stared at the Go puzzles, watching this fierce battle. Just like that, 10 hours passed. In 10 hours, Gu Hai solved 200 Go puzzles. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master also solved 200 Go puzzles each. Did you notice that Mr. Good plays the same Go stone at the same speed every time? The number of Go stones he plays is the same for every Go puzzle, someone exclaimed. Ah. Yes, that seems to be the case. He plays all 5 Go puzzles at the same time and at the same pace? That seems to be the case. How can Mr. Good play so evenly? The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in shock. At this moment, the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master appeared somewhat dazed. The Go stones in their hands trembled as if they were mentally and physically exhausted. Master, don't play anymore. Master, let's not play anymore. The 2 Go Master's disciples were anxious. Scram! Shut up! The 2 Go Masters roared at their disciples and continued playing with all their might. The surrounding cultivators could see Gu Hai's advantage. Clearly, the scales of victory were already tipping in Gu Hai's favor. The happiest person was Ding Dong. 600 Go puzzles. In this competition, he solved 600 Go puzzles. It was too fast. If this continued, would he? Pfft! Suddenly, the Northern Sea Go Master vomited a mouthful of blood on the Go board. Master! Pfft! The Southern Sea Go Master also vomited a mouthful of blood on the Go board. Master! The group of disciples immediately rushed over anxiously. The 2 Go Masters were mentally and physically exhausted. They vomited blood, looking like lamps that had run out of oil. Suddenly, Gu Hai stopped playing Go stones. He frowned as he looked at the 2 Go Masters and asked, "Are the 2 of you all right?" The Northern Sea Go Master smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Good Go skills. Playing Go is a joyous thing. The 2 of you should not put the cart before the horse. Many thanks for going easy on the 2 of you." Gu Hai said solemnly. "Gu Hai, who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified to educate our master?" The disciples of both sides immediately rebuked. "Shut up!" The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master shouted. The group of disciples glared at Gu Hai. "But, Master," the group of disciples said anxiously. "Your disciples are just unable to swallow this insult. Gu Hai could have defeated you long ago, but he delayed until now, until you vomited blood." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the 2 Go Masters. "Huh?" Everyone looked over. They saw a white-clad young master holding a folding fan slowly walking over. A group of gray-clad subordinates followed behind him. The expressions of the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master changed. Just as they were about to stand up and welcome him, the white-clad young master waved his hand and stopped the 2 from standing up, preventing them from speaking. Gu Hai stared at the white-clad young master before him. Based on the expressions of the 2 Go Masters, could this white-clad young master be the one who instigated them to challenge me? "Mr. Good, this humble one has some knowledge of Go. If you do not mind, how about we have a match? Consider it giving me a chance to help the 2 Go Masters regain some face," the white-clad young master said with a smile. The surrounding cultivators revealed strange expressions as they looked at the white-clad young master. Who is this person? Where did he come from? What arrogance! Is he trying to stand up for the 2 Go Masters? If you want to play Go, this Gu welcomes you. However, how should I address you? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. "This humble one is Guanzhou," the white-clad young master replied with a smile. Guanzhou? The surrounding cultivators frowned in thought. Who is Guanzhou? They have never heard of such a person in the Thousand Island Sea. Chapter 129. Guanzhou. Gu Hai looked at the white-clothed man in front of him in confusion. Gu Hai did not underestimate Guanzhou. After all, someone who could make the Northern Sea chess master and the Southern Sea chess master listen to him was not an ordinary person. How about this? It will make it easier for Mr. Good to know my Go skills. I will play 10 games for Mr. Good to see. Guan Zhou said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded with a hint of doubt. The ninth young master's subordinates immediately rushed into the sky and quickly grabbed 10 Go puzzles and placed them in front of Guan Zhou. Guan Zhou only glanced at them and reached out his hand. A large number of Go stones landed in his hand. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, 10 white Go stones were thrown into 10 Go puzzles. Clap, 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 clap. The 10 Go puzzles also started moving. The surrounding cultivators looked at Guan Zhou in surprise. 10 Go puzzles. He played 10 at the same time. Are you kidding? Playing 10 at the same time. How is he going to solve it? He seems to be absent-minded. Everyone looked at Guan Zhou in surprise. However, Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Because the 10 Go stones that Guan Zhou placed were the same as what he thought. Clap, 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 clap. Another 10 Go stones were thrown out. The Go puzzles changed accordingly. Clap, 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 clap. The 10 white Go stones of the 10th Go puzzle were placed. It's solved. The first Go puzzle is solved. The second Go puzzle is solved as well. No, all 10 Go puzzles are solved. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the 10 Go puzzles suddenly turned into a large cloud that soared into the sky and surrounded the huge floating island in the sky. Mr. Good, how is it? The ninth young master asked with a smile. The surrounding people looked at the ninth young master in shock. Guan Zhou is too strange, isn't he? Was that a Go puzzle that we couldn't solve? How did he manage to undo it so quickly when it was in his hands? So easily. Solving 10 Go puzzles at the same time. This time, Ding Dong personally gave Guan Zhou spirit stones. Young master, these are the spirit stones that you deserve. The Go stones you placed earlier were simply too exquisite. Ding Dong stepped forward and sighed emotionally. Guan Zhou glanced at Ding Dong and did not give him a good look. He turned his head and ignored him. Ding Dong's expression froze. The ninth young master's subordinate immediately stepped forward. Get out of the way. Don't disturb our young master. Ding Dong's expression turned even stiffer. This is my dragon pinning sect, alright? Sect Master Ding, please do not disturb young master. The South Sea Go Master said. Sect Master Ding, please do not disturb us. The Northern Sea Go Master said. Ding Dong. These two Go Masters dominated the Thousand Island Sea, and their reputations were greater than Ding Dong's. At this moment, they seemed to be observing the followers of the ninth young master. Ding Dong felt depressed. Nodding, Zhang Xian looked at the crowd with a bizarre look in his eyes. Mr. Good, what do you think? Guan Zhou smiled. Guan Zhou, the ninth young master. Your Go skills are outstanding. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, there is no need to patronize me. You can do what you did earlier as well. However, you are not willing to do it. Do you want to figure out the 29-line pair world Go puzzle? Guan Zhou smiled. Huh? Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. How many Go puzzles are there? The ninth young master asked. Reporting to young master, there are 1,600 Go puzzles. A subordinate reported respectfully. Bring 1,000 Go puzzles over. The ninth young master said. 1,000 Go puzzles. All the surrounding cultivators goggled, thinking that Guan Zhou had gone crazy. Yes. Rumble. All of a sudden, 1,000 pieces of the chessboard were pulled down and arranged in all directions. Ding Dong goggled. What is this Guan Zhou doing? What is he playing at? Is he trying to solve 1,000 Go puzzles at the same time? Gu Hai also looked at Guanzhou in shock. However, Gu Hai saw Guanzhou slowly take out a crystal platform. There seemed to be a whirlpool on the crystal platform, looking exceptionally strange. "Throw it in," the ninth young master said. "Yes." The subordinates quickly tossed 1,000 Go puzzles into the whirlpool on the crystal platform. The Go puzzles went in from the platform and came out from below. The Go puzzles did not change. It seemed like only one passage had been passed. However, the whirlpool on the crystal platform gradually disappeared. It turned into a Go puzzle with 29 lines. "This is..." Gu Hai said in shock. "My Go puzzle can gather all the puzzles of 1,000 Go puzzles into this Go puzzle. What you see is the most perfect fusion of 1,000 Go puzzles. Playing this Go puzzle is equivalent to playing 1,000 Go puzzles," the ninth young master said. Gu Hai looked at the Go puzzle in shock. The Go pieces on the Go puzzle had 29 lines each. A large number of black and white Go pieces were already on the board. 1,000 Go puzzles surrounded the Go puzzle as if there was a force field covering the 1,000 Go puzzles. "Mr. Good, please," the ninth young master said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded with a complicated expression. The two sat down and looked at the crystal Go puzzle before them. "Mr. Good, you go first," the ninth young master said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master in confusion. However, he did not linger. Instead, he picked up a black Go stone and slowly placed it. Clack! 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 The 1,000 Go puzzles in the surroundings suddenly moved. Clack! 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 The 1,000 black Go stones landed. However, the white Go stones did not move. It seemed like the Go puzzles had changed. The ninth young master smiled faintly as he picked up a white Go stone and placed it on the crystal platform. Clack! 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 How can this be? The surrounding cultivators looked at this strange scene in shock. There are a total of 3,000 Go puzzles, and I only took 1,000. Hence, the one before you is only 1/3 of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. There is no backlash. "Mr. Good, continue placing your Go stones," the ninth young master said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he took a deep breath and carefully looked at the Go puzzle. This Go puzzle hid too many mysteries. As Gu Hai looked, he seemed somewhat entranced. The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master also goggled at this Go puzzle. As they looked, the two also became entranced. Clack! Clack! Gu Hai and the ninth young master slowly placed their Go stones. The 1,000 Go puzzles in the surroundings moved. Although the countless cultivators in the surroundings could not understand, they still waited patiently. Is this for real? Solving 1,000 Go puzzles at the same time? Ding Dong showed a complicated expression. Clack! Gu Hai placed one Go stone after another. When Ding Dong placed his 20th Go stone, Gu Hai suddenly felt dazzled. He seemed to see a large peony flower before him. Buzz! Gu Hai felt his consciousness enter the peony flower. Boom! After Ding Dong entered the peony flower, he suddenly heard a loud sound. When Gu Hai looked carefully, he felt like he was standing on a vast sea. A storm arrived, and an overwhelming tsunami rushed at Gu Hai. An illusion? Gu Hai's expression changed. Bang! The tsunami immediately sent Gu Hai flying. Ah! Gu Hai cried out as he fell from the air. Clack! Gu Hai jumped onto an island and looked around in shock. Everything seemed real. This is too strange. Mr. Good, good comprehension ability. 20 ghost stones. You actually entered this world of consciousness with just 20 ghost stones? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huh? Gu Hai turned his head to look. He saw a white-clad young master standing on the island, Guanzhou. Where is this? Where did my consciousness enter? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. It is the Go game you played. Close your eyes, and you can go out. Guanzhou smiled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Buzz. Suddenly, Gu Hai seemed to wake up. He opened his eyes and looked around. I am still sitting in the Dragon Pinning Sect's Leisure Valley. What's going on? Guanzhou sat across from the crystal Go table, looking at Gu Hai with a smile that was not a smile. Gu Hai showed a strange expression. Mr. Good, it is your turn. Guanzhou smiled. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before placing another Go stone. Clack. Gu Hai placed another Go stone, and his consciousness entered that sea again. It seemed like only Shao Chen and Guanzhou were left in the vast world. What's going on? My consciousness is here. How did I enter this place again? Is this the Go puzzle world? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. This is an incomplete 29 worlds. You only entered with your consciousness. If the 3000 Go puzzles form the 29-world Go puzzle at the same time, not just your consciousness but your physical body as well. Guanzhou nodded. Is the 9th young master that I saw in the innate puzzle world a fake? You are the 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he stared at Guanzhou. Guanzhou smiled faintly and said, Mr. Good is very intelligent. This is the world of the 29-world Go puzzle. The Go puzzle can create a world. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. This is incomplete. However, the world created by the perfect 29 Go puzzle is not perfect either. 28 creates the cloud beast killing formation. 29 creates a world. No, it should be the embryonic form of a world. Guanzhou nodded. Embryonic form of a world. The Great Feng Mafia family has a 29-world Go puzzle. The Dragon Pinning Sect also has one. Gu Hai stared at Guanzhou. That's right. This is one of the Pavilion Master's arrangements. Guanzhou nodded. Old man Guanqi again. Gu Hai frowned heavily. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Guanzhou and said, 9th young master, you are not looking for me just to play Go, right? Guanzhou smiled faintly and said, Mr. Good, you guessed right. I am here to give you a chance. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Although the Pavilion Master fell, he left behind an inheritance. I obtained an inheritance that contains the Pavilion Master's blood, sweat, and tears. I want to pass it on to Mr. Good. What do you think? Guanzhou smiled. Old man Guanqi's inheritance? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. According to Venerable Lun Yen, old man Guanqi should have been one of the strongest people in the world back then. His inheritance could drive countless cultivators crazy. Pass it on to me. 9th young master, what do you mean by this? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Do you still remember that 9th young master from the innate puzzle world? Unfortunately, he is too stupid. I passed the inheritance to him, but he did not comprehend even a fraction of it. I believe that with Mr. Good's intelligence, it should not be difficult for him to comprehend it. I will pass the Pavilion Master's inheritance to you, and you will be the 9th young master. What do you think? Guanzhou smiled. You want me to be your substitute? Gu Hai frowned slightly. You can say that. You just need to use the name of the 9th young master to travel the world and announce to the world that you are the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th young master. You can continue to call yourself Gu Hai. Some of the Sky Chess Pavilion's external factions will be at your disposal. After you obtain the Pavilion Master's inheritance, you just need to use the name of the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th young master. How about that? Guanzhou smiled. However, Gu Hai stared at Guan Jiao with a complicated expression. Why? There is no reason. It is just for this deal. In the past, the East Sea Pirate King, Southern Sea Go Master, and Northern Sea Go Master all dreamed of obtaining the Pavilion Master's inheritance, but they could not. Now, I will pass the inheritance to you. Mr. Good, what are you hesitating for? Guan Jiao said solemnly. Gu Hai revealed a complicated expression. I, Gu Hai, have always believed that there is no free lunch in this world. There is always a trade-off. Ninth young master, what you said is indeed very tempting. What I want to pay is also very simple. However, I am not clear about the details, so I cannot promise you now. Oh. The ninth young master raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been rejected. Let's continue playing. Gu Hai said solemnly. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Gu Hai closed his eyes and sent his consciousness out. Then, he continued playing. The ninth young master also continued playing. Every time he played, the two of them would enter this consciousness world. Do you see it? The Pavilion Master's inheritance includes this 29 Heaven and Earth Go game. As long as you agree, I can pass it to you. What do you think? Not only that, but there are also other Go games. There are many, many more. Guan Jiao continued to tempt him. After all, during this period of observation, Gu Hai was too perfect to be his substitute. Gu Hai stared at the ninth young master as he played. Ninth young master, can I guess that being your substitute means that I have to bear some kind of disaster for you? Guan Jiao raised his eyebrows and stared at Gu Hai. Your conditions are too easy, but the rewards are too great. This is the only thing I can think of. Is there a risk in being the ninth young master? Gu Hai frowned. Guan Jiao frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, you should know that risks and benefits coexist. If you want to get a big return, you have to give something, right? You're looking for a substitute just to bear the disaster for yourself. Then, what kind of disaster will the ninth young master face? Why are you so afraid of the person who made you obtain old man Guanqi's inheritance? Gu Hai said solemnly. Guan Jiao fell silent and did not speak. Pack. 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 In the outside world, the two of them kept playing, and the 1000 Go games kept changing. Guan Jiao looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. He did not expect Gu Hai to be so stubborn. The two of them placed their pieces and competed with each other for a while. The ninth young master's expression changed. Bang! When Gu Hai played a Go stone, 100 Go puzzles suddenly exploded. He solved them. Gu Hai solved 100 Go puzzles. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Ding Dong also looked at this scene in shock. It was true. The 100 Go puzzles suddenly turned into clouds and soared into the sky. The original Go puzzles in the sky also scattered. Clearly, Gu Hai solved them. In the Go puzzles mental world, the ninth young master stared at Gu Hai and said in shock, "That's not right. That's not right. Did I make a mistake?" Huh? Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master in confusion. You solved them. You actually solved them. You will be the eighth. The ninth young master's eyelids suddenly twitched. What do you mean? Eight what? Gu Hai said in shock. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai in shock. After a while, he suddenly revealed a bitter expression and said, "So, that is the case. I was overthinking. Ha 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 ha. I was overthinking. I should not have come to 9-5 Island. Ha 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 ha. Ninth young master, what do you mean by this?" Gu Hai asked in shock. You can solve this 1/3 of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle so easily. It looks like you can solve the complete 29-line pair world Go puzzle as well. 9-5 Island? 9-5 Island? I was overthinking. I should not have come here to look for a substitute. Ha! The pavilion master must have taken a liking to you. The ninth young master said bitterly. Old man Guanxi took a liking to me. Didn't old man Guanxi fall? Gu Hai asked as he stared at the ninth young master. He did fall. However, don't you understand the pavilion master's plan? Since he set up the 9-5 Island Go puzzle, no one who enters will be able to escape. Everyone was divined by the pavilion master when he was alive. With your strong Go skills, you will not be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. The ninth young master laughed bitterly. 8? Are you talking about the eighth young master? Gu Hai asked with raised eyebrows as he stared at the ninth young master. Mr. Good, being too smart is not a good thing. The ninth young master said bitterly. Oh. Setting up the 9-5 Island? Could it be to choose the eighth young master? Gu Hai stared at the ninth young master with wide eyes. More or less. You have a 90% chance of becoming the eighth young master. Ha! Who asked you to be so good at Go? You are even better than me. Before I received the pavilion master's inheritance, I was not as good as you, the ninth young master said with a bitter smile. Ha! Ninth young master, you are overthinking. Old man Guanxi set up a trap to choose the eighth young master. However, what if I am not willing to be the eighth young master? Gu Hai retorted with disdain. Not willing? Ha ha ha. You will not be able to resist the temptation. You will know when the time comes. Soon, you will become the eighth young master. You will not be able to resist the temptation of the pavilion master. The pavilion master's inheritance has always been very generous. I cannot resist the temptation. I have no choice. That is why I searched everywhere for a substitute. Back then, I could not resist it. Ha! The ninth young master smiled bitterly. Gu Hai stared at the ninth young master with a complicated look in his eyes. Never mind. Since the pavilion master has targeted you, it is pointless for me to fight for it. Make your Go stones and solve the remaining 900 Go puzzles. The ninth young master sighed softly. However, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, Ninth young master, many thanks for the reminder. Huh. Although I do not know what old man Guanxi's inheritance is, I still have my guard up. The eighth young master title might be resounding, but I will do my best to resist that temptation. Gu Hai said solemnly. You will not be able to resist it. You do not understand the pavilion master's generosity. The dragon vein here is just a decoration that the pavilion master gave you. Someone is doing his best to become the eighth young master, and you still want to shrink back. Ha ha ha. There is no point in saying more. You will know when the time comes. However, let me give you a reminder. The ninth young master said with a solemn expression. Oh. A few days ago, I discovered that Long Wanqing was imprisoned in the dragon pinning sect by Ding Rui. That Ding Dong is Ding Rui's distant relative. Do you understand now? The ninth young master solemnly said. Oh. The hall master is imprisoned here. Gu Hai's face sank. The ninth young master nodded. Also, that life slaughterer Go master is an old acquaintance of yours, Montez in disguise. Montez? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The three Go masters, the Southern Sea Go master, the Northern Sea Go master, and the life slaughterer Go master? No wonder the life slaughterer Go master ignored me. Make your Go stones, then. The ninth young master said. Gu Hai closed his eyes and came out. Clack. A black Go stone landed. Rumble. The 900 Go puzzles in the surroundings suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud that surged towards the gigantic floating island. Ding Dong and the rest of the Xiuzha gaped in shock. Were these Go puzzles that they could not solve? Gu Hai solved 1,000 Go puzzles by himself. Am I dreaming? Chapter 130. At Ding Rui's residence, she spoke with a few subordinates in a room. Division Master, if we imprison the Hall Master like this, will, a subordinate asked worriedly. What are you worried about? I will take care of everything. Ding Rui said coldly. Yes. This subordinate is just worried about that Gu Hai. Will he ruin your plans? That subordinate asked worriedly. Humph. Does he think that he is incredible just because he killed some innate realm and golden core realm cultivators? Don't worry. I can crush him like an ant. Ding Rui retorted coldly. This subordinate is worried that Venerable Lun Yen will be attracted. Ding Rui narrowed her eyes and nodded. You are right. That old fellow Lun Yen is indeed a problem. To prevent Gu Hai from sending a message to that old fellow, tonight, Gu Hai will, wow. An uproar suddenly came from the outside world. A boundless commotion spread to Ding Rui's residence. What's the matter? Ding Rui asked with a cold expression as she led her subordinates out of the room. After leaving the room, Ding Rui looked up. Boom! The Go puzzles in the sky shattered, turning into boundless clouds lingering in the air. What's wrong? Ding Rui's expression changed. At this moment, a subordinate ran over from afar. Division Master. Division Master. Something big happened in Leisure Valley. This commotion is coming from Leisure Valley. What's going on? How did they solve so many Go puzzles at once? Ding Rui exclaimed. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai did it. He first competed with the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master. Within 10 hours, the three of them solved 200 Go puzzles each. That subordinate reported respectfully. 600 Go puzzles. Ding Rui's expression changed. Ding Rui had solved Go puzzles before. Unfortunately, she was not good at Go puzzles. Although she solved them, her speed was very slow. 600 Go puzzles in one go was simply unimaginable. Yes, 600 Go puzzles. Gu Hai defeated the two Go masters. Then, a person called Guan Jiu appeared out of nowhere and competed with Gu Hai. The two of them played 1,000 Go puzzles, 1,000 Go puzzles each time. That person said respectfully. 1,000 rounds? The other Fire Division disciples exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Moreover, it was Gu Hai who broke through 1,000 rounds in one go. The entire Leisure Valley is in an uproar. Everyone is shouting. The subordinate said respectfully. Ding Rui. Before Gu Hai came, he had only solved a few hundred puzzles in the past month. But Gu Hai has solved 1,600 puzzles in just one day. No, Gu Hai had also solved more than 100 games outside the array. Does that mean that Gu Hai has already solved more than 1,700 games in the short time he has been here? One of the subordinates asked in shock. Only 600 rounds left, only 600 rounds left. Branch Master, are we still going to make a move tonight? One of the subordinates asked with a frown. Ding Rui. Let's go and take a look. Ding Rui's face was gloomy as she led the group up a mountain. The surroundings were covered by clouds and mist. Standing on the mountain peak, one could clearly see everything in Leisure Valley. However, in Leisure Valley, one could not clearly see the people on the mountain peak. Inside Leisure Valley, the Life Slaughterer Go Master sat in his original position with a black-clad woman leaning on him. However, the group of disciples behind him looked across in shock. The group of cultivators that Gu Hai brought cheered the most enthusiastically. After all, respect was mutual. Gu Hai had given everyone a chance to enter, so it was normal for them to cheer for Gu Hai. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master goggled at Gu Hai. Clearly, they were shocked by Gu Hai's Go skills as well. Many thanks, Ninth Young Master. Gu Hai said as he looked at the Ninth Young Master after taking a deep breath. The Ninth Young Master stared at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Originally, he wanted Gu Hai to be his substitute. However, it looked like he could not get a share of this Gu Hai. Never mind. I can't give you my inheritance. My coughing has just recovered, and I have returned to my peak. You are still far from it. Let's spar again in the future. The ninth young master sighed softly. Let's go, the ninth young master said. Yes, the group of subordinates answered respectfully. The subordinates followed the ninth young master as he slowly walked out. Hey! Guan ninth young master, Guan ninth young master, please wait. There are still 600 Go puzzles to play. Guan ninth young master, please wait. This humble one has yet to receive you. Ding Dong immediately stepped forward and called out. However, the ninth young master seemed too lazy to even look at Ding Dong, ignoring him. The group of subordinates quickly blocked Ding Dong. Ding Dong shouted, Guan Gong Jiu. Seeing the group ignoring him, Ding Dong's expression froze. What kind of people are these? The moment the ninth young master left, the eyes of the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master lit up. Earlier, the ninth young master said that he could not give his inheritance to Gu Hai. Doesn't that mean? Let's go. The Southern Sea Go Master immediately gave chase. Let's go. The Northern Sea Go Master also gave chase with an anxious expression. The people that the two Go Masters brought quickly followed suit. Hey! Southern Sea Go Master, why are you leaving so quickly? Northern Sea Go Master, don't go. This humble one has yet to play host. Ding Dong anxiously went to block the two Go Masters. The Southern Sea Go Master glared. Ding Dong, how dare you block me? Do you believe that I will flatten your dragon pinning sect? Go away. Don't block me. The Northern Sea Go Master shouted. The two Go Masters felt incredibly anxious. The ninth young master was hard to track. It would be bad if they lost track of the ninth young master. Ding Dong. What is going on? Ding Dong stepped aside speechlessly, letting the two Go Masters leave. His heart filled with depression. They are leaving. What about the Go puzzles? Ding Dong shivered and immediately looked at the remaining two people, the Life Slaughterer Go Master and Gu Hai. They could not leave. They had to leave. Who knew how long they would have to wait to solve this Go puzzle? Mr. Good, do you have any requests? What do you need? If my dragon pinning sect can do it, we will do our best to satisfy Mr. Good. Ding Dong immediately stepped forward and said with a smile. After playing so many Go puzzles, I feel somewhat tired. I want to rest. Gu Hai said. Of course, of course. There are the best houses here. You can choose as you please. Ding Dong said anxiously. Fortunately, Gu Hai did not say that he wanted to leave. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Then, he turned his head to look at the 1,000-odd cultivators that he brought in. Sect Master Ding, these are the friends that I brought in. Can you send people to help them settle down and make things more convenient for them? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Ding Dong felt slightly stunned. Originally, he had planned to let these 1,000-odd cultivators stay in the valley without providing them with anything. If they could not take it, they could leave on their own. After leaving, they were not allowed back in. However, Gu Hai's suggestion put Ding Dong in a difficult spot. If that is not possible, I'll bring these friends out to find a place to stay. Gu Hai shook his head, pretending to leave. Don't. Since you are Mr. Good's friends, feel free to stay here. Ding Dong immediately shouted through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The group of cultivators immediately shouted. The dragon pinning sect turned interesting. Even if the cultivators had to sleep on the ground, they would not leave. Seeing the dragon pinning sect guarding against thieves, the cultivators felt upset in the first place. Now that Gu Hai took care of them, they immediately felt grateful. Gu Hai nodded and chose a clean courtyard. Then, he headed there. I'll stay in that room. I'll stay here. Don't snatch it from me. I'll stay here. The group of cultivators immediately made a racket as they picked a place to stay. Ding Dong's face twitched slightly as he turned his head away. What the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over. Life Slaughterer, Go Master, I was not a good host earlier. If you need anything, I will satisfy you. I hope that the Life Slaughterer, Go Master can solve the remaining Go puzzles as soon as possible. Ding Dong said to the Life Slaughterer, Go Master. I'm tired as well. I need to rest. The Life Slaughterer, Go Master shook his head. The Life Slaughterer, Go Master stood up and hugged the woman in his embrace. Then, he led his subordinates to a small courtyard. Phew! Ding Dong let out a long breath. Fortunately, Gu Hai and the Life Slaughterer, Go Master had not left yet. Ding Dong could answer to his aunt. Go and gather another 2,000 disciples. Keep an eye on Leisure Valley's surroundings. Don't let anything go wrong. Do your best to satisfy Gu Hai and the Life Slaughterer, Go Master's requests. Ding Dong instructed a dragon pinning sect disciple. Yes. At the summit of a nearby mountain peak, Ding Rui narrowed her eyes as she looked into the valley. Division Master, that Life Slaughterer, Go Master is the weakest of the 3 Go Masters at solving Go puzzles. Now, only the Life Slaughterer, Go Master and Gu Hai remain. Are we still going to make a move on Gu Hai tonight? Indeed. Gu Hai might be able to solve the remaining Go puzzles after resting for a while. We cannot hide this for long. Perhaps Li Haoran will discover us soon and bring the Shinji Battalion disciples over. Even if Gu Hai sends a message, it will take a long time. Gu Hai does not know that we are here. That's right. Division Master, Gu Hai does not know that you are here. Why should we worry about him? The group of subordinates looked at Ding Rui. Ding Rui's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In her heart, she wanted to deal with the unstable factor, Gu Hai, immediately. However, after weighing the pros and cons, she could only give up. Keep a close eye on Gu Hai. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Also, hide yourselves well. Don't let Gu Hai recognize us, Ding Rui said seriously. We are not going to make a move. Wait for Gu Hai to solve the remaining 600 Go puzzles before making a move. Ding Rui said coldly. Yes. The group answered. Increase the reward for solving Go puzzles tenfold. Reward 100 superior grade spirit stones for every Go puzzle solved. Ding Rui said seriously. 100 superior grade spirit stones? So much, the group exclaimed in shock. What I need is time. I need to use spirit stones to buy time. I need to be fast. Ding Rui said seriously. Yes, the group answered. Chapter 131. 3 days later, Ding Rui stood at the entrance of a large hall, looking coldly at the boundless clouds above the floating island. 600 Go puzzles. After 3 days, with the tenfold reward, they only solved 3. Ding Rui looked coldly at Ding Dong, who was beside her. Ding Dong spread his hands, appearing aggrieved as he said, Gu Hai and the Life Slaughterer Go Master did not make a move. The others only solved 3 Go puzzles. Why did they not make a move? Ding Rui looked at Ding Dong coldly. I don't know, either. They said that they were tired, Ding Dong said bitterly. Tired? Excuses, all excuses. If I had not entered the Tao through the zither, I would have solved them long ago. Ding Dong, go and urge them to hurry up. Ding Rui said coldly. However, it is useless. I already paid them a visit. Ding Dong said bitterly. Go again. Ding Rui said coldly. All right, then. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. Humph. Ding Rui snorted coldly. Then, she turned around and entered the large hall. Ding Dong left helplessly and returned to Leisure Valley. The surrounding cultivators were very enthusiastic, continuously studying the Go puzzles. However, it was not that easy to solve them. Who knew how long it would take for them to solve them? Ding Dong could only place his hopes on the Life Slaughterer, Go Master and Gu Hai. Ding Dong looked at the pavilions on both sides and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he headed for Gu Hai's small courtyard. Sect Master. There were dragon-pinning sect disciples outside the courtyard who specifically served and monitored Gu Hai. How is it? Mr. Good has been in the small courtyard and has not come out. For the past 2 days, he has only been brewing tea and reading books, that disciple said. Ding Dong's eyelids twitched. Mr. Good. Ding Dong called out to the small courtyard. The door is not closed. Come in yourself. Gu Hai's leisurely voice came from the small courtyard. Ding Dong walked into the small courtyard. Ding Dong started looking around the small courtyard. Soon, he saw Gu Hai in the main hall. In front of Gu Hai, there was a small stove with tea boiling on it. Gu Hai poured a cup of tea and held a book in his hand as if he was studying it. Mr. Good. Ding Dong went up to him and stepped into the hall. Oh. Sect Master Ding. Gu Hai smiled and put down the scroll. Mr. Good, did you rest well these past few days? Not bad, right? The scenery here is pleasant and the air is fresh. It's a good place to retire. Gu Hai smiled. Ding Dong. Seeing that Gu Hai was making things up, Ding Dong had no choice but to cut to the chase. Mr. Good, it's been 3 days. Can Mr. Good solve the endgame again? Now, the reward has been increased tenfold, and the reward for solving a Go puzzle is 100 high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai held the teacup and gently blew on it before slowly taking a sip. Neither too fast nor too slow. Mr. Good? Ding Dong asked somewhat anxiously. Sect Master Ding, can't you tell that I've been here for the past few days? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Oh. Ding Dong was slightly stunned. This is the dragon pinning sect. I wonder what it will look like if you raise it to the ground. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Raise it to the ground? Mr. Good, what do you mean by that? Ding Dong glared. What do I mean? Sect Master Ding, you already did it yourself. Can't you guess the consequences? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Ding Dong found Gu Hai's calm and mysterious expression increasingly unfathomable. Mr. Good, speak clearly. I don't understand. Ding Dong shook his head. You don't understand? It's good that you don't understand. Perhaps, it will just be some physical pain. Gu Hai shook his head. The more Gu Hai refused to speak, the more anxious Ding Dong became. Mr. Good, what do you mean? What do you mean by some physical pain? Speak clearly. Ding Dong shouted, glaring. I remember that there is such a punishment method. What is it called? Oh, I remember now. It's called the skinning method. Haven't you heard of it before? Gu Hai smiled. Punishment method? Skinning method? Ding Dong looked at Gu Hai. That's right. Let's use you as an example. First, we'll seal your cultivation and turn you into immortal. Then, we'll bury you vertically in the ground, leaving only your head exposed so that you can't move. Then, make a hole in your head. It's just a thin layer, just a scratch on your scalp. You won't die. Don't worry. Gu Hai explained with a smile as he looked at Ding Dong. However, Ding Dong's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, pour mercury into the hole. Do you know what mercury is? Do you? That's good. It's that thing. After you pour it in, it will stick to the skin and flow in the skin. It's itchy, itchy, itchy. I want to scratch it, but I can't move. It's so itchy, so itchy, So unbearable. What should I do? Gu Hai whispered. Ding Dong suddenly felt itchy all over his body. He looked at Gu Hai. Hey, there's a hole on your head. You won't be itchy after you crawl out. Jump, you don't even want your skin anymore. Once you crawl out, you feel so comfortable. Gu Hai said with a smile. Don't even want my skin anymore? Ding Dong suddenly trembled, and his face was filled with horror. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Ding Dong glared and shouted coldly. Smack! Gu Hai threw the teacup on the table. Ding Dong trembled subconsciously. Ding Dong, you are still stubborn. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can leave now. I will continue to solve the puzzle tomorrow. Gu Hai said coldly. Ding Dong's expression changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Gu Hai did not make any unreasonable demands. However, his earlier words made Ding Dong's entire body turn cold. After all, Ding Dong had been in fear for the past few days. Mr. Good, you, please speak clearly. Ding Dong said with cold sweat on his forehead. You know very well whether I want to speak clearly or not. What do you think of the punishment I mentioned earlier? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Your elite hall's punishment. Ha 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 ha. When have you ever heard of my elite hall having such a punishment? Gu Hai sneered. Huh. This is no longer elite hall's matter. Ding Dong, you understand that some people cannot be touched. Take the hall master's mother for example. She died. However, do you think that is the end? No, it is not. Since 20 years ago, 100 heads have fallen every day due to the hall master's mother's death. Listen carefully. It is every day. Gu Hai said with a smile. Every day. Why don't I know? Of course, you don't know. What qualifications do you have to know this secret? You don't know because we are still looking for the culprit. We have never stopped. However, we will soon find 9-5 Island. This is the source. Some people seek death, delivering their heads to us. We can't do anything about it. Right, Sect Master Ding? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai, you cannot scare me. Ding Dong shouted while glaring. Although Ding Dong was furious, Gu Hai could see cold sweat on his forehead. If you think that I am scaring you, then just pretend that I did not say anything. Sect Master Ding, you can leave now, Gu Hai said indifferently. Who sent you here? If you don't tell me, I will kill you immediately. Ding Dong said as he pulled out his sword and glared. Do you think that since I dared to come to your dragon pinning sect alone, I fear you and that Ding Rui, who is hiding? Gu Hai sneered. How do you know? Ding Dong glared, revealing a murderous intent. How do I know? Do you think that I am the only one who knows? Gu Hai sneered. Who else? Who else? What do you all know? Why are you here? Ding Dong asked anxiously. We don't know anything. Right, I am here only to confirm Long Wanqing's safety. My mission is complete, so there is nothing else for me to do. Just do what you need to do, Gu Hai said with a smile. Thud. Ding Dong immediately fell back into his chair. You know? How do you know that Long Wanqing is imprisoned? How do you know? Is it Venerable Lun Yen? That's not right. If it were Venerable Lun Yen, he would have come long ago. Ding Dong said in a fluster. How do I know? Do you think that you and Ding Rui can hide things from the Hall Master's maternal grandfather? Gu Hai sneered. Ding Dong immediately showed a flustered expression. The Hall Master's maternal grandfather? That's impossible. He can't possibly come to 9-5 Island. If he wanted to come, he would have. Ding Dong said in horror. It's good that you imprisoned the Hall Master. With the Hall Master and the Dragon Vein, the bait is sufficient. The big fish will take the bait soon. The truth behind the hall master's mother's death will be revealed soon. At that time, blood will flow like a river. Huh. In the end, you helped us find the truth. We will not let off your souls. Just a small punishment is enough, Gu Hai said indifferently. A small punishment? Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather is already lying in ambush, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Small punishment? What small punishment? Ding Dong's emotions fluctuated intensely. By the way, do you feel itchy? Gu Hai asked with a smile. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked like he wanted to leave. Don't. Mr. Good. Mr. Good. Don't go. Don't go. I was forced. I was forced. I am innocent. Ding Dong immediately ran over to Gu Hai, crying. Then, he hugged Gu Hai's leg and knelt. Gu Hai looked at Ding Dong coldly. I am really innocent. I'm really innocent. If I didn't agree to Auntie's request, Auntie would kill me. The hall master has been living well with me for the past few days. I even sent people to serve her. Really, really. Ding Dong hugged Gu Hai's leg as he knelt and begged for mercy. In a large hall in the dragon pinning sect, Long Wanqing sat before a cloudy Go puzzle. This was one of the 600 Go puzzles around the floating island. Long Wanqing was bored and wanted to play one. After looking at the Go puzzle for a while, Long Wanqing was not in the mood to solve it. She felt frustrated. Gu Hai is here. No, I have to inform Gu Hai. He is only in the innate realm. No matter how strong he is not a match for Ding Rui and Ding Dong. Furthermore, Ding Rui already discovered his whereabouts. It has already been a few days. Could she have set him up? Based on Ding Rui's previous tone, it sounded like she would only be at ease after killing Gu Hai. This is the dragon pinning sect, Ding Dong's home ground. If Ding Dong wants to kill Gu Hai, it will be as easy as flipping his hand. Oh, right. The large number of Go puzzles being solved a few days ago should be Gu Hai's doing, right? There has been no news from him for the past few days. Is Gu Hai dead? Long Wanqing showed an unsightly expression. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. Sect Master Ding. The division master is not here. Why are you here? The guard at the door asked, feeling curious. It's fine. Just guard me. Auntie told me to ask Long Wanqing something. Ding Dong said seriously. All right. The guard nodded. Ding Dong entered the hall with a black-robed man following behind him. Creak. The moment Ding Dong entered the hall, he immediately closed the doors. Ding Dong, you killed Gu Hai, right? Long Wanqing asked coldly. Plop. However, Ding Dong suddenly knelt. Hall Master, this lowly one was forced by Ding Rui. I did not target Hall Master on purpose. Hall Master, please forgive me. Long Wanqing. Many thanks for Hall Master's concern. Gu Hai is fine. The black-robed man at the side said with a smile. As the black-robed man spoke, he slowly removed his hood, revealing his face. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Chapter 132. On a floating island in the dragon pinning sect, whoosh. A figure shrouded in white fog flew out of the floating island. Ding Rui had secretly gone to the floating island. When she flew to a nearby mountain peak, she showed an unsightly expression. The 29-line pair world Go puzzle. I did manage to solve a lot of it. However, I still have not solved it completely. The backlash is actually getting stronger. Humph. Ding Rui showed a sullen expression. Division Master. Division Master. A subordinate rushed over. Huh. Ding Rui turned her head to look at that subordinate. It is as Division Master worried. Gu Hai managed to instigate Ding Dong to defect. Now, he is secretly bringing Gu Hai to meet Long Wanqing, that subordinate whispered. Ding Rui narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai is indeed a restless person. Humph. Fortunately, we are constantly monitoring him. Otherwise, we would have made a mistake. That subordinate said with a smile. Let's go. Let's go. Ding Rui revealed a cold smile. In the large hall where Long Wanqing was, Gu Hai. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in shock. Hall Master, long time no see. Gu Hai said with a smile. Why are you here? Didn't you? Long Wanqing looked at Ding Dong. Ding Dong knelt before Long Wanqing and begged for mercy. Hall Master, please spare me. Ding Rui forced this humble one into this. I had no other choice. I have been very courteous to Hall Master over the past few days. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Dong in shock. How can this be? Huh? Long Wanqing turned her head to look at Gu Hai. Could it be that Gu Hai managed to instigate him to defect? Is that true? How can this be used to instigate a rebellion? Hall Master, there is no need to worry. Whether I come or not, you will be safe. Your maternal grandfather is already lying in ambush outside the dragon pinning sect. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. My grandfather is here. Long Wanqing was delighted at first, then she was surprised. The 3,000 Go puzzles are about to be solved, and that big fish is about to appear. For now, we can only inconvenience you, Hall Master. To prevent alerting the enemy, the ambush is very far away. Hence, it is very difficult for ordinary people to find you. As for your safety, given your maternal grandfather's abilities, he has long been monitoring you, Gu Hai said with a smile. Ding Dong, however, suddenly quivered. A look of horror appeared on his face. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in surprise. At first, she was pleasantly surprised, but then her face showed an extremely blank expression. Suddenly, Gu Hai blinked his left eye at Long Wanqing. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Long Wanqing was also extremely smart. From Gu Hai's small action, she suddenly quivered. Was this a lie? I was wondering, how could Gu Hai know maternal grandfather? If maternal grandfather were here, would there be a need for an ambush? Just maternal grandfather alone would be enough. Would there be a need for Gu Hai to act as a vanguard? Seeing Gu Hai's serious expression and thinking about that small blinking action, Long Wanqing suddenly felt like laughing. This Gu Hai is too evil. How frightened is Ding Dong, who is at the side? Long Wanqing's expression turned solemn. Then, she asked, Ding Dong, what else do you want to say to me? Hall Master, this humble one has long wanted to renounce the darkness and join the light. However, I never had a chance. Only after Mr. Good's earlier persuasion did this humble one understand. Ding Dong said anxiously. Oh. You have long wanted to renounce the darkness and join the light? Long Wanqing asked. Yes, Ding Rui forced me. Although she is my aunt, many of my Ding clan's descendants have to listen to her. They are all her chess pieces. She was the one who arranged for me to become the dragon pinning sect master. Ding Dong reported. Oh. She arranged it? Long Wanqing revealed some shock. Yes. 50 years ago, my Ding clan arranged for a large number of descendants to come to the Thousand Island Sea to develop their faction on the various islands. This subordinate was arranged to stay here. After I arrived, I saw the dragon pinning sect and felt that it was pretty good, so I joined the dragon pinning sect. Originally, I was just an elder of the dragon pinning sect. Ding Rui passed by and secretly helped me kill the old sect master and some people blocking me. She quietly pushed me to the position of sect master. The price for that was that I had to listen to her. Ding Dong said bitterly. Ding Rui? Long Wanqing frowned. In that case, Why did you not discover the dragon vein back then? Gu Hai asked seriously. I really did not discover it back then. Perhaps the old sect master knew. However, I did not know back then. Ding Rui had already killed the old sect master. At first, I did not notice it. Only when Ding Rui came 1 month ago and did her best to search the dragon pinning sect did she see a stone platform in a corner of the floating island. That stone platform is very unremarkable. Really, it is just for storing miscellaneous items in a corner of the courtyard. Who would have thought that it was actually a mechanism? Ding Dong smiled bitterly. Mechanism? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked seriously. Ding Dong looked at Gu Hai. Just take it as saying this to Hall Master maternal grandfather. What happens in the end will depend on your performance. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Yes. 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 That's how it is. Ding Dong immediately panicked, thinking that Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather's hearing had reached this place. It was a Go puzzle with 29 horizontal and vertical lines. There was a Go bowl at the side. At that time, one of Ding Rui's disciples felt curious and reached out to play a Go stone. After the Go stone was played, one of the Go stones was eaten. In that instant, it was like a squeezing force appeared out of nowhere, and that disciple exploded. A loud sound rang out, and the explosion left nothing. Blood, internal organs, flesh, bones, and everything else turned into powder that scattered with the wind. If not for someone nearby, no one would have discovered this explosion. One can even kill oneself while playing Go. Ding Dong exclaimed in horror. And then Ding Rui found out the crux of that Go board. Even after reading through many of the dragon pinning sect's records, she only found an explanation that this courtyard was a forbidden area. Oh, that's right. I remember now. 20 years ago, Hall Master's mother brought Montez and the other elite Hall disciples to stay in that courtyard. Ding Dong suddenly recalled. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing exchanged glances, their eyes exceptionally grave. And then? Gu Hai asked seriously. After that, Ding Rui noticed that the Go board was strange and did not dare to play. Instead, she wanted to try breaking it, so she swung her sword with all her might. However, the Go board did not shatter. Instead, boundless clouds spread out in all directions. Then, 3,000 Go puzzles appeared in all directions, Ding Dong explained. Oh. Looking at the floating island below us from the Go board, the upper part of the floating island is no longer made of land. Instead, it is a small spatial barrier. The shape of the spatial barrier is that of the floating island. Inside, there is a golden dragon's body that seems to be stuck in this spatial barrier. The dragon's body tried to move but could not, Ding Dong explained. The 29 unhindered world. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Ding Dong recalled that the 9th young master mentioned at the complete 29 unhindered world Go puzzle could form a world. It was no longer the imperfect Go puzzle that could only hold one's consciousness. One could enter with one's physical body. The dragon pinning sect. In the end, it should be called the dragon pinning sect. The dragon vein is forcefully pinned here and cannot be moved. Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. That might be the meaning. Unfortunately, the old sect master is already dead. I don't know, either. You can't enter? Gu Hai asked. We can't enter. You can't enter. Although you can see the inside, there is a large array around it. As long as you attack the small world's barrier, you will be immediately killed by the large array. However, Ding Rui solved one of the Go puzzles. Following that, the 29 crisscrossing Go boards moved along with the Go pieces. Later, we understood that the 29 unhindered world Go board was extremely complicated. When solving it, it was filled with danger. The 3,000 Go puzzles should have been expanded from there. It was fine if we could not solve them. However, if we solved them, the Go puzzles would change. Perhaps, if we solved all the Go puzzles, the ritual array would be undone, and we could enter that small world, Ding Dong explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. So, Ding Rui issued a large reward to invite everyone to solve the Go puzzles? Yes. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. Based on my understanding from Venerable Lun Yen, Ding Rui is rather smart. Why is it so difficult to solve the Go puzzles? Gu Hai asked with a frown. I know that. Ding Rui is not good at Go, Long Wanqing explained. Oh. She is good at the zither and not at Go, Long Wanqing explained. Zither? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The zither and Go are two different directions. Different cultivators cultivate the zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. You should be cultivating the Go Dao. In the Go Dao, Old Man Guanqi was the best in the world back then, Long Wanqing explained. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting? Gu Hai exclaimed, showing some shock. That's right. Each of them is a major system. You'll know in the future. It's a pity that Ding Rui has learned the four odd beasts. She's not cut out for the zither. A powerful zither master can even form a sword chi storm when playing the zither, destroying everything. Long Wanqing explained. Oh. You have seen it before? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Long Wanqing nodded. In the past, I saw Lu Yang of Gojoseon play the zither on the battlefield. With one song, boundless sword chi shattered an army of 1 million cultivators in the blink of an eye, wiping out the entire army. The sword chi swept through the mountains, rivers, and battlefields, flattening everything and reducing it to rubble. Living people are not allowed to enter, and death chi spreads everywhere. Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. You will know in the future, Long Wanqing explained. Gu Hai nodded. Ding Rui captured me to force me to hand over the dragon luring jade, Long Wanqing said seriously. Oh. The dragon luring jade can draw out the dragon vein and absorb it, Long Wanqing explained. So, that's how it is. Gu Hai said seriously. The dragon pinning sect. The nailing dragon sect. Ding Rui wants to solve the 29-line pair world Go puzzle and get your dragon luring jade to absorb it. What a good plan. Unfortunately, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Gu Hai said coldly. Ding Dong, who was at the side, felt worried. Unaware of the oriole behind? Is it that big fish or Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather? Hall Master. Ding Dong looked at Long Wanqing. I will plead with maternal grandfather. Maternal grandfather might have heard it already. It's fine, Long Wanqing said indifferently. Many thanks, Hall Master. Many thanks, Hall Master. Ding Dong said gratefully. What should we do now? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Ding Rui broke through Long Wanqing's door. Where is she? Where is Long Wanqing? Ding Rui demanded. Two guards stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the empty hall. There was only a strange hourglass-like ghost stone falling out of the hourglass, making pa sounds. I don't know, either. After Ding Dong left with that black-robed man, I heard this sound in the hall. I thought that the hall master was playing Go. I don't know, either, that guard said in shock. Oh no. Black robes? Long Wanqing is hiding in that black-robed man. Black robes? Division Master, are you saying that there were two people hiding in the black robes when they came out? A subordinate at the side exclaimed in shock. Back then, Ding Dong instructed us to guard the hall properly. We did not expect that. We did not expect that. The group of guards said anxiously. How long were they gone? Ding Rui glared. They just left. They just left. That guard said. Quick. Deactivate the dragon pinning sect's protective ritual array. Don't let anyone out. Ding Rui shouted while glaring. Yes. Chapter 133. In a valley in the dragon pinning sect. Alright, Sect Master Ding, please step back for a while. Gu Hai said. Alright. Alright. Ding Dong showed a strange expression as he looked at the black-robed Gu Hai. Ding Dong stepped to the side. Gu Hai also walked behind a large rock and slowly lifted the black robes. Clack. A pair of feet suddenly extended from the black robes and landed on the ground. Then, a woman in tight-fitting clothes came out of the black robes. This was Long Wanqing. Gu Hai, earlier, you actually, you. Long Wanqing glared at Gu Hai in embarrassment and anger. You were too close earlier. That was just an instinctive reaction, not something I could control. Hall Master, quickly put on this black robes. I'll step back for a while. Gu Hai took out a black robe and handed it to Long Wanqing. Then, he immediately walked away from the rock. Humph. Long Wanqing snorted coldly as she looked at Gu Hai's back. Long Wanqing suppressed the anger and embarrassment in her heart as she quickly put on her clothes and walked away from the rock. After leaving the rock, Long Wanqing still did not give Gu Hai any face. Ding Dong, who was at the side, pretended not to see. Gu Hai could only show a bitter smile. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the sky. Then, countless rocks seemed to float into the air and revolve around the dragon pinning sect. It was like a meteor storm enveloped the entire dragon pinning sect. An uproar came from Leisure Valley in the distance. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing also looked at the sky with raised eyebrows. Oh no! Ding Rui discovered it. She activated the ritual array to seal the sect. We can't get out. Ding Dong's expression changed. Ding Rui activated the ritual array. You are the dragon pinning sect's sect master. Do you not have a way out? Gu Hai asked. The ritual array's ritual array source is in Ding Rui's hands. Once the ritual array source is activated, there is nothing I can do. Ding Dong said anxiously. Ding Rui? Long Wanqing's expression turned ugly. After all, Long Wanqing's cultivation had been completely sealed. She was like an ordinary person and couldn't do anything. Mr. Good, what should we do now? Should I inform Grandpa Hall Leader? No, Hall Master Grandpa should know, Ding Dong said doubtfully. Let's go to Leisure Valley. That place is wide. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Open space. Long Wanqing showed a hint of confusion. However, Ding Dong did not notice the details in Gu Hai's tone. Alright, I'll listen to you. Ding Dong nodded. The dragon pinning sect has 5,000 disciples and Ding Rui's 1,000-odd subordinates. Are we going just like that? Should we disguise ourselves? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai worriedly. There's no need. Hall Leader, since I found you, there is nothing to worry about. Today, I will openly bring you out of the dragon pinning sect. Let's see how Ding Rui's motley crew can stop us, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. Long Wanqing's eyes widened, revealing a surprised expression. Bring me out in broad daylight? Is that possible? However, Ding Dong felt that this was only natural. With Hall Master Grandpa Hall Leader around, Ding Rui was indeed a motley crew. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Ding Rui stood on top of a tall mountain, overlooking the surroundings. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Have you notified everyone? All the dragon pinning sect disciples, go and find them. Find them. They will not be able to escape even if they grow wings. Ding Rui shouted coldly. Sect Master, rest assured. Everyone went to search. We did not miss a single corner, a subordinate said respectfully. Humph. Ding Rui snorted coldly. Found them. Found them. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. A dragon pinning sect disciple rushed over. Division Master, we found the sect master and Gu Hai. There is also a woman. Oh. Ding Rui raised her eyebrows. So fast. That's right. They were swaggering towards Leisure Valley. We discovered them very quickly, that dragon pinning sect disciple said solemnly. Swaggering? They did not disguise themselves or hide. Ding Rui exclaimed in shock. No, they are just walking openly like this. It seems that because that woman is walking slower, sect master and Gu Hai are following her speed and walking slowly. That person said. That's impossible. Ding Rui showed an expression of disbelief. It's true. They will reach Leisure Valley soon. Let's go. Let's go to Leisure Valley. Ding Rui was puzzled as she hurried towards Leisure Valley. At this moment, Leisure Valley was in chaos. What are you doing? What is your dragon pinning sect trying to do? Why did you activate the ritual array sealing the mountain? We can't get out. We can't get out of that exit either. Are you trying to rob us? Do you think that the bounty is too high? Do you want to snatch it back? If you can't afford it, don't offer it. Why are you sealing the mountain? After discovering the dragon pinning sect's ritual array sealing the mountain, the 1,000-odd cultivators that Gu Hai brought immediately glared and shouted in rage. However, the dragon pinning sect had many disciples as well. They quickly gathered in large numbers to prevent any conflicts. The life slaughterer Go Master walked out slowly with a black-robed woman in his arms. A group of disciples followed behind him as they looked at the conflicts in the surroundings in shock. Master, what is the dragon pinning sect doing? A disciple asked anxiously. The life slaughterer Go Master raised his hand to stop the disciples from speaking. They could only wait quietly. Whoosh! Whoosh! More dragon pinning sect disciples arrived from the surroundings. Aside from the dragon pinning sect disciples, there were also elite Hall Fire Division disciples rushing into Leisure Valley. The cultivators who had been making a ruckus immediately revealed shocked expressions. Elite Hall disciples. The dragon pinning sect disciples are all here? What's wrong with them? The surrounding cultivators watched this scene in shock. However, they saw the dragon pinning sect disciples looking around before suddenly looking to the north. The elite hall disciples did the same. Everyone turned their heads to look. Not far away, Gu Hai, Ding Dong, and a woman slowly walked over. A large number of elite hall disciples surrounded the three, looking at them coldly. Naturally, the woman was Long Wanqing. However, she had just taken up her position and rarely showed herself. Few people knew her identity. What's going on? Many cultivators showed confused expressions. The life slaughterer Go Master lowered his head and subconsciously tightened his grip. The woman in his embrace let out a moan in pain. What are you doing? What are you doing? Scram! Ding Dong immediately shouted in rage. The surrounding dragon pinning sect disciples showed strange expressions as they exchanged glances. Bang! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a figure landed in the center of Leisure Valley's plaza. It was an old woman holding a walking stick, coldly looking across. Division Master, the group of Elite Hall disciples greeted respectfully. Elite Hall's Fire Division Master, Ding Rui. Suddenly, a cultivator recognized her. What's wrong? Division Master Ding is here as well. What are they doing? Many cultivators watched this confusing scene curiously. However, they saw Ding Rui holding her walking stick and coldly looking across. Anger flashed in her eyes as she glared at the three people across. When Ding Dong saw Ding Rui, he suddenly panicked. After all, he had feared her for a long time. He could not change just because he wanted to. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and walked to the very front. Ding Dong, you are really bold. Ding Rui said coldly. I. Ding Dong said with some fear. Ding Rui, you are really awe-inspiring. Long Wanqing sneered. Ding Rui looked at Long Wanqing coldly. Then, she snorted coldly and said, do you think you can run? You are now like an ordinary person. What can you do? Humph. Just instigate Ding Dong. Or do you want to rely on this Gu Hai? However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Elite Hall's Water Division Master, Gu Hai, greets Division Master Ding. Ha 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 ha. Water Division Master. Gu Hai, who said that you are the Water Division Master? You really know how to flatter yourself. Ding Rui said coldly. I was the one who conferred the title. So what? Long Wanqing retorted coldly. Conferring the title of a division master requires the agreement of the other division masters. Furthermore, has he registered it in headquarters? If he has not, what qualifications does he have to call himself the Water Division Master? Ding Rui sneered. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, Division Master Ding, unexpectedly, you still consider yourself an Elite Hall disciple. This is the Elite Hall's Hall Master. Hall Masters do not have the qualifications to appoint people, but you, a Division Master, do? Furthermore, imprisoning the Hall Master is a great crime, a crime punishable by death. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. This woman is the Elite Hall Master. The new Hall Master. Many dragon pinning sect disciples revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, many people did not know Long Wanqing's identity. Ding Rui, are you still so stubborn? Quickly beg the Hall Master for mercy. Otherwise, you will not have a good ending. Ding Dong immediately scolded. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators burst into another uproar. Even Ding Dong admitted it. Is this woman really the Elite Hall Master? Humph! Ding Rui leaned on her walking stick and immediately kicked up a strong wind. Ding Dong's expression changed. Ding Dong, I still have not scolded you. Why did you defect? Are you tired of living? Ding Rui shouted coldly. I. Panic flashed in Ding Dong's eyes as he turned his head to look at the calm Gu Hai. Then, he immediately mustered his courage. Humph! Ding Rui, I abandoned the darkness for the light. You can't escape. The dragon pinning sect is already surrounded. Humph! With a single order from the Hall Master's maternal grandfather, none of you can escape. None of you can. Ding Dong shouted with a ferocious expression. The Hall Master's maternal grandfather? Nearly everyone felt shocked. The expressions of Ding Rui's subordinates changed. Even Ding Rui felt startled. However, she recovered in an instant. So, you defected because of this? Ding Rui said coldly as she stared at Ding Dong. What? You still don't believe me? Ding Dong questioned while glaring. I don't believe you. Humph. Is there something wrong with your head? Long Wanqing is not his biological granddaughter. He has so many granddaughters. Why would he come all the way here to save his granddaughter? An ambush? He is already here. Is there a need for an ambush? Since there is an ambush, then come. Come. Come and kill me. Ding Rui shouted. Ding Dong's expression froze. You are escaping with Gu Hai and Long Wanqing, right? Are you really as stupid as a pig? Since Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather is here, do you still want to escape? Do you still want to escape? Do you still need your help? Ding Rui said coldly. Ding Dong's expression changed. That's right. If Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather is here, do you still need my help to escape? Also, why did Gu Hai purposely tell me the earlier secret? After Ding Rui's warning, Ding Dong immediately reacted. Gu Hai, you lied to me. Ding Dong shouted angrily while glaring. Whether I lied to you or not is up to you. If you want to die, then go over. Gu Hai said calmly. Ding Dong's expression froze. You fool. Why are you still not coming over? Ding Rui shouted coldly. Ding Dong hesitated for a while before running over to Ding Rui. Aunt, he lied to me. Really? I did not expect this. Ding Dong immediately begged for mercy. I'll deal with you later. Humph. Ding Rui snorted coldly. However, Ding Dong's expression froze. Why am I so unlucky? Ding Dong turned his head and vented all his grievances on Gu Hai. Gu Hai, how dare you lie to me? Today, none of you can think of leaving the dragon pinning sect. Humph. Ding Dong shouted while glaring. Ding Dong ran over there. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. This is called a fence-sitter, swaying to both sides. Such a person will not have a good ending. Even without your maternal grandfather, Ding Rui could no longer trust him. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Not far away, Ding Dong's expression changed as he turned his head to look in Ding Rui's direction. However, Ding Rui did not look at Ding Dong. Instead, she looked coldly at Gu Hai. Ding Dong. Why am I so unlucky? What should we do now? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. The dragon pinning sect was sealed off by the ritual array, and no one could leave. Right now, they did not have any allies, only the two of them. There were thousands of people who wanted to deal with them, including the Yuanying state. Becoming enemies with the world? Looking around, he had a sense of déjà vu that everyone was his enemy. This scene. Long Wanqing could only smile bitterly. Hall Master, did you forget? I said that I would bring you out. Furthermore, I will bring you out openly. You don't believe me? Gu Hai did not care about the cold gazes of the several thousand experts. He turned and smiled at Long Wanqing. Huh? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Chapter 134. Walk out in broad daylight. Ha 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 ha. Ding Rui laughed coldly as she looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, you must be dreaming. You think you can do that? Ding Dong shouted coldly. Gu Hai stepped forward and looked at the surrounding cultivators. When he saw the Life Slaughterer Go Master, he saw the Life Slaughterer Go Master hugging a black-clad woman, not saying a word. Ding Dong, you want to make an enemy of Elite Hall and the Hall Master's maternal grandfather. Have you ever thought that all the dragon pinning sect disciples have the same thoughts as you? Gu Hai said coldly. Buzz. The dragon pinning sect disciples immediately started whispering to each other. Gu Hai, you instigated Ding Dong earlier. Now, you want to sow discord among the dragon pinning sect disciples. Is that all you have? Ding Rui sneered. The surrounding dragon pinning sect disciples remained silent for a while, not saying anything. I am not trying to sow discord among the dragon pinning sect disciples. However, at this moment, I need to be clear about who I can make an enemy of and who I can let off, Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. What did Gu Hai mean by this? Who can he let off? Do you think that you hold the initiative now? However, Ding Dong showed a flustered expression. Even now, Gu Hai remained fearless. Could it be that Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather really came? Let off. Who do you want to let off? Are you scared, silly? Ding Rui looked at Gu Hai in shock. Long Wanqing also looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Dragon pinning sect disciples. Fire division disciples. Also, all the cultivators present, this is a grudge between Ding Rui and me. If you are not willing to get involved in this, please stand to the sides to avoid getting hurt. I can guarantee that no matter what the result is, You will be fine. Gu Hai said. That's right. The surrounding cultivators revealed bewildered expressions. The 1,000-odd cultivators that Gu Hai brought looked strangely at Gu Hai. After a moment of silence, they slowly moved to the sides. They had indeed owed Gu Hai a favor by joining the dragon pinning sect. However, they had not reached the point where they would risk their lives for Gu Hai. Right now, Elite Hall was in a bloody battle. Naturally, these people did not want to get involved in this, so they moved to the sides. The Life Slaughterer Go Master led his disciples and slowly moved to the sides. Ding Rui and Ding Dong looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, the Dragon Pinning Sect disciples and Elite Hall Fire Division disciples did not move. What? Do you really have reinforcements? Ding Rui said coldly. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with worry in her eyes. Hall Master, bring those 3 tables to me. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Huh? The surrounding crowd revealed a blank expression. Move the table. Although Long Wanqing's cultivation was sealed, she still had some strength. The 3 wooden tables were not heavy, so she quickly moved them over. Gu Hai slowly stacked the 3 tables on top of each other. Before the crowd's confused gazes, Gu Hai slowly stepped onto the 3 tables. Is Gu Hai crazy? What is he doing? Why is he still climbing the tables at this moment? Where does his confidence come from? The surrounding cultivators revealed confused expressions. As Gu Hai stood on the tall platform, he looked coldly at Ding Rui and Ding Dong across from him. Ding Dong had been rather nervous. Although he stood on Ding Rui's side, he still felt flustered. Did he choose the wrong team? In the end, the Dragon Pinning Sect disciples followed Ding Dong, showing complicated expressions. However, Ding Rui kept her guard up against Gu Hai. Although she felt that Gu Hai's cultivation was very low, he still destroyed the Great Feng Mafia family and the First Song sect. She had to be careful. Every action of his could have a deeper meaning. However, when Ding Rui saw Gu Hai climb onto the tall platform of the 3 tables, she could not figure him out. What is he doing? Gu Hai, we have already come to this. What are you still pretending for? Surrender immediately. Otherwise. Ding Dong glared. Sect Master Ding, do you know? Back then, the Great Feng Mafia families Li Wei used the same tone. Later, the First Song sect's Song Pingsheng used the same tone. The Clear River sect's Li Qinghe also used the same tone. Do you know what happened to them? Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Ding Dong's expression changed. You destroyed the Clear River sect as well. I personally cut off the head of the Clear River sect master. Gu Hai said coldly. That's impossible. How can you be a match for Li Qinghe? Ding Dong shouted coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Hai flipped his hand and pulled out a head. Whoosh! The expressions of the surrounding cultivators immediately changed. Who could have expected Gu Hai to suddenly pull out a head? This is Li Qinghe. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Why are there so many snake heads on Li Qinghe's head? Someone exclaimed. A spirit-assimilated cultivator. Fu Shui actually spirit-assimilated Li Qinghe. Ding Rui exclaimed in shock. Sect Master Ding, do you still not believe me? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ding Dong's eyelids twitched wildly. You don't believe me? You can ask Li Qinghe. He can answer you. Back then, he was so arrogant toward me. Then, I cut off his head. Gu Hai said with a sinister expression. Ask? Everyone showed confused expressions. Li Qinghe already cut off Li Qinghe's head. How can you ask? Even Long Wanqing goggled as she looked at Gu Hai. Is Gu Hai crazy? Li Qinghe, tell them. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz. However, the small snakes on Li Qinghe's head started moving slowly. Crack. 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 With Gu Hai's veritable energy driving, the small snakes gave off cracking sounds as they moved. Li Qinghe's face also trembled. He's alive. How can that be? Those snake heads are very ferocious. Li Qinghe's head was cut off, but he did not die. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked by this terrifying scene. Some of them couldn't help but take a step back. It was too strange. Ding Dong and the dragon-pinning sect disciples felt their scalps go numb as they stared unblinkingly at Li Qinghe's snake heads. Ding Rui and her subordinates also showed shocked and doubtful expressions. Li Qinghe's head was cut off. It is impossible for him to survive until now. Ding Rui said with a cold expression. Look carefully. Is he still alive? Gu Hai shouted. Humph. Misleading the crowd with lies. Ding Rui snorted coldly, looking like she was about to attack. Whoosh. Suddenly, Li Qinghe opened his eyes. He opened his eyes. There are so many red lights. Why are there red lights in Li Qinghe's eyes? Li Qinghe is still alive. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, boundless red lights shot out from Li Qinghe's snake-headed head. The red lights were aimed at Ding Rui, Ding Dong, and their subordinates. Gu Hai had already moved the external cultivators to the sides, avoiding the red lights. Gu Hai stood on the high platform between the three tables so that he could have the best view so that the thousands of people across him could see Li Qinghe's eyes. Otherwise, if he stood too low, the people behind him would be blocked by the people in front. Xiaoqin spoke a lot just to attract everyone's attention. For a moment, countless red lights gushed out. Buzz! The thousands of cultivators instantly fell for the red lights, just like how the red lights enveloped the 3,000 evil men back then. Oh no! There is something wrong with the red lights. Ding Rui shouted, her expression changing. Ding Rui and Ding Dong saw the most clearly. How could they have expected Li Qinghe's eyes to open? Furthermore, the red lights would curse them. The two fell for it in nearly an instant. Ah! The dragon-pinning sect disciples screamed miserably. Crack! 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 Countless dragon-pinning sect disciples stiffened. Their bodies turned gray as they quickly petrified. No! No! Ding Dong screamed in horror. He wanted to struggle, but he was not strong enough in the end. Hence, he quickly petrified as well. The Fire Division disciples also petrified. The red lights shot out for only a short while before Gu Hai put away Li Qinghe's snake-headed head. Bang! Gu Hai jumped off the high platform. Long Wanqing goggled at the petrified cultivators across her. For a moment, Leisure Valley fell silent. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. As far as the eye could see, nearly everyone had turned into stone. What's going on? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Of the thousands of people, some managed to avoid the red lights. Then, they looked at the people around them. What's going on? Senior brother, junior brother, why did you turn into stone? Stone? Don't. Why did you turn into stone? The people who avoided the red lights looked around in horror. The thousands of people who held the upper hand earlier had turned into stone in the blink of an eye. Stone statues? How can this be? Horror spread through everyone's body. Whoosh! The cultivators that Gu Hai called to the sides continuously retreated in horror. All of them turned into stone. How can this be? Suddenly, everyone looked at Gu Hai in horror. Gu Hai jumped to Long Wanqing's side and looked coldly at Ding Rui and Ding Dong. These were the two greatest threats. Ding Dong had already turned into stone, but Ding Rui had not. Only half of her body had turned into stone. It looked like she was using her strength to struggle against the curse. Gu Hai, you lied to me. Arg! Ding Rui roared gloomily. Oh no! Ding Rui's petrification is fading. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Hall Master, stay here and don't move. I'll go and kill Ding Rui. Gu Hai glared and was about to make a move. Kill me? Humph! Ding Rui shouted. Buzz! Xiaochen reached out and took out a zither from the compressed space in the authority token. Be careful. Don't go. Long Wanqing's expression suddenly changed. There was only one string on the zither. However, that string had been plucked and was stuck in place by a thin needle. Then, Xiaochen saw Ding Rui reach out and remove that thin needle. Buzz! The zither string instantly returned to its original position, and zither music rang out. Along with the sound of the zither, boundless sword chi burst out. Boom! Like a storm, the sword chi surged in all directions. Crack! Crack! The surrounding stone statues were all blasted into pieces in an instant. Awe! The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated. The surging sword chi formed a sphere around Ding Rui, who was holding the zither, and spread out. Everywhere the sword chi went, everything was destroyed. The surrounding rocks, trees, and stone statues all shattered. Dang! Dang! Gu Hai took out a saber and chopped. The sword chi instantly shattered the saber. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then, he quickly led Long Wanqing to the periphery. Ah! Division Master! The subordinates that did not turn into stone immediately screamed miserably and jumped to the periphery. Most of the dragon pinning sect disciples turned into stone statues, instantly shattered. Only a few managed to escape, watching this scene in horror. Master! Sect Master! No! Everyone screamed miserably. However, it was already too late. Everyone, including Ding Dong, was instantly shattered. The sword chi storm was too strong. In the blink of an eye, only 100-odd people remained of the several thousand people charging over. To protect herself, Ding Rui did not care whether these stone statues could revive or not. That zither music is sealed in that zither. The zither music contains boundless sword chi that can protect one for a short time. No one can get close. Ding Rui did not seal it. She does not have that ability. Long Wanqing said, her expression changing. Gu Hai took out a bow and shot an arrow infused in veritable energy at Ding Rui. Whoosh! Boom! The boundless sword chi instantly shattered the arrow. It's useless. The zither music keeps trembling. The sword chi field it forms is too strong. Long Wanqing said, her expression changing. Those who are still alive, capture Gu Hai for me. I will break free of the curse soon. Don't let them escape. Ding Rui shouted. The dozens of dragon pinning sect disciples did not move. However, the dozens of fire division disciples showed worried expressions as they stepped forward. Mr. Good, we'll help you. Suddenly, a cultivator jumped out. After all, Gu Hai was the one who told everyone not to participate earlier. Everyone hid at the sides to avoid turning into stone statues. Otherwise, they would have died earlier. This was not just a favor, but a life-saving grace. Boom! Immediately, 300 cultivators jumped out and blocked the fire division disciples. Many thanks, everyone. There's no need. They won't dare. Gu Hai said coldly. Indeed, the fire division disciples showed worry on their faces. After all, the first song sect's example was still vivid in their minds. Furthermore, Li Qinghe's head was an even more horrifying thing. The fire division disciples only surrounded Li Qinghe from a distance. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the nearby life slaughterer Go Master. However, the life slaughterer Go Master did not move. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Long Wanqing's waist. What are you doing? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Hold me tight. Gu Hai said seriously. As Gu Hai spoke, he squatted slightly and then leaped up. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and countless cracks appeared. However, Gu Hai shot out like a cannonball, soaring to the floating island in the sky. The strong jumping force instantly propelled Gu Hai high into the sky. Ah! Long Wanqing hugged Gu Hai in horror. Ding Rui's expression changed dramatically as she hugged her zither. Buzz! 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 As the petrified area on her body slowly decreased, her expression turned increasingly cold. You cannot run, Gu Hai. The surrounding cultivators looked up at Gu Hai. The dozens of Ding Rui's subordinates debated for a while but did not give chase in the end. Even if the stone statues could recover, these people would definitely die. Everyone looked at Ding Rui with complicated expressions. Clack! High in the sky, Gu Hai jumped onto the floating island and landed on the floating island's barrier. What's in here? A dragon vein? Long Wanqing's expression changed as she looked at her feet. There was a transparent barrier under Xiao Chen's feet, surrounded by clouds and fog. There were also 600 Go puzzles floating around. A large Go board landed at the edge of the barrier. Gu Hai quickly stepped forward and carefully inspected the Go board. Clack! Without hesitation, Gu Hai picked up a black Go stone and placed it on the Go board. Boom! Clouds and fog suddenly churned around the floating island. What is Gu Hai doing? He seems to be playing Go. Playing Go? The cultivators nearly vomited blood. How can he be in the mood to play Go at this moment? Oh no! Ding Rui's petrification is about to break. She only has a little left. Someone exclaimed. Clack! High in the sky, Gu Hai placed another Go stone. Boom! Suddenly, 10 Go puzzles exploded. Huh! Ding Rui's expression sank. Gu Hai is breaking the Go puzzles. Chapter 135. Smack! 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 Gu Hai continued to play Go puzzles from high in the sky. Soon, 100 Go puzzles had been scattered around him. As Ding Rui struggled with the curse, she looked at the sky with an unsightly expression. Gu Hai, even if you undo the barrier, you will not be able to obtain the dragon vein. Ding Rui said coldly. Regardless of whether I obtain it or not, you are dead for sure, old thing. Imprisoning a hall master is a capital offense. Do you think you can avoid it? Gu Hai shouted coldly as he played Go pieces. Capital offense? Humph. Since I dared to do so, naturally, nothing will happen to me. As for you, Gu Hai, before you become the Water Division Master, you killed the Earth Division Master Montez. Do you think you can escape Elite Hall's rules? Someone protected me, but what about you? You are also a capital offense. Ding Rui retorted coldly. Someone protected you? Who? Long Wanqing suddenly asked, raising her eyebrows. She was the Hall Master of Elite Hall. Who had more authority than her? As Gu Hai played Go pieces, he looked coldly at Ding Rui, who was about to break free of the curse. Then, he said coldly, Division Master Ding, you keep saying that I killed Montez. Do you have any proof? Ha 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 ha. Proof? Everyone in the innate puzzle world saw it. Ding Rui shouted coldly. Is that so? What if Montez is still alive? Gu Hai retorted coldly. Ding Rui's face sank. Is that so? Division Master Meng? How long are you going to hide? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Didn't Gu Hai kill Montez? The cultivators below also burst into an uproar. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as Ding Rui broke free of the final bit of curse at her feet. She instantly recovered. Ding! Ding Rui flicked the zither, and the zither music suddenly stopped. The surrounding sword chi vanished. Branch Master! The group of subordinates said respectfully. Leaning on her walking stick, Ding Rui coldly looked at the sky. You said that Montez is still alive? Ha 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 ha. Didn't you just see the great Feng Mafia family not long ago? Gu Hai laughed loudly. Ding Rui's face was gloomy as she looked around. The surrounding Xiuzhe were also at a loss. Could it be that Montez is hiding among us? Not far away, the Life Slaughterer Go Master also looked around as if searching for Montez. Ha ha ha, Life Slaughterer Go Master. This time, I'm not lying to Ding Rui. Since you're here, why don't you admit it? It's been a while, hasn't it? The enmity between you and Division Leader Ding should be settled, shouldn't it? The Hall Master is standing here, and you want to betray Class 1 Hall? Gu Hai said coldly. The Life Slaughterer Chess Master. Everyone's gazes suddenly shifted over. Even the Life Slaughterer Go Master's disciples appeared confused. Ding Rui looked at the Life Slaughterer Go Master coldly. Gu Hai, how did you discover me? The Life Slaughterer Go Master asked sullenly. What? Master! The Life Slaughterer Go Master's disciples exclaimed. However, they saw the Life Slaughterer Go Master slowly remove his hood. It was Montez. Who is he? Many Xiuzhe showed confused expressions. After all, the real Montez was somewhat different from the one Gu Hai killed. Montez, it is indeed you. Ding Rui said with a sullen expression. Gu Hai continued to play Go after Go stone in the sky. At this moment, Ding Rui seemed to no longer care. Or rather, she was happy to see this, hoping that Gu Hai would solve the Go puzzles quickly. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile in the sky. Long Wanqing stood beside Gu Hai. As she looked at the Go puzzles, she asked worriedly, they did not come up. Of course. Ding Rui wants me to solve the Go puzzles quickly. Isn't it the same whether she kills me now or later? Gu Hai sneered. But. Don't worry. Let them bite each other. This is a 20-year-long grudge, Gu Hai said coldly. You are Montez. What about my master? The Life Slaughterer Go Master's disciples exclaimed. Humph. Montez snorted coldly and waved his hand. Boom. The Life Slaughterer Go Master's disciples immediately went flying. Ding Rui, how awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, it has been 20 years, but you seem to have not changed at all. You are still as ugly as ever. Montez smiled coldly as he hugged the black-clad woman. Humph. Back then, you were not a match for me. You are not now, either. Ding Rui retorted coldly. Ding Rui extended her hand and raised her staff vertically, thrusting it at Montez. Boom. A huge manifested staff shot over. Go. Montez punched. Boom. The manifested fist collided with the manifested palm and instantly knocked the manifested staff back. A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind kicked up in the surroundings, sending sand and rocks flying. Ding Rui took a step back. That's not right. Back then, you were only slightly stronger than Li Wei. How did you become so much stronger after 20 years of torture? Ding Rui's expression changed. I was like this 20 years ago. Montez said coldly. That's impossible. I was there back then. You were already like this 20 years ago. How could we have captured you so easily? How could you have been imprisoned? Ding Rui said in disbelief, glaring. What if I did it on purpose? Montez countered coldly. On purpose? Ding Rui raised her eyebrows. If you had not imprisoned me, perhaps I would have ended up like the old hall master. Montez said coldly. What? Ding Rui's expression changed. Long Wanqing's expression also changed in the sky. The woman in Montez's arms tensed up as she looked at Montez. Although her expression could not be seen clearly, one could feel the shock in her heart. You predicted the old hall master's death back then. Ding Rui's expression changed. It was not my prediction, but the various signs proved it. Back then, we were already under constant surveillance. I know too much. Before that person, even the old hall master had to die, let alone me. I did not want to die. There was only one way, and that was to be controlled by you. You obeyed him, and I was controlled and imprisoned by you. That was how I managed to escape his pursuit. 20 years, after 20 years of hiding, you're starting to feel lonely. Ha 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 ha. Montez sneered. Who was it? Who killed my mother? Long Wanqing glared at Montez and roared. Montez looked up at Long Wanqing and said, Hall Master. Ha, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I really don't know. I only know that there is a mastermind behind this. The mastermind has never shown himself, but I can sense him. I don't know who he is, but Ding Rui might know. Huh? Ding Rui stared at Montez. High in the sky, Gu Hai smiled coldly as he played Go. That means to say, Meng Tai, back then, you did not give up resisting because your wife, Feng Ling, was restrained by Li Wei. It was not because of Feng Ling. Was wind chimes just an excuse? The woman in Montez's arms suddenly trembled. Naturally, this woman was wind chimes. All this time, wind chimes had thought that she was the reason Montez was restrained by Li Wei. Now, she suddenly realized, poor wind chimes was tortured for 20 years. You knew, but you didn't care. You deliberately allowed yourself to be imprisoned not because you wanted to live but because you needed to protect a secret. A secret that only you know? Gu Hai smiled coldly. What secret? Ding Rui looked confused. Gu Hai, what do you know? Montez asked coldly. The secret that the mastermind was looking for was not with the hall master's mother but with you. To protect this secret, you did not hesitate to sacrifice the hall master's mother. And you hid with this secret and deliberately allowed yourself to be imprisoned, hiding from everyone. You hid from the mastermind, from Li Wei, from the hall master's mother, from Ding Rui, and everyone else. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai. Montez's expression darkened. Ding Rui frowned deeply as she watched the conversation between Gu Hai and Montez in shock. What secret? Gu Hai, what secret is this? Is it related to my mother's death? What does it have to do with Montez? Long Wanqing cried out in shock. The secret is a person, the woman in Montez's embrace, Feng Ling. The key to obtaining the dragon vein in the end? Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Everyone looked at the woman in Montez's embrace. The black-clad woman in Xiao Chen's embrace trembled violently. Montez, how scheming and heartless. 20 years ago, everyone fell into your trap. The old hall master thought so highly of you. Yet, you could give up on her and let her die for your own gains and losses. To protect the secret, you could hand over your wife, Feng Ling, to Li Wei for 20 years and let him torture her without doing anything. For the dragon vein, you could imprison your esteemed master in the great Feng mafia family and kill your junior sister. More importantly, you were very ruthless to yourself. You purposely allowed yourself to be imprisoned for 20 years. Ha 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 ha. In the end, did you think that you controlled everything? No, you were just a chess piece all along. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he suddenly leaped into the white fog in front while hugging Long Wanqing. What are you doing? There are still 450 Go puzzles. You still have not solved this Go puzzle. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Who said that one needs to solve the Go puzzle to enter the Go puzzle world? Gu Hai retorted with a smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Hai carried Long Wanqing and passed through the white fog area, disappearing without a trace. Oh no! Ding Rui's expression changed as she soared into the sky. Montez carried Feng Ling and instantly soared into the sky as well. Hua! The white fog suddenly exploded and dispersed. Boom! Ding Rui struck the barrier with her walking stick. However, the barrier did not budge. Inside the barrier, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile as he looked up. Division Master Ding, many thanks for giving me the time. Ha 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 ha. As Gu Hai laughed, he slowly headed for the dragon vein in the barrier. Bastard! Bastard Gu Hai! Ding Rui roared angrily. Originally, when Ding Rui confronted Montez, she hoped that Gu Hai would solve the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Who would have thought that after solving half of the Go puzzle, Gu Hai could enter the Go puzzle world? Montez, it's all because of you. Ding Rui shouted angrily as she looked at Montez. Montez looked at Ding Rui and revealed a cold smile. You are the one who is incompetent. Feng Ling, let's go in. What? Ding Rui goggled. Gu Hai could enter the Go puzzle world because he comprehended this Go puzzle and could find the entry point. Could Montez do the same? Buzz! The instant Feng Ling touched the barrier, a peony halo suddenly appeared above her head. This halo instantly encased Feng Ling and Montez. Whoosh! It was like Feng Ling did not care about the barrier at all, easily passing through it. No! Ding Rui struck with her walking stick in shock and anger. Boom! The walking stick struck the barrier, but it did not budge. Key! Feng Ling is the key that can pass through Old Man Guanqi's barrier. Ding Rui's expression changed dramatically.